Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Indian Championship Series, powered by Vista, obviously, and produced by none other than Jutsu Gaming. We have a massive prize pool of 1 lakh rupees, and to let you know that we have our sponsored, that is our tech partner, none other than AOC. It's a boy Ash TZ in the casting desk, and with me, none other than my co-caster Pitchy will be there to entertain you all. And to talk about today's day, it is the starting of the upper bracket, which we were actually waiting for to see because all those mythic leaderboard teams they are right now here in the upper bracket. And from today onwards, we have to see all these big games coming in. Maybe a third game decider in each and every sets because all these teams don't want to lose, don't want to go to that lower bracket because they really wants to stay in this upper bracket and complete the tournament as a winner. So who will be the first winner of the upper bracket first game in this BO3 series? Let me know because this game is between Team Marine versus Team CRQ. Yesterday CRQ literally played so well and just cleans their slot onto the upper bracket. So today, are they going to win again and move forward to the next round of the upper bracket, or they will be going back to the lower by defeating getting defeated by Team Mirin? Let's see what will be happening. If you are a fan of Mirin or Team CRQ, let me know in the comment section. What's your, I mean, what's your thinking? Like, what will be the score? 2-1 from Mirin or 2-1 from CRQ? Pichi, what do you think? Like, both the teams have Nepali imports, and we all know
Right.
like the Nepali imports are really walking so well in the Indian scene. So, do you think like the imports scene in our Indian MOBA community in the tournaments will be changing some factors against Indian teams? Because like yesterday, Yahiko and Gonigon they managed to win the game, second number two game with a Saber jungle and Claude goal laner. You were not there. Devi was there with me, but still, like that match was totally incredible. So this Nepali imports, Bangladeshi, Bhutanese imports, all these things are working right now. So do you think like both the teams know their strategy because both of them have same region players? So anything else you want to add up? Like anything else you want to see here?
I mean, it's very evident that they are going in for the respect bans. Look at that. The Fanny getting banned. You have the Freya, the Zushin. Zushin has been such a staple, be it any country so far. Even in our Indian scenario, we have seen the red side always banning it because they really don't want to give it out. It's like a gamble. It's just like a very rare that the teams really gamble on the Zushin. But the draft is definitely very fast enough. Look at that, we definitely are getting some of the heroes that scale up very well as the time passes. So inevitably they are getting banned. But what about Sora though? Are we gonna see a Sora in the first match?
Of course, like it might be a choice from the side of team Marine because M3 Marine because like Sora being in the goal lane or maybe into the EXP, it works better. It is a flex nowadays, and it has the buff after the release. So I believe like a Sora pick will be great, but at the same time the Valentina is open, the Franco is open. There is the, you can say, there is the glue is open as well. Yuzong, so all these counters being open. I don't feel like the Sora first pick coming soon. Okay, they'll be going for the Ishin Shin. Yesterday we do saw that Gonigon going for that Ishan Chin pick into the goal, but today
Yes.
Ishan Chin got traded by the side of M3 Marine, and we are not sure this Ishan Chin is going to the goal or to the jungle. This is a flex nowadays as well. Team
I
PRQ, what else they can go? Like Doom, he loves to play the Kalea or the Gatot. Yeah, told you.
there are these heroes coming up. This is definitely crazy, and I think this is the first Zatian that I am looking after such a long time. I am definitely sure Yahiko does wants to say a happy new year to all of us. That hero really screams, very close to the Chinese culture. So That's there. But on to the other hand, Gatotkacha, this means the Eve, the Farsa will be, shadow banned already. They have to think twice to pick such heroes in front of a Gatotkacha. So let's see if we are getting those kind of picks or not. But at the same time, here we have to see a mage and a marksman. I feel like Merino might go for a very early marksman. Yep, they went in for the Harriet.
They went in for the Harriet, the burst into the goal, but at the same time, I'm a little bit, in a query. That is because I was thinking a Kalea into the roam section for M3 mirroring, because somehow I can say you like they might have done better with the Kalea's pick off comp, but no, they're going for a high loss here, a little bit of sustain into their way, but at the same time, like the carry is open at this point, and against the Harriet, okay, the carry will not be a great choice. Therefore, they picked that Harriet. But at the same time, in the late game, the carry will be demolishing the high loss into the front. So, and I'm not sure what they are going for. Okay, they're going for a CC here. There's still a flex into the hand of Gonigon, maybe into the hand of 27. Not sure about it though.
Let's see what we have so far. CC coming in, possibly against a YSS. They are still figuring out that if YSS is the gold or not. Now that's still a question. There's like 50-50 chance, though even we can't predict what is it going to be unless they pick another assassin. I feel like there might be a joy along with the high loss for Merino, because that composition really makes sense as of now. So that's there. But Crux, what are they gonna go in for bans? Looks like the EXP laners are getting banned. Understandably, it's a Yuzhong. Along with the Yuzhong, I feel like more should be banned. And yup, we are getting a Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, Yuzhong, Lapu Lapu might be another choice, but what about like they could have gone for the Yuzhong? I mean, there is an Ishinshin into the side of team M3, so you could have picked that Yuzhong for your betterment, and you might have given some proper setups to the like dive into the backline kind of setups for your side, but no, they went for the CC instead. And if Gonigon is going for the CC against Ishinshin, the early phase he might be a little bit sustained, but in the late when the Ishinshin will have the damage, he might gonna, I mean, obviously doomed him out. But there might be a proper thinking on the CC pick and this Yuzong ban, and after that they're banning out the Uranus as well. There's the Hayabusa ban coming in. Yahiko still open for that Joy pick, or you can say he can also go for the Lancelot. And yesterday I saw him with a saber, so I'm not sure what he's going for because that saber was unexpectedly picked up from him, and he managed to win that game as well. Okay, there is an Alice coming in. That means the CC is going into the goals. Pitchy.
That's true. We are getting the CC on the gold. They are putting all their bets on how it's gonna be a YSS on the gold as well. They have to make sure this YSS doesn't get spammed up. So far, always in the upper bracket, even at the yesterday's match as well, the mythic leaderboard teams have always opted for a YSS. So not banning it up, it just doesn't make sense today as well. So maybe into the next matches we would be seeing, as usual, you guys know this is the best of three series. The team members will be having a bit of a push and pull for the first and the second match will be the decider. So let's see what we will be having for the picks. Merino, they could go in for a mage. As of now they do need it. And on to the hand of mage, I feel like Kimmy could work very well positioning wise, could do good, but okay, they are going for the Eve and Lapu Lapu, as you have mentioned. Now, the Lapu Lapu is going to be a bit team fight centric, like how Merino has gone in for a bit of a team fight. So, this just confirms that there is no gold, YSS. They are still letting YSS go, but as a surprise, we are getting a Harley.
I told you, like, I'm not sure that this guy is going for a saber, or maybe a Harley, or maybe a Kadita jungle. Who knows? Like, he can also place that Lunox jungle as well someday, I believe. I mean, with a Harley out there, they really, they have a less damage options for their side if you actually see. It's just a GTN, and the Harley. Other than that, and both of them are in the magic section, and there is an Alice as well into the magic. The Toad will also give that magic damage. So do the CC with that physical damage. But this comp might gonna work or not. I'm not sure about it. They have the sustain. They have a little bit of like burst. They have the execution. Everything into their side with a proper setup from the Gatot Kacha, disengage and engage both of them. But I believe like I'll go with M3 this time because M3 really have a good comp here. They do have the Harith into their side, Hylos for the front line, Lapu Lapu into the backline dive. They got the position range wise, a proper setup kind of slowing down you, kind of mage into their way, and the Ishanshin, of course, one of the proper jungle which can easily accumulate those objectives. So against a Harley, Ishan Shin, let's see how it works, guys. Because somehow when the ultimate popped out from Harley, Ishan Shin cannot, cannot withhold it or cannot get out from it. So let's see how it goes. We're into the first game of the BO3 series in the upper bracket between Team M3 Ming versus Team Crux Requiem. And this game is going to be a big one because we got a Harley jungle in the hand of a Yahiko.
That is true. That is true. Now this is also another pick that we were not expecting. Been such a long time that the teams picked it out, but at the same time, Harley the early game snowball is much needed, so has to make sure that they are killing, getting kills on kills. But is it possible with Harley coming in? Is it possible on how they will be trying to play? Both of the teams, really good teams, they have a good amount of players as well. But look at that. It's just going to be both the tanks just trying to make sure that the EXP will be getting level 4 as quickly as possible.
Of course, and till now there is not much casualties coming in. None of them got the first blood yet, so they need to wait. They're playing so defensively. They're waiting for that turtle to appear, and before the turtle, we might gonna see a proper fight, or maybe after the turtle, we're gonna see the proper fight, the first blood. But with the first neutral objective appeared into the land of Dun, it is more like M3 no Merino might gonna have that moment for this turtle. Mountain Shocker release for the zone. Easy turtle coming into the way for M3. No, nobody came for the contest. Of course, you have a Harley. How can you go for a turtle or Lord contest at this moment? And as you mentioned, the early snowball it's totally needed for that Harley. Other than that, I mean, in the late game, he cannot shine. But right now, going for this damage with the Fury of Phoenix. 4-man got cut into the hand. And not only
Oh
that, a lot of
no.
burst coming in. RWM popped up. He does have the absorb, but the first blood will be secured by Yahiko. Kimi falling down as well by Alice. 3-man, 2-man down with the AOG following up. It will be Kakarot. Joseph falling down into the hand of Doom. GGM3 no falling down. 3 members of M3 no falling down here. Okay, by Crux Requiem in a swap. That was too quick, Pitchy.
That was definitely too quick coming in from these players. Look at them. They are going for the throat in the early game. So, yep, as I mentioned, Harley does need the snowball. It is kind of getting very evident that they do want it, and kill by kill, they are on an advantage as of now. Crux Rectum, they are trying to make sure to get as much as resources onto their hands. That's how they will be trying to occupy the whole map, but will they be successful during a mix of the late game where all the damage goes into the hands of Brunigon and working on dying, but Faded no will be caught off guard. Kyle goes in again.
Okay, Mountain Shocker release, but now look at that. The Yo-Yo Blaze with the Curtain Call combo. They're finding the way. Double kill for Kyle here with the Harith. And he's going for a triple at this moment with the Bloodhound coming in there. And there is a stun. Fury of Phoenix comes up as well. He's still sustaining out. And with the help of the Blink, he finds his way back into the safer zone by battling out 4 members. He managed to sustain. And not only to manage to sustain, but he managed to go back into the safer side. That was too good from the side of Team Truxicum. 27 it is, and he's playing against his old team members. So it's more like a tribute, or you can say a nostalgic feeling, but this time he is in the enemy side. Glorious Pathway comes into the way. They're chasing out Faden here. Faden falls down there. Not only that, There is the sustain coming in. If Joseph can go back or can accumulate this turtle with the retribution, it will be a big thing to come up. But the AOG comes up here by Doom. Doom got doomed right now with a sliver of HP. Got down by none other than the one last second. And not only that, the CC finds a kill there as well. 1 for 1. The trade is Yahiko comes in. Can he go for the retribution? No. Joseph finds a turtle there. Double kill into the hand of the CC. Gone. He finds a double there and a turtle for the side of Team M3. No, it's more like the micro setup is being done by Crux, but the macro goes into the hand of M3. No.
That's true. That's true. On to the other hand, EXP lane is much more interested, not for the 1v1. So that is also looking quite good onto their hands. But now they'll have to get ready for a fight. They'll have to make sure that Kyle is not farming up as well. One thing, 201 on a Harrod, that too a early game Harrod, definitely smells danger towards the late game. So let's see how they are trying to face him down, because that's quite important. While we have seen quite a few times that Faden is always getting off guard, so that is also going to be another problem. Are though that gets his HP lowered as of now. They are trying to get something right here.
Like Kyle is one of the best Harriet player out there in the Indian scene, and against Gonigon's CC, I believe like both of them are playing so well. 2-0-1, 2-1-0. Even though Gonigon falls for once, but still Kyle is unbeatable, unkillable, and AOG followed by Doom here with a CC's cotton call. There is the Zaman Force coming in. Chrono Dash has a lot of burst being used, but there is the revitalizing popping over there. The burst comes up. One last second falls down by Yahiko, and now Kyle is being chased down. He might gonna get down for the first time. If the flicker got baited there, Kimmy in the backline getting the sustain. But there you go. The Kakarot managed to take out a kill for himself in the mid lane. And now he's getting surrounded by the 27. But there is the Lapu Lapu. Masarap is going for the bravest fighter. He's getting a lot of damage. 3v1 situation coming in. Can he come back? Oh my goodness. He somehow managed to go back. But then the bot side will be gone securing the tier. Kyle's comes in, but nothing gonna happen. Will Kyle gonna fight? Of course, Diamond Force popped up. Chrono dashes as well. He's getting a lot of damage, but look at the burst comes in, and it will be Doom securing the kill with a taunt.
The taunt is definitely there, just making sure to them to be out of the way. But Bazara goes in.
Yep, AOG for the defense, and now this time it might be a turtle for the Crux Requiem. They're in a good position. But if Joseph can come up and with the retribution can secure this turtle, let's see. Yup, it will be Joseph with the retreat. He will secure the turtle there. Fury of Phoenix comes in. 3 people caught into the way, and now the burst comes up. Gonigon going and chasing them down. Bloodhound comes up from 27, finds the kill onto Kimmy. He comes back as well. There is the Zaman first following him as well, and look at the burst. My goodness, it will be Yahiko securing the kill onto Kyle. Not only that, the mid tier 1 is in a position to get down. They're going inside it, but there will be Masarab going in for that bravest fighter with the revitalizing popping over there, giving out some health to the players of CRQ. And look at the burst coming in. Can Masarab comes back? Of course, he managed to defend himself. He managed to come back as well in a safe way, but with a cost of a turtle.
Oh, that is definitely not looking good though at the cost of the turtle. That is not good. But Craft again though, they are trying to get on the advantage as quickly as possible, which is really looking good. Now with that advantage, they are trying to end it very quickly. Paid and caught up once again.
Obviously, that was a beautiful setup with a high loss glorious pathway. He went for the mountain shocker. That was a really aggressive move coming out from the side of M3 now. And the way they're right now getting withheld by 4 members with Masarab securing a kill onto Doom. Kimmy falls down. Killing spree for Gonigon. He's chasing the way. Slayer of HP. Double kill comes up out of him. Popping over there. Yahiko falls down in the hand of Kyle. And now Kyle is going for that 1v1 situation with 27. This was a moment I can say the ex-Tartarus player, ex-Tartarus EXP versus ex-Tartarus Go Lane matchup, which this thing is like nostalgic feeling for the Tartarus fans.
That is true. That is true. Look at them. They are on, face to face, trying to make sure to get a victory. This is the upper bracket, and the competition is definitely getting tighter. And with that, they are able to get a few turrets already onto their hands, so that is also another good thing. But over about the times during the Lord's gonna be one thing that both the teams need.
Course, the first Lord into the way, and it's more like M3 no retribution of Joseph. He's securing all those macro objective for himself. The turtle, till now, the three turtles is into the hand of M3 no. But if Crux Requiem can do something here, like a proper zoning or maybe a C curve, they might gonna get the turtle, but I mean get the Lord here. But it's more like Joseph retribution. You need to take out the retreat holder for the Lord into the mid.
Yep, that's true. Resources have been taken away from Crux as of now. CRQ getting ready for the Lord. But okay, I love the formation. Look at that. All the visions coming up. There's Zatian as well who can pop the ultimate, but just waiting for the right time. And there you go.
There you go, the Fury of Phoenix, and with Doom going in, AOG Yahiko won the biggest trade. He got their Lord there, Kakarot falling down, and now Kyle goes in. Masura finds a kill, unstoppable for Gonigon, and look at that flicker comes in. Kyle with the flicker chrono dash finds a kill onto the Yahiko, and now they're fighting with the three members. 27 goes in there with the blood up. But can he go for a proper setup? Kimi is getting a lot of damage. The penetration zone is on there. Sioyo Bliss coming in. Monster for Goni. He's going for a double shutdown onto Masarap. Beautifully being done. And now Kyle, he's being chased down. Can he go back with the Chrono Dash? He managed to go back there. Synchrono Fusion comes in, but the mid tier 1 will be fall down with the minions flow going into the tier. They absorb, they accumulate structure for themselves. And now comeback from Joseph. He went for the Mountain Shocker, releasing a lot of damage. Out of them popping over there. Doom falls down with the 1v1 situation with 27. Fury of Phoenix comes in, immunized the Fury of Phoenix turn, but nothing happens. Finds blue. Yep.
My goodness, the fights are definitely intense coming around how they want to fight because CRQ are really nothing short as of now. Gonigon already farmed up. Look at him. His damage is off the roof, but Gonigon, I think I jinxed him.
Of course, that was a nice... Oh! What just happened? There was a little burst. The passive just does... It does Joseph, and Joseph just got down there. I thought like Joseph might gonna go into the
Right.
backside or maybe in the safer side, but no, he just got down. That was unlucky.
A bit unlucky, but it's okay. It's like a 1-for-1 trade. Oh, how both the teams have made. So far, it's looking good for Team Crux. CRQ, given the fact that they have taken the Lord, they are trying to reach towards the inhibitor. It's a bit of a shame that they couldn't reach towards the inhibitor, but at the same time, let's see. Let's see how they will be trying to manage to do that.
I mean, yesterday only I was asking Debbie that can we see a Fanny 1v1 between like Joseph and Yahiko, or maybe Van and Yahiko, but they're not giving that Fanny a chance. Joseph not anticipating the push strategy, but there you go, the Mountain Shocker release. He's going for Yahiko. He finds Yahiko there as well. The 1v1 scene comes in, but 27 will be taking the consolation kill, the instant revenge coming, and there is the redemption AOG from Doom and giving that setup for the three members, and now you can see that follow-up coming in. Polygon securing the kill onto Kyle. And goes back into the safer side. Two-man down with just Yahiko in the trade. Pitchy, do you think that's a good trade? And is there anyone who can take out 27? Yesterday he was doing the same thing he's doing right now.
That's true, that's true. Look at him, he's playing it quite aggressively. He's just making sure that his team will be having that amount of area that they could actually play in it. And that is quite important as you are playing the EXP lane and with the Lord of already coming up, Yahiko just spawning up. They don't have Kyle onto the hands of Merino. What are they going to do?
You know, like everybody says that Dark is the most underrated EXP. But if someone is there in that list, 27 is also there. Like we always talk about anti, we always talk about rom-com. nobody talk about 27 and dark, but there you go. A little bit of poke coming in the Lord zone. The Fury of Phoenix. AOG follow up. Yahiko finds the kill onto Kimmy. Kyle falls down in the hand of 27. One last second for Doom. Three-man down at this moment. They're capturing Kakarot. Yup, Gonny Gun will be securing a kill onto Kakarot and a double secure onto Masarap. Five-man out. It's a wipeout onto the side of M3 no. Crux Requiem just going inside the base. Nemesis open. It's over, PG.
Crazy, look at that. What a wipeout from the side of Team CRQ. They just make sure to give their absolute best to make sure that they are gonna get this game. They know Harley cannot do much during the late game, and so as to secure the game, they have to pull something like this, and they did. CRQ winning up the first match going closer towards that match point, so that is definitely another good thing.
Getting all the turtles for yourself, and then with the two lords, first lord just goes out from your hand. You won the fight there. I mean, so far you won the fight, then you just ran away. You got chased down by Kyle and the co. Then they somehow got down as well by 27, but this time in the second lot, they went for the gamble and it just retaliated back onto them. And in the end, it's Team Cruxicum just finishing the job as soon as possible. They just went for that Lord, I mean, not the rush event, it's just a push, single push into the bot side and just went for the crystal, popping it out, taking the crown, winning the first game with a lead in this BO3 series at the upper bracket against M3 No. Team Trust Requiem started so well. But talking about Kyle, he literally played so well. So do Kakarot. I mean, Joseph. Look at him giving out all those retribution into the macro scene and also capturing Yahiko and Gonigon. But the main problem was 27. That guy was totally sustained with that Alice. He was distracting everyone. He was taking all the damage. And with the Fury of Phoenix and Gatotkacha's RAs, I mean, Doom's ultimate, that is AOG, that combo was totally great. Because yesterday only, Debbie said that, like, you need a initiator with a Gatotkacha.
Yeah.
Gatotkacha cannot initiate. You need a proper initiator. And this time, the initiator walk was done by Faden. And even though, like, Faden literally thought so well, because last day only I saw that Faden is getting, I mean, targeted all the time. This time he opted the Zatian. And we all know, like, the passive of the Zatian repel you out. So he got that repel. You cannot reach him out easily. And in that meantime, he was giving those setups with the Fury of Phoenix. And look at that. The game goes into the hand of team I mean CRQ against the M3. No, do you believe, Pichi, we're gonna see a comeback, Masarap, and everybody will be preparing for the second game, or 2-0 fashion from yesterday will be repeated today as well?
There is a chance, though. I feel like it's not gonna be, um, 2-0 fashion because, hey, these teams are really fighting so hard to keep the position onto their upper bracket, which is very, very important for them. So let's see, let's see. As of now, that one wipeout was just, crazy. That one wipeout was just like one mistake they did, and a whole base got taken down. So they are trying to realize on how what game that they are playing as of now and what strategies to actually go ahead for. Look at that during the match highlights as well. We are seeing how the exit paths are getting blocked off while Gonigon always coming from the flank. So that is also another good thing that we have been noticing coming in from the side of Team CRQ.
Of course. And whom do you think gonna get the MVP? I believe it is whom? It is
Gonigon,
27. I believe it is 27, or maybe going on. Yeah,
I mean, he
but
did
I
have
think
like the
27.
highest kills.
Like, if you have more kills, I know you got get the MVP, but
There's
27 is the
higher
real MVP.
chances.
He's the real MVP.
Definitely. That's true, though. I mean, he was nothing short when it comes to the team fights as well. So, if the team participation exceeds Gonigon, there is like a chance that he might be getting as well. The AOG. Okay, that was the AOG that their team really needed, and taking a even front of the, Gatot Kasha was really
Gatotkacha, yeah.
disrespect right there. It was like, we are not scared. So I think it's just time to switch out the mages when there's a Gatot Kasha.
I mean, even like they perhaps thought that the Yuzong is banned, so there is a clearance for the E pick. Then like the Gatot Kacha was way out of the league for the Eve. And, like Faden's setup with the Gatot. Every time that guy using the Fury of Phoenix, you're gonna see the Gatot Kachas going for that proper AOG. Not a single AOG has been used for this engager. It always used as the engager because there was a little bit stun from that Fury of Phoenix, the global ult, and we are
Yep.
yet to see our MVP, who is the one getting it. But this was the fight I was talking about when they captured Kyle. They know like Kyle is the one who can manage to carry this game with his Harith, but then they managed to stop him out. Masura, well played, man. He somehow managed to take skills and come back safely. But gone. He was targeting down those squishy heroes. Eve and Kyle. I mean, one last second and Kyle. And told you.
Oh, okay, let's go. It's gonna be 27. Look at that. 70% kill participation with 33% of damage taken. That is definitely a lot as you are the EXP laner. Looking quite good, and I love how this Alice played it out as a tank, rather than trying to give out the damage. That initiation was definitely there from Alice, that as we were expecting.
Like sitting like a queen there and played by a king. I will say like this was a fabulous strategy and fabulous play from coming out from 27 with that Alice. Yesterday I saw this man with that glue today with Alice. And to tell you like why I was sure about his MVP, because yesterday I was in your place, I was saying someone else's name, and Debbie was saying 27, and 27 got the MVP, even though doesn't got a lot of
Okay.
skills. It was because of the team fight participation and the setups he was giving and the sustain he was providing to his team, and unkillable. He was unkillable as well. So obviously all these factors let him getting that MVP and let me winning the case and fooling you there. Just like I got fooled yesterday by Debbie's case. But today in the
I see a
second game,
pattern.
I believe like there will be a lot of respect bans though. What you gonna
Definitely.
respect here? Like, are you gonna ban Alice? If you're going to ban Alice, he might come up with a glue. He might come up with like Uranus or maybe an Arlot.
Definitely.
The for setup for sustain, he have a lot of heroes in his pool. So I believe like Masura should go for the counter pick. Like if he's going for Esma, you should go for the Uranus. If he's going for the Uranus, you should go for the CC. If he's going for the Esma, you should go for the Lapu. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if he's going for the Lapu, you should go for the Esma. That's what I'm saying. But if they will be channel out the second banning phase, second picking phase for the EXP, then it will be a little bit hefty for the side of team M3, because this time CRQ got the first pick. They have a chance to pick that
Yes.
Brock. They have a chance to pick that Ishanshin goal. They have a chance to pick that Farsa into the hand of Faden. He's totally so fine with that hero. Let's see how it goes, guys. Mizo, Powerhouse. I mean, that team is totally mixed up. Mizo, Powerhouse, 27 from Tartarus, two Nepali imports, Doom the GOAT. I mean, this team is totally insane.
Definitely, both the teams are equally talented. Obviously, they did make sure to get their name and the team's name onto the upper bracket. So that is also another good achievement for them. But as of now, let's see what are they going to go for. So for the ban, I think Fanny is just gonna be there. No matter what, we will be looking at the Fanny getting banned. That is definitely there. But Bakshia, though, they are trying to ban something that we haven't seen and quite a lot. And this time around, the Bakshia is okay, definitely a good ban as well. Maybe they are trying to, see that to close off all the possible things, or maybe they're trying to go for a bit of a healer.
Yeah, of course, like like obviously, the thing is, I'll say playing Harley against Joseph and winning the game was totally like they're just right now doing fun. Yahiko is doing fun against Joseph. But let's see what will be happening in this game at this second match. The first banning phase going on, banning out the Yuzong here, respect to Masarab. There is the Bakshia ban as well. But I don't believe like Kakarot is going for a Bakshia pick, but still like the first ban, we are regularly seeing these things. And there's the Jushin and respect to Yahiko's Fanny as well. That's a good banning options coming out from both these sides. The last ban, what you can go for here, it might be a Kalea or might be something like Kimi loves to play. That is the Gatot Kash as well. He also flexed that Gatot. So do Doom. So if there is a chance that Doom can go for the Gatot or can ban it out, but it will be the Kalea. Yes, Kimi loves to play the Kalea. He's the one
That's
started the
true.
Kalea thing in Rome.
Yes. That is also another good pick. So we are definitely getting that. But on to the same note, I would love to see a bit of, EXP laners as well getting banned already. Maybe or maybe not. They could go in for that. There's already one EXP there, but maybe put another one. But there's quite a few possibilities that we might be able to see. So let's see what's going to be the last ban because CRQ is on a match point and it just took one mistake for them to get crumbled down for Merino to just lose the game. So that is
Yeah,
definitely not a good thing for them as well. So let's see how cautiously they are gonna tread. But at the same note, yep, it's gonna be Esmeralda. I feel like Uranus is gonna come.
Freya. That's a good pick. Freya pick coming out in the first picking phase, and this is Goni gone with the Freya. He went for the CC last time, and right now he's onto the Freya. There is a chance that Yahiko can go for the Ishinshin because they have a fighter into the goal. So what if
Yes.
like the trade will be happen? Joseph going for the Ishin Chin and Gatot into the hand of Kimi, and Kimi into the hand of one last second. This should be a good proper set, like 2 and you can actually go for a fighter gold. Like Kyle can, I mean, obviously Kyle can go for the fighter gold, but he loves to spam that, like proper kind of thing. But this time CC into the hand of Kyle with the Ishenshin as expected into the hand of Joseph. But not expected what is Yahiko gonna pick because this guy has been showing us a Saber and Harley, and now I'm waiting for a Ian. I'm really waiting for a Ian pick. Yahiko, please do it.
Let's see if they honor your request or not. That's gonna be a little far-fetched, but oh my goodness, the picks are definitely a bit of each other's counter. It's looking quite good while Team CRQ is pushing up a hero. They don't want to come in for a marksman. I have a feeling that this is gonna be a goal lane. Freya definitely works very well scaling wise as well, and team fight wise she is like 10 on 10. So let's see. Oh, this time we've gonna go into the hands along with the katot katsa, that is definitely more important right here.
You had a chance. You had a chance to get that Gatot into your side. The Kalea was banned. Doom's two of the main heroes, Gatot and Kalea, both could have been into your way. Like ban Kalea, pick Gatot kind of thing. But you went for that CC pick, even though you know like the Freya is already picked up. There is no chance to go for the CC. Now this guy is so good with the Gatot. His setups are too great. So you could have traded it out and forced him out to pick that show, or maybe he went to the second phase so that he can go with a high loss, or maybe a Kaza. You could have banned the Rome. Something could have been done, but okay. This is the Grok pick coming out from Kimi here. A Grok against a Gator. The fight will be insane here. And I am kind of surprised that why CRQ doesn't ban out that Grok here. They kind of, I mean, forget it out. They banned the Kalea, they banned the Yuzong, not the Grok. It's more like the respect to Masarap will be a little
Yes.
bit hefty for the side of CRQ because of this Grok pick, because it is in the meta. It's going to give a lot of sets. It's going to play an aggressive game in the early phase. And if it is a broken wall, then you're doomed. Doom.
Let's see if it's gonna be broken walls or not, but 27 will definitely get a respect ban. Now that is definitely there as an Alice, and as you mentioned, with the Katot culture, you definitely need a initiator. So I think they are trying to ban all of those heroes which could quite possibly jump into the jungle as well, or even as a EXP laner. So maybe a Lapu Lapu should be banned though, but no, it's gonna be the Joy. Joy thus gets their first ban right here in this, day. That is definitely crazy. But what are they going to pick though against a YSS? Joy, it's like I was hoping for to see a Joy. What about a Harley, or what is it going to be from CRQ?
They say like the South Asia's one of the top jungler of South Asia is right now in CRQ. And I will say like one of the top micro setting jungler of India, Joseph is in the side of M3 now. So banning out the Joy and Fanny is a total respect for Yahiko, I'll say. But can
Yes.
Joseph do something? Because last time it was a Harley pick Joseph and he fall down there. I mean, obviously this is a team game, 5v5 setup. One man cannot carry the whole game, but still like a Harley. I'm still thinking about it. Yesterday I asked Debbie, therefore I'm thinking about it because I always ask. When I asked Fredo one day, like Van or Joseph, whose Fanny is better? He said me like Van Fanny is right now totally great. So if Van Fanny is great, Joseph Fanny is not so great, then I want a 1v1 Fanny 1v1 between Joseph and Yahiko. Then whoever win, they will gonna do a 1v1 with Van. But let's go into the banning phase. A federal and a greeny ban coming out here. The utilities are getting stopped, getting halted, and there is a Zetian pick coming out. The last onto the mark for Faden. This time, this is into the hand of one last second. It might be a thing that they are thinking. Team Shinshin is going to the gold into the hand of Kyle, while CC is in the hand of Masura.
They might be though, but at the same time, I feel like pushing that into something, on 50-50 chance, I don't think they are going to do. So picking up their own pick, Sora finally coming in. I do want to see a Sora games though. So I do want to see how they are trying to get the team fight up with his ultimates and skills, but at the same time, the Harley jungle is back. Ash.
There is a Sora. And you don't have a counter for a Sora. This is the fun thing to see. Like they don't have a Valentina, they don't have anyone who can counter the Sora in a 1v1 situation. If the CC is going to the EXP, then it will be a little bit hefty for the CC. And now if they're going for something else into the EXP, they are going
Mm-hmm.
for the Valentina. Okay, that means Ishan Chin Jungle, 2 ban West from the side of team TRQ, and the Valentina matchup against Sora. Masura with the Valentina against the Sora. Uh, in the team fight, okay, okay. But in the 1v1 situation, from the very beginning, if you lose out, then this is the do or die setup for Team M3 now. So you need to
Yes.
type it in your mind, my boys.
Is gonna go crazy. Let's see how CRQ tries to take it away in a clean sweep, or is it going to be Marino trying to get into the game number three? Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you into the land of dawn. You guys are watching the match point of CRQ. What are they going to do? It is gonna look good because both the teams are from the upper bracket.
Both the teams are from the upper bracket. 1-0 the score is. There is a lead into the hand of Cruxikim. Early aggression being shown. RA using the revitalizing so fast. The resources got baited down before the turtle. And, like, it's got a big CD of 80 seconds, 70 seconds. So, like, you have to wait for the turtle. I mean, at the turtle time, he will have the revitalize for sure. But for now, they're giving that zone onto the red buff. And there is a team fight coming out. Fading use the flicker. He goes back into the safer zone in the mid. There is the fight for the Leto. And it will be acquired by none other than Team M3 No here. Joseph with the retribution once again working so well.
Look at them. They are trying to make sure the Litho, they will be getting that kind of an advantage with the Litho as well. So this is there. But here at the top lane, they know EXP laners are just not going to go in for the bit of a damage. They will be trying to move around the map as quickly as possible. So what is going to be? How Valentina is going to go towards the turtle? That is what I am kind of curious as of now.
This is the thing with the Valentina. I told you, like the last pick Sora, the Sora was totally open. You went for the CC. For the very first big plan, I mean, very first time, I believe the CC was in the hand of Masara. It was a last moment change. When they saw the Sora, they thought like, okay, Joseph can go with the Ishinshin. and we can go with the Valentina EXP. But like the objective securance, team fight participation in the first 5 to 6 minutes, you will really gonna lack on it. And in the early game accessibility, you have the hero for the early game accessibility. You have the two global ults which can show the vision in the map. You have the Fury of Phoenix, you have the Mono Shocker, but still you will unable. But the Retribution, let's see how it works. The Thundering Strike, Retribution will be worked. Joseph securing the turtle. Kimmy falls down. A one kill into the hand of team CRQ with Masarup going in with the Thundering Strike and getting a kill onto the 27 there. 1-for-1 the score is. Macro sequence done by M3No. Winning the trade here. M3No started so well for them.
That was definitely a well for them, but look at that. This time around, what the teams are really not gonna go for a lot of team fights. If they know that they are don't have enough resources for that, they are backing off. So that is also another good thing. But oh, bottom lane, we know what's gonna be the result right there if Gone just goes in, but he gets cornered down. There you go, a bit of a damage.
On a shocker, cross map play coming in there. Masara falls down on the top side. Now in the butt, they are taking out none other than the Freya. Valkyrie Wrath comes in. He's doing 1v4 for a 10 seconds. Crazy 10 seconds he was doing that 1v4. He's sustained out there as well. Gone. You the best, I'll say, because that was the cross map play. They really wants to trade. Same the trade, but no, it's not gonna happen. It's gone on with the Freya.
Damn, let's go. As of now, they also know the Valentina is just there to pick up the Sora's ultimate, but as of now, Redo, look at him. He's taking down so much damage. Sora just jumps in.
Oh, went for that Shuddering Strike. RWM popping over there, slowing down the pathways, but there you go. There is the tech charge coming in, giving out a beautiful setup. AOG. No, it's got cancelled out. That was the right choice because I believe like Doom shouldn't have went for that engage. Okay, you went for it. Masarap once again falls down. You went for the Valentina. You're going down for 2 times right now. This is not a good case. Without Masarap, I don't believe they will be going for this total. Crazy, and there you go. Gone went for it. There is the cotton coil comes up, finds 2 members. Yahiko got the total here. Valkyrie coming in. Dooms falls down with Kakarot going down into the hand of 27. There you go. It will be a slain onto Kyle. Faden will be the one getting the kill onto the man. And there you go. 5 for 2. There is a 3 kill difference coming in with a slight 1.5k, almost 1.5k goal lead into the hand of CRQ. It is manageable. It is disputable. But at the same time, Pitchy, the early game is going into the hand of CRQ.
That's true. CRQ really playing it quite aggressively. Look at that. There you go. If one last hit did not even had that time to react, to get out of the way. No flicker on his hands as well. But Kyle, though, top lane, he's gonna get a bit of damage from Harley. That is brutal as of now.
And I need to learn the ultimate name of Harley Saber for this man. He's giving me a lot of, like study time for the game. I don't learn these ultimates because we don't see these heroes regularly in the game, but I need to learn this for Yahiko. And there you go, a little bit of setup coming in. The turret falls down on the top side. He got the macro into the hand. This is the play I was talking about Yahiko yesterday as well. This guy is not for the team fights only. He also secured the turret. It's just like Choco Chan's play with Kakarot. He's securing the turtle there, but currently he's kind of having that damage lag due to that team fight setups being won by the side of M3. No, but now can he go for a tech charge? The position is too good though. And look at Doom. He's totally inside the way. 4-man. There is the Shuddering Strike comes up. It will be a bind. Fury of Phoenix into the way. RWM popping up there. Gone falls down in the hand of Joseph. They're going to chase down. And there you go. Another setup from 27. And he's getting a lot of damage though. And he will fall down in the hand of Masarup. 2-man down with Doom in a very bad position. Using the defense as the AOG for the defense. And goes back. But now Faden, he's getting caught down there. Use the flicker though. There is a passive coming in. Somehow 3 members managed to go back after getting a lot of hefty damages, and the total is going freely into the hand of M3 now.
Though he's looking quite low. Gone jumps in and he takes away the kill. Look at, and they're so close taking the turtle as well. But What is it going to be? Looks like Yahigo jumps in at the very right moment. They don't stop. Triple kill already by God. Look at him. Now this is the moment where CRQ will be trying to opening up the map for them. What are they going to do? Mid lane looks quite tasty as well. Bottom lane is definitely gonna go.
He is not gone. He is like, when he's gone, he will come back and will secure the kills. That was the thing. Look at the damage on to one last second. The passive hits. Mega kill for Yahiko. Got the sets. Ari going for the AOG. Disengage. Managed to disengage them out. The turtle into the hand of team CRQ. They got the two turtles. And now look at Gonigon securing another, trying to securing another structure into the bot side. There is a little bit of fight going in the mid side. Faden falls down in the hand of Masurap. He used the ultimate now. He got in a bad position. There is the consolation kills comes and Slaver of HP double 427 mega 4. Gonigon Kakarot falls down. Team CRQ dominating the way in this game. And not only that, they will be securing a tier into the mid to expand the lane as well. A bigger trade's coming out for CRQ and they are not giving any chance to M3 to make their comeback in this duo dice set with a 5k goal lead. They're reigning their terror in the land of Dawn.
They are definitely doing that. Look at them. They are opening up the map as quickly as possible. That is definitely looking good. But at the same moment, they have to make sure to stop the RQ. They are looking very good for a clean sweep. But Marino, though, they have to, let's see. As of now, looking at the replay, Team CRQ has the resources and as well as the damage to jump in the turret and actually takes a lot of resources from them as well. So that is definitely good. But okay, looks like YSS will be spotted by Ali. Ali jumps in and just waits up for a bit of a late ultimate, I would say though.
What was that, Doom? I just saw it, Doom. He can't hide it though. He thought like someone is there. He can give that setup, but he used the AOG for transportation. That was good though. Look at that. They got a red buff there, but it's a time for you to go for that Lord. Did he got? No. Oh, okay. He get it. The fight comes up. Fury of Phoenix. There is a stun. Immune comes up by Joseph. He goes back there. 27 just going in. RA falls down. And now a lot of resources burnt as well. There is the Sundering Strike from Masarab. He finds 27. He falls down into the hand of Yahiko. Unstoppable Yahiko. There you go. Yahiko doing a lot of damage at this moment. He will be using the blink to go back into the safer zone. There is the Valkyrie Wrath coming in. Jump from Gonigon. He goes out onto the 1v3 situation. He got a lot of burst though. He comes back as well. Use the flicker and look at that. There is a bait flicker from Kimi as well. Slaver of HP. It will be an unstoppable for Gonigon. Securing the kill onto Kyle. Slamming him up. And now going for the Lord. Can he do it? Now Faden falls down. Joseph into the way. Monochakra release. He is still surviving. There is the comeback from Kimi and follow up from Masarap as well. I don't feel like they will be going for the Lord here, but still there will be the taunts coming in. Pitchy.
That is definitely true. The taunts will be there. But look at them. The most important time of this match has come. The Lord. There you go. The teams are trying to get into the formation as quickly as possible, trying to zone out members one by one. But Matarap, though, he has to position a bit. They are just waiting for a bit of a set from that. But okay, Lord will be taken up by CRQ very quickly. They're wasting no time. They knew that Kakarot wasn't around, so it was just better. But wait a minute, 1v1, who's gonna win?
You got the answer there. Shut down though, but it was a follow-up from one last second, but we couldn't see the proper 1v1 between Joseph and Yahiko. With a Ishin Shin and Harley, I really don't want to see a 1v1 between these two guys, but that was a nice decision coming out from the Crux Requiem, because the retreat battle is being won by Joseph every time. So if you want the macro securance, just not let Joseph into the Lord zone or to the total zone. Then we can easily have the Lord. They find the Lord into the way. Lord marching on the bot side. The Holy Shield is still there. There is a taunt going in. RA giving out the zone. Mountain Chakra release. RWM popping over there by Faden. Now Joseph in a very bad position. He might got down. Of course, Thundering Strike. 27 diminishing him out. taking him down, sending him to the heaven zone. What a sight to see there. And the Lord marching on to the top side. It will be halted. It will be defended down there. But for how longer? Because all these minion waves are coming in. The turrets are getting destroyed. The tiers are getting secured by the side of Cruxric. And they will be providing the lane pressure soon onto the way of M3 and now they're defending the mid tier 2. There is a fight coming in. The Valkyrie Rat being used. Fury of Phoenix coming in as well. 1v4 situation with the turret damage. RA finds a kill onto Kyle. There is the damage coming in. Muster Up goes in. Shut down onto the Goni gone. And there you go. Not only Goni gone, it will be 27 who will be gone as well. But look at the damage from Faden. My goodness. The immortality popped out, but it will be Joseph falling down into the trap of Yahiko. And he got the kill there with the help of one last second. They finds a kill onto Yahiko, and now with the help of the Faden, Yahiko just written the gift to Joseph.
Sora, oh my god. I think leaving Sora open and letting CRQ take it away, it is definitely a mistake. Look at that. There is just so much setup coming up from CRQ as of now. And as well as they have a lot of diving as well, but Mazara has to go back. AOG on his face.
Okay, if that was a taunt, he could have gone down, but now there is a beautiful setup coming in. A raise being done by Gonigon, but he doesn't find the kill. Mountain Shocker release. The zones comes in. Look at the burst coming in out from Joseph. He goes back as well. He will not gonna go for a fight at this moment. There is a hefty goal lead of 3k. It will be dissipated soon. We are entering into the late game in just 3 minutes, and after that, the goal lead doesn't matter because all the items will be built from each and everybody. So I believe in this 3 minutes, if some trades can be earned by M3 then we might gonna see something else in this game. But there is the tech charge might be coming out. The wall just got popped up. It will be Kyle going in. Faded falls down. Master Up onto the way, as well as 27 got down. Killing spree shut down. A heavy trade coming in. 2 for 2, and now it is 3 for 2. Double kill for Goni. Triple kill for Goni. Can he go for the maniac? Joseph goes in, finds Yahiko. Mountain Shocker release. Can it be a maniac? He's chasing down Joseph. Flavor of immune used. No, he can't save himself. He doesn't got the maniac for the time being, but he managed to wipe out the whole squad of M3 and will be taking the solo lord, demonstrating the statement. CRQ for the win. CRQ for the clean sweep.
Oh my god, this really feels like a bit of a deja vu from the first match itself. Look at them. As of now, they will be having to clear the lord as quickly as possible. I do see. Oh, he's trying to take it away, but looks like, even without Yahiko, they managed to take it on their hands. CRQ with the lord advantage. What are they going to do now? Gonigon, though, he knows he's waiting for the Gator Kacha for a very good set. In every single team fight, we have seen Array making those calls so that Gonigon will be getting those kills. But okay, wait a minute, they're not going in. They know the Lord's jumping in, but AOG could drop in any minute.
Lord coming in, Lord marching down to the bot side, and look at that bot turret. I feel pity for that bot inhibitor. It's not there. It's vanished. It's totally vanished, but the whole crew of M3 trying to defend this Lord at any cost, because they need to do it. This is a duo that they need to win this, but one slam and the inhibitor falls down. Nemesis open for the side of Cruxricum. Into the mid, they're giving that pressure. Lord in the base at this moment. Yahiko goes in. Mountain Shocker release. The zone comes out. Fury of Phoenix as well. There is the stun. The inhibitor falls down in the mid as well. They open all the channels and onto the top. Oh my goodness. Kyle finds a kill onto 27 at this moment. There is the Sundering Strike. IMU being used, but Master Up, he will be deleted down by Yahiko. Easily, Holy Crystal being acquired by one last second. He wants more magic penetration. Yahiko, he got caught up. He's getting those damage though, the taunts though. But now Kyle with a Yo-Yo Blaze. Clearing out the minions. There is a setup coming in. Doom goes in there, giving out damage, but he got caught down as well. Goni gone, will be gone. Double kill, a shutdown as well onto Goni. And there you go. There's a little bit of damage. He used the ultimate as well. The Yo-Yo Bleed's coming in. He do have the blink, therefore he doesn't care about it. But look at that. Beautifully outplayed. No! Kyle with the outplay. Kyle with the kill. He found the killing spree. This match is insane. If it is one time into the hand of Cruxricum, The next time you will see M3 now dominating the way. Mountain Shocker release. Joseph going in. Can he go for a big kill? Okay, he got a lot of damage though. He got stunned out there as well. Onto the mid. There is a fight going in. 27 in between four members. Can he sustain out? No, he can't. It will be one last second. Giving out the final blow. Securing the kill onto him. They were going into the mid rush. They will be securing the first tier in the mid. Lane expansion happened. They want the trade into their way, but they will be retaliating back because of the lane pressure, because of the damage has been done onto their base. The inhibitors falls down, and it will not be easy with all the inhibitors goes down to, go for those fights, because the lane pressure will be there, Pitchy.
That is definitely there. Look at them. As of now, M3 Reno is also making sure to get a comeback onto their hands. They are also making sure that they want to get the game, but Sorado, okay, has another plan.
Okay, he went in for the fight there. IMU being used, double kill for Joseph. He went for a triple at this moment. Can he get it? There is a chance to get him, but they are still fighting up. Immortality popped up there, and it will be a mega wing secured by Kyle just before the Lord. Not a good decision from the side of Team CRQ. Gamble it out and got three man down in the process. Now the minions going in. They're not interested into the Lord. They're going with the mid rush. The second tier falls down. They're going for the inhibitor at this moment. But look at the ultimate! Sundering strike! That was a quite unbelievable ultimate, but it will be
Look at
checking out
it.
27 with Gonigon as well. The whole squad got wiped out, and the comeback has been happened from the very verge of end. Team Memtrino finds their win to the base, and they will be taking it to the third game decider. The Heaven's Call is here, guys. Incredible dramatic ending of this game number 2 by Team M3 securing the spot onto the second game, merging the score into 1-1 and taking it to the next level of third game decider. Who will be winning this? One moment, the heart got stopped because it was Team CRQ on the verge of end, but now it's just got ended. The table got turned, and it is Team M3 for the win.
What just happened? There was like a lot going around, and suddenly the base just ended. That wipeout was so perfect that they made sure to get the same kind of gameplay as in with the last first game that we have seen. So again, crazy plays from M3 as well. I think Harley's snowball really jumped up at got closed off at the very wrong moment for them.
That was not needed at all. You cannot go for a gamble at the Lord when you are in a better position. Like, you went for a 3v5 while your two of the main setup or damage dealer are not present there. You look at Gonigon. He was there on the top side. Look at 27. He was in the mid. He was not even joining the team fight, and you were going without seeing it. It was a blunder from the side of team CRQ, I believe. They lost the game in which they were absolutely winning. And this was a proper cinema. And what a setup's been done by Joseph in the last moment. He also, he played so well. He played so calm, so in so disciplined way that I will say, like, from the very beginning it was brawl server, but in the end, that one set which was needed for the side of M3, they're waiting for it. They get it. They defended two lords and without taking a lord. That was a nice decision. I don't know who is the IGL, because when Joseph is playing, he's the IGL. If he's the IGL, if he said that thing like, let's not go to the Lord. Let's just finish it up. We can manage Goni. We can manage 27. Even though four man got caught into that ultimate of Shundering Strike from 27. He finds them. He took them inside the tier, but the damage was so less, and Goni was not present. If Goni was present, things could have been different.
Definitely. But look at that. Timmy picks up the MVP, the most valuable player with 78% of skill participation. That is definitely a lot when you are a tank, and that's how it should be. And damage taken 32%. That works very well as you are the Grok, not exactly a front lane tanker as well. But 1317, my goodness, the setup really came through very well. And that comeback though, that comeback was again a very crazy one.
That was good. Joseph for the win, and Kimi for the MVP, guys. Last game it was 27's game. This game it is Kimi's game. Kimi's getting the MVP with a 78% kill participation, 10% damage deal, and a freaking 32% damage deal. This was, I mean, damage taken. That was so insane by him. Everywhere present, everywhere getting slammed up by the CRQ members. But in the end, the result is for you. You won the game, took the game into the third game decider, giving CRQ a heart-stopping moment as well. I mean, where was the fault? Is it the Harley Jungle? Is it Goni not present in that team fight? Is it going for the Lord in a not in a good manner? Is it Doom not giving that proper zone in that Lord fight? Or is it 27 being late to join the fight? Or is it everything onto Faden because he was not doing the way he do the things? But doesn't matter. The third game is proceeding, Pitchy. As you know that two games already over. We know all these drops, all these cards has been revealed out from both these sides. So this time there will be a lot of respect bans. But before we goes into the next game, that is the third game decider, I really want all of you to subscribe our channel, share the stream to your friends, let them know that Jutsu Game is cooking something in our Indian Moba 55 community scene. This is the Indian Championship Series powered by Jutsu Gaming, our sponsored AOC tech partner, and obviously powered by Vista Games as well. Entering into the third game, if you really wants to get more info about our tournaments and about other tournaments featured by Jutsu Gaming, just follow up our Instagram handle so that all the infos will be there in time in front of you. But this is the game number three. CRQ got the second pick. That means M3 no have a chance to get that Ishinshin once again into their hand. Ishinshin respect or Fanny respect once again.
Fanny is definitely going on a three-strike ban. I feel like that's gonna come right here on either of the sides. That's gonna be there. But other than that, of the Freya, the Yuzhong, the Grok, the Kalea. I think opening up the Grok as well as the Sora was definitely a mistake, despite having a bit of a squishy heroes onto the side of the M3. No, they still managed to win up the game. They still managed to, to give the counters. Whenever I see a Valentina, it is, 90% of the times it's just forced. Like, there's something onto their enemy that you wanna copy. You pick up a Valentina. The same case with the Sora as well. When CRQ picked up a Sora, it was definitely a forced pick right there. And despite that, still Emprino rose up to the top. So that is also another good thing. And as we were mentioning, Zayton out of the way. Fanny also, and this time around, the Berkshire is also sticking around with Fanny as well.
Yeah, every time we see the first ban, it's a Bakshia. But when you are seeing like Yahiko in front of you, you're gonna see the first ban onto the Fanny. The Jushin got out as well. I mean, the Jushin will be out as well from the second team because obviously you don't want the Jushin to get open. But what about this Zetian ban? Like two games we saw the Zetian doing hell out of a ride because in the first game it was Faden, in the second game it was one last second, and the setups was totally fine with the Fury of Phoenix. And in that last fight, if you'll actually see the Fury of Phoenix and the tech charge combo was insane, and that was the moment when the three members got caught in red-handed and got down, and the whole game got changed from winning the game, from in the verge of ending the game in their base by taking two lords, to making the comeback by the side of M3, giving us a thriller experience in the second game and giving us the third game decider in this BO3 series. The last fan, Chushin, no doubt.
My goodness. The band really screams how they are just going to, get respect bans on each other. And that is pretty much very good given the fact that you want to make sure to get all those heroes onto the banning section. You don't want them open. The first two matches were enough of a, a lesson for you. So, yep, this game around, what is it going to be? The first pick into the hands of M3? No. In the first match, they were onto the blue side. So this time around, what are they? Oh, they're going for the same kind of a pick.
Of course, the Ishan Chin. I mean, you're getting the result with the Ishan Chin game. Why not you go for the Ishan Chin? And you are going to play the mind of Team CRQ. They lost two bans, if you remember, like getting that Sora, banning out that Predrin as well as the Bakshia, not the Bakshia, someone into the jungle, I believe. It might be the Joy, not the Joy. Someone, I just forget the ban though, in the last match. The last two bans from CRQ, but they lost it out because in the end, the Ishan Chin was in the jungle and there was a Valentina from Masarap. Even though Masarap was getting a lot of times got down by that Sora, but still, they won the game. The result was totally fair and square for M3. And now look at that. Hilda from Doom. That was a quick pick from Doom here. He wants the Hilda into his hand. Lack of CC, but they really wants the early game into their hand. They really want to go for the aggressive play. I believe Joy might be a thing in this game for Yahiko.
Highly possible, or unless he picks up the Harley again. Hey, two games Harley, so why not make it to the three? There could be
Two
a
game
possible.
Eastern team.
Yep,
Yeah,
make it, they made it to three games, so why not with the same streak? But onto the same note, there's a pitiful crowd control into the hands of Antorino, and they are focusing more on the team fights, which is also another good thing. Now for the majors, though, I do want to see Kimi pick coming up as well onto the mid lane. Might be serving them very good onto the sides of Antorino. Maybe, maybe not.
that was quick. That was quick pick from a glue. I mean, yesterday 27 was cooking with that glue, and now he's again back with that glue. We don't see usually a glue in the EXP unless it is 27 on the
Yeah.
EXP. There's the ban onto the Harry. The respect, total respect for Kyle here. If you are going to ban the Granger, I'm more happy because he loves to spam that Granger in the goal as well. We got the Ishin Shin, but I'm not sure if they will go for two picks in this game. But somehow he can do that because they have a lot of sustain right now with the heal. There's the Uranus as well as the Kalia into the hand of M3. Two bans coming out. M3, what can they go for? The jungle is totally open. They can respect that Joy out or respect that Harley out. Who knows? No, they're banning out the Greenie. Okay, the Greenie was the one in the last game also. CRQ banned the Greenie as well as the Fedrin in the last two bans.
Brethren, understandable. One of the heroes that Joseph also plays very well. Like he farms up to a point where he could actually one-shot those heroes. So I would love to see that game again, but I don't think that's going to be possible as it could be banned and up onto the other side they still have one ban. But CRQ though banning up the marksmen, they are going in strong. They know that they might be going in more tanky, so taking out the carry is also another good thing. Now carry is out of the way. What of the marksman? There's no Harriet as well. The Granger could be there, but against a Lord, I am not sure. Like 1v1 situation, both have like 50-50 chance, but it depends on how Granger farms up as well. Needs a bit of stacks, but on top of that needs team's help. Here you guys though, if we are looking at a marksman, they are going to match their energy as well. Gonna pick up a marksman. I'm fairly leaning towards the Ranger as of now, but what is it? Oh no, Harley finally.
Yeah, I told you, like when I saw the blue and Hilda, I find like I thought like Yahiko might go for that Joy pick here. He have the setups, he can burst them out with a magic penetration, and I believe Yahiko is serious, Pichi, for this game number three. He really wants to stay in that upper bracket. Doesn't want to go and get into the lower bracket because there is a monster down there in the lower bracket, Godel. And you really don't want to face him up in any of the match of low bracket. So you really want your rights to get finished here in this upper bracket so that you can easily go to the finals. There you go. The last two picks comes up. It's a Sora with the Lunox. Some
Very good
fiery pick
picks.
from the side of team M3. No, they want to burst. They want the crowd control. And there is a lot of crowd control if you will see. Pitchy. There is the Kalea, there is the Sora, Sustain, Uranus, a proper early to mid comp from the side of team M3. No,
Agreed. And on top of that, CRQ not forcing up a Valentina pick, they know they could do something with the Karita. The Karita, also another very good pick, can disrupt the tank. The EXP laner can create a bit of a time with her skills. So that is definitely looking quite good. Now, I love how there's no force pick, there's no exact counters as well. It's just gonna be all raw fights that's just gonna happen. So curious to know what is going to happen. Third match, the energy is definitely intense from both of these teams. And now it only depends on how they take it towards the late game, where because it is quite important on how they stand during the mid to the late. Early game also dictates a bit, but in this kind of a situation where all the teams are kind of dependent on items, I feel like that's just gonna give it a bit pause towards the early game.
of course. And let's see, like Kadita, like I don't like it. I believe like maybe a Farsa could have been a thing, but maybe because of the Lunox pick, they really doesn't want that Farsa into their hand. But fade in with the Kadita, okay, let's see how it goes. He's so good with those Farsa Eve Zetian kind of mage, but aggressive kind of mage, I don't see Faden that much doing efficiently good with those picks. Let's see, the last pick comes up, and we are entering into the game, and it might be like a game of Team CRQ or maybe a game of Team M3. No, do that for both of them. Whoever wins will stay in the upper bracket, and whoever lose will directly welcome themselves into the lower bracket, and the monster is there. So let's see how it goes for both these sides.
Let's see. Curious to know what will happen as of now. I think there's a bit of a pause from either of the side. They are trying to strategize maybe because the picks is something that it's just there. But let's see. Now let's see what we will be having. Bit there's gonna be a bit of lot that's gonna be happening into the team fights as well because one both of the sides are fairly towards those team composition, team fight to composition. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's go into the land of dawn.
Into the lineup down for the game number 3, especially the main game for teams. They really want both the teams wants to win this game. This is the match point for both of them. This is the do or die for both of them. This is the ultimate of for both of them.
Let's see. I think EXP lane, they're just trying to, cut the lanes as quickly as possible. But they have to make sure where the jungler is. So, oh, wait a minute. Doom, though, very aggressive on Kakarot. Look at them. Looks like Lito will be secured into the hands of CRQ, trying to give that advantage. But let's see. Let's see. Oh, looks like we will be having a bit of a technical issues. So don't worry, guys. We'll be right back. And yep, we are back just quite early on. And with that, now that the teams are just, making sure to get their farms up, I feel like the first blood we will be seeing would be around the turtle. So let's see if that's going to be the case because there is a few seconds left. The so the mid lanes are not level 4. Faden though might be getting targeted, a bit of a stun on his head. And on top of that, it is into the hands of Kakarot who's looking quite low along with Kimmy who gets, that would be Yahiko with the triple kill. And into the early game, getting that triple is definitely crazy.
Crazy for real because that was a quick one from Yahiko with a triple, and now Cruxicum started so well. I told you, like they will have the early game for themselves. Like team, because of that Hilda pick, of course, they won that aggression from the very beginning, and they are really doing it. So there is a pause coming in. It might be a technical glitch from the side of M3, no, because I believe like Crux Recom are doing so good at this moment, so they really don't need that pause coming in. Or in the words of SM Bhai, I always say that it's a strategic timeout. You're making out the
Oh,
strategies to how to counter or how to take on this game number three for yourself.
yep, that could be the case as well. If that's the case, that really looks quite good. Given the fact that both the teams are just, gave a bit of a snowball into the hands of Yahiko. So that is going to be a bit of a problem as well. So let's see how they are trying to, navigate themselves. Now the Lords, not the Lord, but the Turtle will be up with the Turtle, these teams will have to make sure to get that turtle into their hands. Crux Requiem already having that advantage onto their hands, so they do have a chance. But at the same time, what about the chance into the hands of M3? No, no, no. Are they gonna go in for a bit of a clutch?
Yeah, they're planning it kind of like that, like the planning is to uh, give that proper setups to their goal laner, but at the same time, like if Kyle is getting those setups for himself, if he's getting the damages, he might be a problematic one for the side of CRQ. So you need to stop Kyle as well. Because in the late game, if you'll see in the last one, the CC was the one giving out the proper setups with the curtain call. At the same time, the Fury of Phoenix was coming in. So they just somehow copied the draft of Team CRQ and played it well. It's just instead of the Gatot Kacha, they got the tech charge. Instead of the AOG, they got the tech charge as a because Kimmy went for the Grok. This time also you need to take care of Kyle, otherwise it would be not be a great case. But it is
Yeah.
more like a slip of hand or a throw or a blunder from the side of CRQ. Otherwise, we would have been casting the second BO3 of the night because that was a game of CRQ. They lost it out. Team M3 won the game, and now we are back into the third game decider. But the very start of this game with a triple kill into the hand of Yahiko on a Joy is not at all a good case because he took the Joy in a serious mode with a Hilda out there for the early game aggression invasion as well, and they do have the Kadita. So I do not see uh, Faden with a Kadita a lot of times, but if his team get the spike, get the goal from the very beginning, if they will get the items, turtles, everything in their way, and there will be a easy, like easy game for Faden with the Kadita. And he can easily take out one last second if the brilliance is out, if the brilliance is on CD.
I mean, he has to wait it around the cooldown, so that's going to be the case as well. So let's see how they will be trying to manage that kind of gameplay, because Kadita's setup really is important. And on
Yeah.
top of that, the other members, how they will be trying to get it. And into the, like, just before Yahiko took the triple kill, we were just saying how they were trying to mark down the Kadita, but that was clearly a bait, and they just fell into it. So that is also another thing that a Marino M3 really has to look out for. So let's see what are they going to do. There's going to be a bit of a technical issue, so don't worry, we'll be right back. The matches are going to be going on fine. So let's wait and watch for that. But until then, you guys can actually make your predictions as well coming into the game number three. I'm pretty sure you guys did not expect the comeback from M3 Reno into the last match. So this match, are they gonna go for something like a similar gameplay, or are we gonna see a bit of a lot of aggression from the side of team CRQ?
Yeah, they really wants to win the early game so that the mid to late will not be a problematic one, just like the last one. Because in the last game, if you remember, it was a 50-50 from the early phase. Then in the mid, it was totally CRQ's game. Late was also CRQ's game. It just got slipped from their hand in a very steady manner. But for now, if CRQ can do something, I believe like they need to secure those macro objectives, the turtles into their hand, and also like the lords. Because if they're losing one of them, it might cost the lead, because the lead they're setting at this point with the four kills in their hand, triple in the hand of Aiko, they need to like constantly maintain it out throughout the game. Otherwise, in the mid game, there will be the spike into the hand of team M301. They might gonna take out the game for them. Who knows?
So let's say what's gonna happen. There's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of comebacks on the notes as well. So I am curious to see. But other than that, so far, it's just looking very good into the hands of CRQ. The early game, I think, with Yahiko taking down triple kill, worked out very well. But Joy, when it comes to like a minute, as in 11, 12, a lot later than 11, 12, maybe during the 14 to the 15 minutes, the Joy starts losing the power of making those plays. Now, as you know, the early game, you don't have items, you don't have as damage as you were expecting, so the Joy does cover it up, as it's a bit of an early game jungler as well, so early hero. So that's the scenario that we are seeing. So that's why Yahiko is just making advantage of that, and is just making sure that they are going in quite aggressively as well. And with that aggressiveness, they are definitely getting there. But it all depends on the how the match progresses. It all depends on the mid game, in my opinion, Ash.
Yep. I'm really sorry about it. I was actually having a technical glitch. But talking about it, I mean, the match will progress the way it is. But having the, like Alice ban, Yuzong ban, that was quite good because they really don't want Master Up to use his comfort here.
Yes.
And at the same time, like the Ishan Shin pick for 3 times in a row, that to this time against a Joy, I'm not sure that it's gonna work the way it is.
So let's see
Okay,
what
as
will.
we are getting notified that the game will take a little bit more time because of the technical glitch and issue. It will be resolved soon. Till then, we'll take a short break. We'll be come back soon into the game. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned as with us because we'll be coming back soon. And open up your chips packet, guys. We're coming back. Okay, back into the game once again after the technical issue got resolved. Here we are, guys. The score is same though, 4-0 at this moment. But what?
That's true. That's true.
Okay,
And okay, looks like we are gonna go in for a bit of a break once again.
yeah.
And
The
okay.
2-2 that got resolved. There is a constant defeat. It might be a thing like we're again starting the game. I believe like a restart or maybe a redraft. We're not sure about it. We'll
Yeah.
be talking to the referee and the organizers about it, and we'll be letting you guys know soon. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Stay there, guys. Third game is yet to come.
And with that, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Back again. Oh, it's on to the third match. Let's see what is going to be. Looks like there was a bit of a server issue in the Mumbai server, so don't worry. It is all fixed now, and we will be having a bit of a restart. That means the team players are going to pick the same picks, and they are going to battle it out once again, right from the minute one. Let's see what is it going to be. So far, Yahiko did get the triple kill. It's just all gonna go for nothing, man. That is really unfortunate. But let's see how they will be trying to play once again.
Yeah, he goes triple kill, gone. And we are entering into the game once again, guys. 1
Yeah.
1, the score is a do or die setup for both the teams. They need to win this match if they really want to stay in the upper bracket. And they lose, they will be getting a welcome into the warmest welcome, I'll say, into the lower bracket because Gordel is waiting there. But for now, I believe there will be no triple kill, but there will be that early game aggression being shown by Doom or the core. They might not gonna go for it because it could be anticipated if the same strategy will be played after the restart.
That's true. No, we will be getting the same, but so far, we have been just seeing how just around the turtle, they were going for a bit of an aggression, and that's how Yahiko was getting the snowball. So this match, if he is gonna get or not, I am curious to know. But on to the same note, let's see. Let's see. Mid lane, there's a lot going around.
Yep, a little bit of poke going around there, but they need to go back safely. They really don't want to take up the fights. They're waiting for the turtle to come up, and they might gonna take a fight at the turtle zone. Then the neutral objective will be out there. But this game is really gonna be an insane game because we all know like Team Crux Requiem, they played so well in the last game, but they slip it out. Mounted Shocker release. Kimi went for the aggressive move. There is a knockoff comes in, and first blood being secured by Yahiko. Same approach, same intent. Yahiko with a fiery start for the side of Crux Requiem, and now they're going on to Masarap. He's getting a lot of damage. He's on to the Uranus. He got the reason there. But without the retreat holder, easy turtle being coming out for the side of Crux Requiem right now.
That's true. That's true. And on top of that, the turtle is up as well now. Uranus is already there, making sure that the team will be having enough manpower and also enough vision for them. So that is definitely looking good. But at the same time, they'll have to wait it out. They'll have to get to level 4 very quickly, while Glue is not level 4 in compared to Mazharab. So that's definitely going to be a bit of a problem.
Time for the turtle. Joseph in the zone at this moment. Can he go for the retribution? Electrifying beast just got used. Alright, falls down. Turtle being slain into the hand of Yahiko. Now there is a very bad position for Faden. He goes back. Get the stun. Masarap chasing him up. There is the stun comes up. Rough webs being used, but now okay, the flick got baited as well. There's a split pit coming in. They managed to save themselves, but at a cost of a lot of resources being baited down by the side of Cruxikum, EXP laner and the mid.
That's true. That's true. The score is 1-1 on the kill board, while both the teams are up for a bit into the fight into the bot.
Okay, he went for the grab though. Now 3 members will wet when this grab will be ending. But in that way, they're giving a lot of damage to the 27, and there you go. 27 falls down. 2 for 1. The score is. I'll say M3 did a good start.
Definitely a good start. That was quite unfortunate for how they are ganking up the EXP lane quite early on, and with that they are trying to get
Look at
advantage.
Vaden.
Wait a minute, there you go.
He was doing that emoting there. Kakarot somehow managed to know. And with the retribution, he finds the red. Electrifying bits comes up. There is a tsunami slam coming in as well. Masarov chasing down Yahiko. The rock is being used. Flavor of HP. He finds his way back. Kimi falls down by Doom there with the power of wildness. 2 for 2 the score is. There's a slam coming in, but still Masarov will be safe.
There you go. They just made the score 2-2 as well. This is definitely crazy coming in. Faden, onto the other hand, if he starts making up his Sky Pierces, I'm pretty sure he's gonna mark down. And he's also marking down, but into the mid lane, Kyle will be taken down. Gone. Such a close escape. That is also another good thing, but TRQ, they are going for another advantage right before the second turtle.
Of course, and now it's time for when the fight was approaching. There, we saw the Doom falling down. Doom was the one distracting the whole team of M3 during the turtle fight. If the same strategy will be done, I don't believe team M3 will be falling for it because a turtle for the roamer is not at all a good trade. But there you go, the fight comes in. Faden falls down. He got trapped down by 4 members, and there you go, Masterab right now going for the chase onto the 2 members, and an easy turtle comes out for M3 without any contest.
With Faden down, Requiem really understood that they cannot go in for a bit of a flank that they were waiting for. and they just automatically gave up the turtle. I'm not liking how the farm's just going in their, hand of the opponent's team, but okay. Flickering out of the way, fade and thus gets interrupted by the Uranus. Now, Uranus though, really quick, quickly to rotate, but okay. This is what I was talking about. If Khadita can play it very, strategically with the timing, how they don't have the flicker, how they don't have the brilliance, she can get those kills, and she's actually making quite an advantage of that.
Of course, played in with the Kadita. We don't see that much aggression from him, but he is giving that setups. He's waiting for in the bush, waiting for the perfect moment to come up so that he can actually burst out the Lunox or Kakarot as well. Joseph. At this moment, Joseph, look at him. Yeah, he might gonna go for that attack here. They're waiting for the proper positioning at the red buff. Mountain Shocker is still there in his hand. I mean, will coming soon into his hand, but level 10, Ish and Shin with a level 10 Joy, farming up so fast at this 7 minutes of the game, Pitchy. I believe like team M3No is doing great as well. 3-4-4. Turtle is like 1-1 as well. The score is 1-1 as well. So it's a 50-50 in this game number 3 for both the
Yep.
sides.
Both the sides are really playing it very cautiously, just making sure to not make the same mistakes that they have made in the previous games. Now, as you know, the game's going a little bit faster. Look at them, alright, moving around the map, giving up as much as vision possible. They need that, but the only thing that from M3, is not getting it, and Uranus though.
Mountain Shocker once again release the knockout corner, comes in there. There will be the stun as well. 27 falls down before the turtle, and now there might be an easy turtle. Okay. Oh my goodness, Maiden. He got caught in the hand. Tsunami slam, but he somehow finds his back. But no, Kyle chases him, down him as well. One last second falls down into the hand of Yahiko. Yahiko goes in with the rhythm of joy. He's going for the damages. They can't give it out there. Thundering strike, Kyle. Sliver of HP for Goni. Goni will be gone there. And kill will be accumulated by Masarap. Without Goni gone, it not be easy to take out the turtle. Mountain Shocker released, Rhythm of Joy used. He goes back there. Are we gonna go for a contest? No. Second turtle for the side of M3, no. And the third turtle got resolved.
CRQ really showed a bit of aggression right there. They were literally trying to occupy the river areas so hard, but in that manner they lost three members. That is definitely a lot of players sacrifice just for one. M3, they played it very well. They are relying on Kimmy. They are relying on Kyle as well. This time not deploying a marksman against a marksman. I think this is a very well decision, but oh, there goes the vision. Karita with that skills.
Yeah, there goes the vision. So do like losing. I told you, like losing out the turtles will not be a better thing in this game number 3 because you nearly need the early game aggression. Monoshocker release. Somehow Masaraf got that follow up from Joseph and finds his way back into the safer side at a perfect timing onto the top side. They really wants the tier to be into their hand. Gone gone coming in, but there will be the rhythm of joy first.
Okay, okay. So far the map is really into the hands of M3. No, but they'll have to, start spreading out because the tier 3 turrets are still standing strong, but at the same time, Yariko though is getting in a bit of a damage from Kyle. That is there, but Sora's biggest enemy is just not any hero, it's just the turret. Did you just see how much the turret did damage to Kyle than Yahiko?
Yeah, yeah, of course. Because I mean, that's the thing I was talking about. Like when you are in a joy, you have a lot of mobility. You can easily goes in, burst them out, comes out as well. At this moment, the item sections look at it as well. That is a, I mean, you can see the Uranus with a radiant armor. He's really, I mean, building himself as well as the Oracle. I mean, look at that two magic defense heal again for Yahiko's joy, so that his team will not get burst out with the magic penetration.
The first Lord coming in. It's totally a macro play, not a brawl server. They're really waiting for the proper setup, proper Lord fight. Then they will go for it. But there is the wilderness coming in. Turret got destroyed down as well. Tsunami Slam comes up. Mountain Shocker released as well. Sliver of HP. Use the flicker. Kyle falls down with the rock waves coming out by Fade in there. Sliver of HP for Gone. He falls down by Masarap. Killing spree coming out for Yahiko. Kimi falls down there. He got his lane and now chasing down 27, finds a kill onto one last second. Consolation kill, mega kill for Ishinshin, instant redemption. There you go. Now it's a 2-4-3 situation and recalling back into the base for the health. RA, he survives the attack. Rhythm of Joy coming in with the electrifying base. They're cutting the hand onto Joseph, but somehow he immunized himself. Goes back into the safer side. Will he go for the Lord?
That was almost a wipeout, but look at that, the Lord's being contested as of now. Yaiko will have to time it very, very well. Doesn't have the ultimate, but Ray though does makes an attempt. Buys a bit of a time, but
Of course. Buys a bit of a time, and now the Lord will be reset once again. They really don't want to go for the Lord fight. Even though they have a chance to go for the Lord, but still, like, without RA, they really don't want to contest it out because, like, Kakarot is still there. He can go for the Retribution, but now Kakarot is interested on it. He comes in there. Yahiko is not a... Oh, my goodness. An easy Lord for the side of Team M3 now. The grab has already been done, but he's taken away inside the tier. He needs to reset it out. He's getting a lot of damage from the turret, and now he falls down with the final blow given by one last second. 4v1 situation. 27 falls down. Zone comes in as well. The recall. Yahiko waiting for the proper setup, but then it was a lot which got accumulated from the side of team M3 no, because he was not in the zone. That was the main problem. We were all waiting for him to go for the victory battle, but he was not in the zone, and because of RA was absent. Tsunami Slam used, Mounted Shocker coming in the way. Rough Waves, my goodness, can he target him out? No, Faden will be the one getting down as well. Mid tier 2 falls down. Lord marching into the mid side. Electrifying bits about to come. 3-stack onto the way. They're marking it out. They're bursting out the Lord inside the inhibitor. They managed to defend their inhibitor in the mid. But out of the top side, the tier 2 is about to fall. Gone, and 27 really wants to save him up. They're trying to do it so, but they can't. The tier 2 will be easily secured by Kakarot, and M3 no will be racing forward with the aggressive setups. And this time, Cruxricum is not looking in a good position, Pichi. But there you go, the Sundering Strike comes up. It is a start from Masarap. Now, not Masarap, Kyle. Then they just goes back as well because the minion flows is totally out of the hand. But at this moment, do you think Cruxricum can make their comeback?
oh, there is a chance, though. There is a chance, but at the same time, CRQ is struggling a bit with the neutral resources as of now, with the Lord and with how they are positioning towards the river side. So that is definitely a problem. But on to the other hand, M3 no though, they have reached towards the inhibitor very easily with one just Lord. And that Lord really signifies how they are ready for the second Lord and try to take down the crystal as well. So let's see. M3 no trying to spread out as quickly as possible. The same goes for CRQ as well. Doom, I think he was just trying to buy time before the Lord, and if he just sticks, but he needs a backup though. I mean, he alone cannot make anything much as of now, given the fact that there's just like a lot of damage going on onto the side of Emtrino, be it Uranus as well. So let's see who are they trying to target now.
Yeah, they might go for Masarap because he's the one really getting all those damages, dissipating all those damages from himself. 27 went for the grab situation onto Kimi. That was not a good choice, I will say. But now the Lord coming in, Kimi really have a full potential to carry out the Faden or maybe Yahiko with the Tsunami Slam. But what just happened? Faden little bit aggressive move, overextending over there in the mid and falls down as well. But now the team fight comes up. Monoshock release. They're going, chasing down. Sliver of HP. Flicker has to be baited. But what just happened with the way on to 27? Joseph falls down into the hand of Goni Gon. That was never a good choice. Your retreat holder is down. The Lord is up there. Cruxricum is about to secure the slot. The 4 members are still into the way. They're fighting it out. Masaraf zoning them out for now, but he's getting a lot of damage as he goes back as well. There's a conceal play comes up, but it's not going to happen in the way. Lord being started from the side of Cruxricum. Can they manage to take it out? There is the grab coming in onto Kyle. He's using the Sundering Strike. He's getting a lot of damage. There you go. He got vanished by Goni Gon. And now there will be the easy Lord. Joseph totally behind. He can't come. He can't retreat out. Easy Lord for the side of Team Cruxricum. And now the Blazing Duet comes up. Killing spree for Goni Gon. Masra in a way. Joseph joins the team fight. Mountain Trucker release. There you go. 27 falls down with a beautiful setup onto one last second. He got down as well. It's a 3-for-1 trade. And look at the damage from Goni Gon. Sliver of HP. Kimi, can he do something? He went for the ditch. But there you go. There is the BMI play. The outplay comes up by Goni Gon. There was a second. Team Marino was doing so great, but now the whole game is changed. Cruxricum once again online. Back to the power. Back to the setups. Back to the game. Rough Whips being used. Kakarot falls down in the Faden trap. There is a recall spamming from Faden. They're getting the turret damage, but doesn't matter. It will be the rhythm of driving used. Minions standing in the hallway of inhibitors. And there is a lead onto the turrets because they find a tier 2 on the top side. Not a single inhibitor has been touched from the side of Cruxricum as well as Marino. The Lord marching in. Pitchy. Can they do it? Can they finish it up this time?
Let's see. Both the sides are really playing it out very quite aggressively. Look at that. There you go. A frozen blazing duet comes in. The turrets just falling down one by one. Hemi falls down as well. Now the base is quite wide open while 3 members are down from the side of Team Marino. There goes Sora as well. Dealing so much damage. Goni Gon already gone back to the base. It's a double kill, but the glue still not stopping. Doesn't have enough damage. Doesn't have enough damage to take down the HP, but he is still trying to get there. Kakarot though, there you go. He already
Okay, he really wants to go for the attack here. Electrifying Fist coming in. Masarab in a very bad position. He's using the ribbon lines, but he will be taken down. Godlike for Yahiko. What a way, but he got down as well. The Shuddering Strike immortality pops out. Shut down Avon Kyle in the way. Killing spree. Double kill. Can it be a triple? 27 is getting chased down by Joseph right now. He's getting the damage. Immune comes up. He wants a heal, but he can't do it. A wipeout. A total wipeout. 5-man wipeout for Cruxricum. Marino back into the game with a comeback from Kyle. There was the burst onto Masarab, but in the way, 3-man down with Cruxricum with Marino making their way back into this game, defend their base with all the inhibitors going down. Somehow this game is going deep into the late.
My goodness. The way that the teams are just going in for the wipeouts is definitely crazy. I love how they are going in all in for those team fights, which is also playing it out for CRQ. I feel like the front lane is really lacking. Even though there's Doom who's just playing as the front laner, he's just taken down quite early on. And if he's taken down first, the other members cannot initiate. The other members cannot go in as they have to sacrifice themselves as well. But okay, there you go. Looks like Brilliance will be used up.
Obviously, use the brilliance though, that there is the Lord Dance starting from the side of Team Cruxricum. They're getting chased down from the side of CRQ. Holy Crystal into the item section of Aiden. A little bit adding that magic penetration for himself, but there you go. Masarab zoning out properly. Kyle in a very less health. Tsunami Slam happen, knock off. Can he take down Faden here? There is the BMI coming in. Goni Gon, 1 last second, falls down, double for Goni. And there you go, Ari falls down, unstoppable Kyle, and shutdown happen onto Kyle as well. 3-man down. Once again, there is the same situation. Without the Kyle, it's just Joseph and Masarab. Can they sustain? Oh my goodness, that's a bow, that's arrow, immune. So, can he sustain? No, he can't. Killing spree, recall spam. It is the end coming in, Pitchy. It's just Masarab on the base.
CRQ, what are they going to do? Look at them dealing so much damage. The crystal is wide open. There you go. These teams are not stopping for anything. They love to go all in, and CRQ wins up this match. Not a clean sweep, but 2-for-1. Oh, well played, definitely.
Of course, that was an easy win for CRQ. I'll say, like, because it's more like that was a moment when we saw Kakarot coming back, Kyle carrying the whole team with the Sora. He was giving us that thrill that it might be Team Marino who can give all his way in this game because they got the early for them, but then CRQ in the late phase maintain their discipline and take up the game number three for them with a 2-1 victory. They will still stay upright in the upper bracket and will go into the next round. And sadly, but yes, Team Marino will be demoted to the lower bracket at this moment. They will be fighting with the winners of first lower bracket round. So there might be a chance they might gonna face God L. So like going to lower bracket and the Hellkeeper is there. It's more like you are just welcoming the knockout to yourself and nothing else.
Let's see. Looks like the match highlights is up. Uh, with that, Gone as well as Tisora, they have dealt enough damage, just enough to, take at least 2 to 3 members down. They made sure to get as quickly as possible. So that is definitely there. But the chases, though, every single moment we see a chase like this, it was definitely intense. It was definitely very refreshing to see, given the fact that these members are all like, wanted to go for the cutthroat as quickly as possible.
Indeed. Like that was a proper thing. Like everybody is asking in the chat as well, like why not the Lord? Why was the kill? But like it really wants that wipe out so that they could have dissipated the goal there, but they could have gone for the Lord at that moment. And when the fight approaches, it was like Gone. You need to carry out Gone, and if he's getting saved there, doesn't matter Faden or anyone, he will be busting you out with the physical damage, of course. So Claude really needs to be halted or stopped, but they couldn't do that thing. But Kyle, he plays so well with that Sora. He was in a very less health at that moment. He shouldn't have taken that fight. I mean, Kimi should have seen that. I told that thing. Like Kyle is in a half of health at that point, but they still went for the fight. This was the fight I was talking about. Immortality popped up. There was a shutdown, and there was a double kill for Kyle. And then this chase happened.
That's true. That's true. That is definitely a lot as we were speaking. And these members are just crazy enough, not stopping as well. Wipe out on wipe out. It's just like not 2 or 3 members falling. It's just absolutely everything tumbling down, crumbling, making sure these teams will, have the absolute advantage. This is also, the Kalea pick being quite open as well. Kalea definitely was problematic, but Claude was there to make up for all of those. Claude
Hmm.
played it on the time. Claude made sure that all the resources were used up so that he wouldn't be taken down quite easily.
It should be a 50-50 game, but then Gone. This guy was totally insane with that claw. MVP? Gone? No. Yeah, he go. My goodness. With KD of 916, 15% damage taken, 71% kill participation, 24% damage deal. The most valuable player of this third game decider, one of the main game of the BO3 series, will be taken by the jungler. That is Yahiko with the Joy. We anticipated the Joy pick. It came there, and there was a ban onto that Gwynny. Now I believe the trade onto this Joy was not at all a perfect trade coming out from the side of team Merino. But it's fine. It's time for us to take a break because the second game is about to come and the new set of casters will be joining us soon. So stay tuned, guys. And this is Indian Championship Series powered by Jutsu Gaming. Thank you.
Hello, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. You guys are watching the Indian Championship Series, and back again with the second series. We do have Team NOC Noctura versus Shadow Esports. And with that, I'm your caster PC, and I'm joined by Crux today. Hello, Crux. How are you doing?
Doing pretty fine myself. Peachy, how's the drafting supposed to be going on for this match? Obviously, Noctura Esports and Shadow Esports, I'm not very versed with them. But again, we've got a few names that we actually can see that are actually pretty popular, pretty prominent in the scene, obviously. Sarar Moon, Default, the Peter, I think I recognize Madara too, but to the most part, I believe that I don't know the other players. So I don't know how the drafting is going to go, but for now, the most obvious, bans, a hero that can invade the enemy jungle, Hilda getting banned off, and the other side, TUBG.
So let's see what we have so far into their hands. Looks like Noctura Esports would love to go for a bit of a Hilda. The Freya, I think they are a little bit leaning towards those assassins. So it's just well best suited for them to ban such heroes. But as you know, Crux, if you're onto the red side, the Zushin ban is a must. So these teams take no time on banning those kind of heroes. But what about Kalea? Either of the teams have to go for the Kalea or maybe put it onto the ban very quickly. But with that, there comes open with the Sora as well. Sora is counterable, but at the same time, you don't want that hero to be open.
I mean, to be fair, it's just like the same situation with Lucas. You've got Valentina who could copy Stora's ultimate, very low cooldown, and I believe that is actually a very valid pick, especially in the EXP lane. Even if you don't want to go with the EXP Valentina, you could always go for a mid Valentina. It still provides a lot of value to the team. I believe that in the end of the day, Sora might actually just be a risky play, but again, it's all a matter of perspective. If the Sora is good, it's going to be amazing. If it's not, the user. It's obviously based on execution, but we've got right now Grok getting banned from the side of Team Shadow Esports, a hero that can disrupt a fight midway during the fight in any position. He can engage, he can re-engage, he can play it safe, and then make a play or something like that. Tectonic charge is always a threat, so you got to keep that banned. I understand the whole perspective of the side of Team Shadow Esports, but that leaves Kalea open. All honesty, I feel like Peachy, like you said, Kalea is a hero that can disrupt a fight mid-fight or even engage. It's similar to Grok.
Yeah.
It's a hero that's kind of like a big threat, but I don't think it's going to be picked as the first pick. So Noctura Esports, what are you guys thinking?
Ooh, there's a bit of a chance that we might be looking at that, but YSS though, it has been such a first pick for the upper bracket teams to pick the YSS very quickly onto their hands. So that
True.
might be the case as well. But
No?
with that, that's the case. It's going to be Claude. That is again a very surprising in a way that I was not expecting a Claw as the first pick. Now again, there is like a lot of other picks that could have been right there, but Noctura Esports really putting the emphasis onto the marksman lane as of now.
I think gold lane is where people are shining nowadays. It was before the fighters that actually invaded the gold lane took out the jobs of most gold laners, marksmen. It was literally at the point where nobody picks marksmen in the gold lane anymore, at least in the higher brackets, obviously. But then came the saving grace. People started using the fighter emblem because obviously you got a rework where we can actually use basic attacks, and then pretty much sustain well in the gold lane, especially against tanky fighters. But hey, look at that. Shadow Esports has responded. They've got the Kalea. Like I said, it's not going to be a first pick, obviously. Noctura wouldn't actually prioritize a Kalea, but Shadow Esports could always go for that Kalea on their side first pick. But now that the thing is actually kind of revealed, Claude's going to go for the Purify, and I think that's going to be a very easy, evade from all the CC that Kalea can actually bring to the table. But again, it's more longer cooldown than Kalea's ultimate.
That's true. That's true.
Situations.
Zayton though, I feel like there is a patch that just dropped today because the Zayton pick are getting on a rise as of now. This is the third pick so far in the day
Oh,
that
he's
I'm
actually.
looking at. Oh, okay. Looks like Zayton would be on to the other side. It's gonna be YSS. YSS is expected. The upper bracket teams really love to spam this hero and already took onto their hands. But another surprising move, Yuzhong wasn't expecting. I thought that they would be, banning it up. Now the EXP
No,
lane's gonna get it very interesting.
I agree, but Lapu is still open. A few other fighters like Freya, I wouldn't recommend a Freya EXP, but again, it's always a good possibility. She's got that first skill shield. It allows her to sustain more against a Yuzong. Surprisingly, it kind of like works out if you actually play her right, play her a little safe. But in the end of the day, I think that there are heroes like CC and all of them that can actually do a big chunk of damage to Yuzong before they actually take, you know, damage from his shot residue and everything. So overall, I think Yuzong can be countered, but he is definitely going to be a big presence in the map, obviously. Big black dragon in the air. Everyone's going to be scrambling for their lives. But what I'm seeing from the side of Team Natura is that they've got the Hylos' Glorious Pathway, they've got the Blazing Duet with the Claude, and they've also got the Phoenix's Fury with Zacian. So I think they're planning on going for something akin to a kill box. They're trying to make sure they actually make a good play around the Hylos and Claude. I think that's what they're drafting for. But hey, the second banning phase has just gone through. We've got Carry and Lunox getting banned from the side of Team Noctura Esports. They probably are going to go for something tanky, a tanky jungler possibly, or maybe a tanky EXP laner. We are yet to see that, but again, the side of Team Shadow Esports respond with Uranus and Guinevere getting banned off from their side. Two EXP laners that are known to be very difficult to actually deal against, especially spatial migration allows Guinevere to escape. That's what I meant. But Esmeralda getting picked up by the side of Team Shadow Esports. Do you think it's
I
going to be an Alice?
Oh, Alice, I think there's going to be like a very high chance as of now. I thought it would be Noctura
Oh no.
Esports so into the, the picking up the Esmeralda, but okay, they just gave it away. I don't think that's a very good idea as well, but nonetheless, they also pick up something very strong on its own as well. The Leo mod, the Sora, I don't think it needs any introduction on how he plays it out. But Noctura Esports really going towards those team fights, rather than for like a bit of a pick off. But there might be something that they might put all the resources on one person and just back off. So I could see that from Noctura Esports, but Shadow Esports, what are they going to pick? They need a mage who can control a bit. They need something like a Farsa,
Yeah.
and yep, the range we got it. It's gonna be a Eve.
Now, having the Eve on their side allows them to have a little more leeway into actually slowing down the enemies, making sure their progress in terms of a team fight might be delayed a little. And Esmeralda can always be that big problem in the back line. Obviously, I believe that Eve there is going to be very significant, especially alongside the Yuzong, because they can actually play it pretty safe, the mage, obviously, and still do a lot of damage and provide a lot of value for any single team fight that actually, Noctura Esports might bring onto the land of Dawn here today. And they've also got the Kalea and Yisan Shin. Kalea, obviously known to be that one hero that can go into the back line, make sure she actually makes a play or something. But knowing that there's a Kalea, I believe that the side of Team Noctura Esports will get themselves a Purifier or two, maybe. Leomord, though, does not really have any significant threats right now because the carry and the Lunox are banned off. So I believe that it's going to be easier for him to actually stay alive in the early game, especially with Barbarial. While riding him, obviously he gets a buff on his defense stats. So he's always going to be that one thing that's going to be a little too tanky and, sustaining a lot more than he's tanking. So the side of Team Shadow Esports might really have a hard time trying to take the jungle away from him, like the objectives, obviously. But hey, you can't really, sleep on the fact that Yi Sun Shin is the fastest jungler in the game right now.
That's true. And on to the other hand, Team Shadow Esports, they have taken a lot of initiators. They have heroes such as the Esmeralda and the Yuzhong, the Kalea, who can disrupt their position. But for Noctura Esports, it's just the high loss who could do that for them, putting out the pathway for them. So that's just a bit of a problematic for me, that how there's like a bit of a lot of initiators into the hands of Shadow Esports. And once they put all their resources, they still can sustain, they still can rely on YSS for the damage as well. But for the side of Team Noctura Esports, once the Leomod's policy is gone, they'll have to wait it out for the cooldown. The same case with the Zaytian with a bit of a high cooldown. Sora, as usual, he's quite tanky enough. He might have that sustain unless he jumps into the tower. So I am curious to know how the team fights will be going around. This is the draft, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, into the land of dawn. Here we go.
My god, they've already started for the Little Wanderer. The side of Team Noctura Esports get the Little Wanderer before Shadow Esports really. No, they actually didn't even want to engage on that one. But, well, we could have always expected the Eve to probably steal it with luck. Again, the side of Team Shadow Esports they're winning in terms of farm. Obviously, Yusun Shin has just cleared 2 camps, and Lee Mord is now still trying to. Oh, he's done 3. Okay. Okay. I think he's doing
Let's
pretty
see.
good.
Let's see. Yeah, that's true. He is doing pretty good as of now. But the teams will have to wait out a bit for the first blood. I do believe that that's gonna be around the turtle, which is just 20 seconds away.
Oh, look
But
at
oh,
that.
middle lane, the YSS jumps in. That would be Madara, who's looking quite low, yet just marches forward to become the first blood.
Man, I just realized there are 2 horses in this game. One a
Oh
centaur,
no.
but on the top side, Wink is gonna wink at Claude, and Sarar Moon's gonna go down with. Obviously, it's a Latino winking at you, and obviously you can't you can't survive that.
I mean, he just wanted some farm. But poor guy got eliminated for that.
Oh no. But look at Wink's rotation to the bot side. There's going to be a fight there, and we've got Default taking down Madara before the fight even began. But Kia is going to steal the turtle. And look, who is Peter is
Oh
going to
no.
get the kill? Kia, Simon back in the fight. He's going to go and get a double kill. 2 people down from the side of Team Shadow Esports. But look at that. Oh, well, Sora, he's just going to clear the minions. A smart move. Not, to pressure out the enemies even more than they have to, obviously. They've got more of a numbers advantage. So it's a good decision from their part.
A lot of spells have been used up just for a bit of a kills left and right, and this time around,
Yeah.
Sarah Moon is playing a bit safe. No, he knows that he cannot go, face to face as of now. Needs his items, and on top of that, his farm is getting stopped. So that means, Madara should actually go onto the
Oh,
top lane
nice.
as often. But bot lane default looking quite low, and just
Oh.
usual, his one true enemy, Sora's one true enemy, the turret. The turret is just stopping him to not go dive in.
I agree, man. He was about to get fifth and final stack that he needed to use as ultimate, but he wasn't able to actually get it because of the positioning of obviously default. Because he was playing pretty safe, he was playing it pretty smart. He was not giving the opportunity for Simon to get that kill, and he did not get the kill in that regard, bro. He's playing pretty smart. Range.
That's true. Panning back to the top lane. Sarah Moon, though, I don't think this guy's gonna get a bit of a moment to breathe as well. And why are
Oh,
they
oh,
trying to go for a bit of
oh,
a,
nice.
gank onto the bottom lane? But wait a minute, looks like Moon will be disrupted. That would be Madara. The team's here, though, as a counter as well, but it's not a gank.
I agree with you, but look at that. He has positioned himself well. He gets that. It's okay. It's not going to actually lead to a fight. The horse is not called yet. And we've got a little position problem here. Sarar Moon has to use the Blazing Duet. He's going to stay alive because of the shield that he got. Obviously, that was a little bit of HP left. He's able to actually use the Battle Mirror image and escape. The Shadow Esports now have the advantage in terms of taking the turtle down. They've got the Mountain Shocker ready, and Simon might actually be in a little position here. Torrent form, but Kia is able to steal the turtle down under the noses of Shadow Esports. The fight continues. Kia is able to run away with his horse, but Sora is not available to actually, keep himself alive. He's very low. He's taken down, but Kia himself is going to stay alive. Hylo's using the Ring of Punishment to punish the enemies, but again, his backline is taking a lot of damage in turn for that. But again, Madara overextends and is taken out. Kia is just deciding to go back and fight, like the turtle. Not turtle, blue buff.
This is the second time we have seen so far how Madara is overextending. Not quite sure what he's trying to do right there. I mean, it's well good enough that he is being there as the damage soaker as well. So that is definitely looking good. But I believe the fight's gonna go up to the top lane very quickly.
Oh, look at that. We've got the Mountain Shocker connecting. We've also got the Barbaro. He just went away. What? Okay, the fight continues, though. No horse, but still. We've got the RWM from the Yeve, and that's going to take down Madara. They might actually follow through for more, but that's only going to be Esmeralda. Wink is not going to actually make that mistake of jumping in against 2 people alone, but bot lane, we've got Default, making sure the dragon is scratching his way to the towers. Simon.
That is true. That is true. I mean, like, let's open up the map as quickly as possible. That's how you get the game. Shadow Esports is
True.
playing it out quite aggressively because they know early game they can make some changes. So, and with that,
Uh-oh.
Mundo in a bit of a trouble does manage to go back. Will he be able to go back safely given the fact that there's just three members still waiting out, trying to save him down? He cannot save his own turret. He cannot get enough of a farm. Madara jumps in. Finally, I'm seeing this guy go
Oh,
to the
Torrent!
top lane, but Sora though, a very good setup, but the backup is not coming up.
Nice!
But there you go, a turret being the turret takes down, and a very good set from Kalea as well.
Man, I completely agree with you. Kalea just took out Simon like I think he was expecting himself to connect the second skill, pull the enemies back, but the torrent form is going to make you a little too slow and a little too clunky for you to actually have that mobility. And that allowed Shadow Esports' members to escape. Madara again getting caught by that Petrify, and also Yuzong doing so much for his team. The tank is down. We've got RWM and Yuzong in the air. It's not going to follow through with more because obviously Shadow Esports wants to put more pressure onto the enemy's towers. They want to put more of that advantage that they have. But Sora's ultimate is going to keep him alive for a little bit longer, but default is going to use that Sha residue, his passive, to take away Sora's life, just like all the Sha residue that was flying up in the air, man.
My goodness. The passive though, the passive is just
Yep.
really helping them very quickly. Now he's definitely on a advantage, or of course with the gold, with the kills, with the turrets. His lane duties are over as of now. He just have to clear it up, come towards the mid lane or towards the turtle and the lord very quickly. The river area might be his own territory for now. So let's see. Moon though, once again, they are trying to scout down as quickly as possible. What are they going to do? Both the teams are quite ready for a gank.
Man, I agree, but look at the fact that Wink was able to delay the lane, not allowing Claude to actually just, get the farm that he needs, obviously. Giving Claude farm is the worst decision of your
Oh,
life, but look at that, he engaged onto two people, but it's not going to be followed up by Sora, obviously. It misses the Torrent form, is not going to be able to connect, but again, Blazing Duet in the back line is going to do a lot of damage. Madara is going to get the kill on Yves, who was stationary for a bit too long, and there goes a lot of punches from the air. Sora is going to get the kill on one person, and Kia is going to get the kill on Moon. At the end of the day, I think that was a very, very, very deconstructed fight. I don't think that actually uh, I don't think that actually worked out in the favor of Noctura Esports. I mean, Shadow Esports. They had the advantage. But look, Wink is going to be able to get the kill on Simon. He's going to go for more. And I think
oh
that's going to be the
no.
end of him. Savage Warrior getting the kill on default. And the fight is still going on. Kia is still able to regenerate a lot of HP with his passive, but that's not going to keep him alive now, is it?
My goodness, they have been playing it out aggressively. 3v1 situation was not looking good into the hands of the Yuzong. I'm not sure. I mean, he did see them a bit low, but he couldn't position himself very correctly. But the Lord, though, this is what they are waiting for.
Madara?
Madara jumps in. There are more on the backlines as well. I don't like how Louis Peter is taken out quite early on. And the
Mother!
Lord, it's Boring Adamura who takes it away. The retribution right on time, despite being so much distraction aimed for him.
Man, I mean, I agree. Retribution, they had the advantage. They had the Retribution on their side. But again, Shadow Esports did lose a few members for that fight. They did sacrifice on, getting the Lord. They did lose two members. But the side of Team Noctura Esports are slowly catching up, but not fast enough for their own benefit, obviously. They need to make sure they actually make a good play, just like the fight before. They were able to turn the tides around, but right now, what I'm seeing is that side of Team Shadow Esports really do have an overwhelming advantage.
Let's see. Let's see. As of now, the map is quite a bit open into the hands of Shadow Esports. They do have the leverage to get a good lane synchronization as well. They have been trying to do that, but at the same time, the lane clearance from Noctura Esports is very good as well. They have the Claude. The Claude is really timing his ultimates at how the resources have been used up. So that's really looking good. But wait a minute.
Oh,
YSS as well as Yuzhong, they want to start up a fight.
Three-man Mountain Shocker, but no follow-up from his team. I believe that the side of Team Shadow Esports don't really want to put any pressure where it's not needed, obviously. Lord's probably going to connect to the top side, do a little bit of damage onto the tower, but the main course is the mid lane tower tier 2. There goes the Lord. He's going to be falling down, but again, all 3 Holy Blasts will be taken now if the side of Team Shadow Esports play it well. No, the mid lane's going to still have its Holy Shield. The Blast is still there, so they're going to be able to protect themselves for a bit longer. Noctura Esports, though, they're losing ground pretty quickly.
Let's see, let's see. They almost reach up to the inhibitors though. That is also a bit of, a 60-40 in my opinion, because with the first lord, if you're able to take down the inhibitor, that is at 100 on 100 for me. But this time around, they couldn't be able to do that. But with the time passes by, the minions also getting a bit stronger. We might be able to look at that. As of now, it is Shadow Esports with the goal lead, with the kill lead, all spread around the map, just waiting for to initiate. And talking about the itemization though, I still, the corrosion style is still left by Sarar Moon, so that is definitely a problem though.
Corrosion Scythe by Sarar
Oh,
Moon, I believe that it's alright. Look at the amount of shocker being used to take down the Fire Beetle, man. I don't know. At this point, they're playing it pretty safe. They've not lost a single tower. The side of Team Shadow Esports have the overwhelming advantage in terms of, economy and also demography. They've got complete control over the map. But the side of Team Noctura Esports are playing it safe. They're playing a gentleman's game. I'll be very honest with you, with the way they're delaying the minions, I don't think Noctura Esports will be able to get the items as fast as what Team Shadow Esports are doing right now, but they've got an engaged Wink trying to take some damage, soaks it up, and just walks away like a champ.
oh, let's see. Esmeralda really laying out baits left and right. That's looking quite good. I think they are
Oh,
covering up the flanks as well. But wait a minute, Madarado taking so much damage. He's a tank, but he gets picked up and taken down as well. Default onto the other hand goes towards the back lane. The Who is Peter also takes down Simon as well. So that is definitely a big win for them. Kia though will be able to walk alive. He's looking quite low, but at the same moment he's surviving, and that's not the case for Ferrar Mundo. Will be taken down 3-4-0. This Lord is definitely an easy Lord for Shadow Esports.
I completely agree with you. And the fact that, we've got another engage, we've got Liam Moore jumping in with that horse, but he's going to be taken into a storm because that Tsunami Slam is going to slam him in his face. Takes his horse with him, and that's going to be 2 more people wiped out from the side of Team Noctura Esports. One back in the game with his friend Simon. I believe Mother and Simon are not going to be enough to actually defend against whatever the side of Team Shadow Esports are bringing to the table. There's no, okay, they've got no Tsunami Slam, but Simon's going to be able to get a kill on Moon, and that's a lot of punches from the air in torrent form. But in the end of the day, Who is Peter positions his ultimate well and gets 1 more kill for their side. Shadow Esports getting the overwhelming advantage, getting the tier 3 down in the bot lane. They've got the tier 3 in the mid and the tier 3 in the top too.
Let's see what are they plotting. The Lord still yet to come, and with the Lord, all of the inhibitors gone. There is nothing left for Noctura Esports. The end is nearing. Will Shadow Esports be successful taking down the crystal? They still need Simon. Simon's a few seconds away. There you go. Madara jumps in. There is Zayton with the ultimate backlane.
Oh, no way.
Picks up the biases, but into the front lane as well. They lost 2 men, but the Lord still targeting the Lord.
One
But
more.
Wink though, that's a shutdown. Zeramoon is finally farming up. He's getting those kills, he's getting those items as well. And what just happened? The tables have flipped. Shadow Esports, they cannot do anything, and they had almost a wipeout.
I mean, to be fair, the side of Team Noctura Esports do have a lot of synergy with the heroes that they have. Look at the instant replay, guys. That was an absolutely amazing play by Sarar Moon, who went to the back line, made sure YSS was taken, and they split up the side of Team Shadow Esports into segments that they could actually take easily, and they were able to digest that pretty well. And everyone from the side of Team Shadow Esports are now back alive. They will be able to defend against whatever onslaught the side of Team Noctura Esports are bringing. But again, in the end of the day, they've got a lot of good heroes for team fights. They've got a lot of heroes with a lot of synergy with each other. And let's just face it, those kind of heroes do a very good job in terms of high ground defense, like the Nexus defense, obviously. So I do see them being able to defend against Shadowy Sports and their attempt to end the game, but the Nexus might not be able to survive for too long. It's already half on HP, like 60% HP left.
Let's see. Shadow Esports, though, I feel like they are gonna go in for another lord. It's just gonna spawn up in just few more
Half a
than
minute.
like 2025. Yep, that's just gonna be there for them. But at the same time, Noctura Esports are on advantage of having to go around the river area as well. Now they have just seen what could be the bit of a weakness for Shadow Esports to almost take them down. So if they make advantage use of that, I feel like they do have a chance to take down the lord for themselves.
I agree with you. In the end of the day, I believe that the side of Team Noctura Esports might actually bring a good fight. But they might lack in terms of damage somehow or the other if Claude is disabled by any means. But he's got the Purify, so Moon has to think twice about engaging onto Claude. However, there is an option of taking Savage Warrior down. I don't see the possibility of Noctura Esports taking this fight. I don't think it's required, but they still are going to try. I think I can actually commend the effort, but in the end of the day, Noctura Esports might have to play it a little more safer than they actually can digest for now. They are doing it, but they're trying to attempt for maybe a steal.
Let's see if they're able to have a clutch moment onto their hands of now. As of now, the C formation has been already done into the hands of Shadow Esports. Look at them; they are covering every single spot so that Noctura Esports won't be having a entry point for them. And with that, Madara once again, what is he going to do? He's always the one who takes up, Kalia Tsunami Slam, and with that, Lord Shadow Esports takes it away.
Phoenix, okay, theory of the Phoenix in the enemy's faces. Shadow Esports loses one. They're gonna lose two to Kia, and that's gonna be followed up by more because obviously Yuzong cannot deal with a lot of damage. Whatever the side of Team Noctura Esports has now, the items that they've built, it's all leading up to this. This is going to be an important fight. We've got Who's Peter taking a lot of damage from Kia, but he's gonna have, obviously, sheesh, I forgot. Wink, yes, Wink to actually save the day. But who is Peter? He's going to stay alive, but that's going to be the only member alive from the side of Team Shadow Esports, and I don't think it's going to be possible for them to defend, if at all, the side of Team Noctura Esports could push it down. Oh, we've got the Torrent form, pulls Who is Peter into the enemy's face. Kia able to get the kill, and Who is Peter is still going to be able to find the kill on, obviously Simon, but that's not going to be enough to save the day. A lot of damage on the Nexus, and that's going to be a first win for the side of Team Noctura Esports.
That is true. What a game. What a game coming in from the side of Team Noctura Esports, as well as Team Shadow Esports as well. The tables getting turned up was definitely, I think that is the today's theme overall. I feel like there's like a lot of teams onto the first match as well. It was CRQ versus Team M3 No, and it was just like a push and pull. You have just seen how it was a wipeout. The next moment, there's a comeback, and that is what we are looking at today as well. So and that really apps the team that it's a comeback day at the upper brackets. So let's see what we have for the MVPs. Let's guess, Crux.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like from the side of Team Noctura Esports, Claude did the most for, and like at least in most team fights, he was able to actually take down and zone out one of the most, or maybe two at best, the most important damage dealers, especially, thinking about Yi Sun Shin running for his life, man. That was absolutely crazy. Claude was able to do that with the farm that he got. In this moment, Kia was able to get the first turtle of the match. Very important one, obviously, but it did lead to a lot of problems because the side of Team Shadow Esports really did do a number onto the side of Team Noctura Esports throughout the game. They were able to freeze the lanes. They were able to do a lot. There goes the Mountain Shocker, one kill, and that's going to lead into a big fight. That's going to cause a lot of chaos. I could not keep up with this fight, my friend.
That's true. That's true. Look at that. Madara was always the one who was taken as the damage soaker, and he just made sure to
Torrent.
that Shadow Esports really used all the resources of him. Look at him. Look at him. He was trying to get that, trying to make sure that he was the one, but in that unfortunate fight, it was Sora himself going down. But okay, Yuzhong though jumping around, even though he's low, he's still quite reliant on his passive.
Yep. And that passive was able to take down Simon. And following through, that actually led the side of Team Shadow Esports to get that tower in the mid lane. That's going to be Wink taking down Sora, and that's going to follow through with Wink getting taken. No, I mean Yuzong getting taken down. I believe the side of Team Noctura Esports did play a pretty passive game, but we don't call it a passive game. We call that a gentleman's game, and that's how they actually ended up winning. Man, Noctura Esports patience is key, and they actually ended up taking that patience to the next level.
That is true. That is true. They really relied a bit much
Oh, the
on
award.
the Claude as well, but it is Kia who picks up the MVP. 83% of skill participation, despite a bit of a setbacks for him, he still shine through.
I agree. Kia did do a lot for his team. He was able to clutch steal to the turtle and to, but in the end of the day, I feel like this guy was the front line for the team more than Madara was, obviously. Madara was taking a lot of ultimates to his face, obviously. But Kia was that impactful front line. He was able to actually displace enemies and make sure he actually had his presence known. Kia was a formidable force in the first match. He was able to use the Leomore to the fullest with his team, obviously. Shadow Esports now getting the first pick. They've got the first ban going through. They've got Freya out of the picture, and now the side of Team Noctura Esports, they're going to try and put the pressure on the Yuzu Shin.
Definitely. You are onto the red side, the Zushin is just a must ban. But onto the other hand, I feel like Freya is also joining up towards the list of where it's just going to be banned no matter what. But Shadow Esports, I feel like they want to play around the assassins more, and trying to ban up these kind of heroes is just going to be working very well. But what about Noctura Esports? What are they going to go for? So far, we are looking at a bit of a those usual bands, the Claude, the Zushin, understandable. The Claude, though, Saramon, despite not having the farm, the early game was definitely very hard for him. He still managed to shine up. He still managed to take up kills onto the last few moments as well. He was like the major damage dealer. That was definitely a good thing. So that getting banned, that is definitely a respect right there.
I agree with you. In the end of the day, I think Noctura Esports were the ones who actually took the plot of the previous game. Now they've decided to ban him because obviously I think they're gonna put their resources in some other place. I think the carry is still open. I think that's a possibility. But again, there's a lot of options of the gold lane. To single out one of them, I think it's going to be kind of a difficult task for me at least. They've got the Kalia getting banned, Shadow Esports obviously. We've also now seen the Noctura Esports' Kimmy ban, but Shadow Esports gonna grab that Grok first thing.
Okay, that's gonna be a Croc, Kalea getting banned. Obviously, if the Kalea is banned, go for the Croc. But what about something like a Glue? Glue is still open, the Uranus is still open, the Esmeralda, the Yuzhong, the Lapu Lapu. These kind of heroes does have the leverage to be put up very quickly as their first pick as well. So, Nocturne Esports, what are your choices? What are you gonna go for? Is it going to be a Zayton once again?
See, in all honesty, I believe that glue can be countered pretty easily, especially with heroes like Ixana, maybe Faramis. And Faramis does suit well with most compositions, even with certain, with tanky compositions. I think Faramis mid could still do a lot for his team. But in the end of the day, Glue's biggest downfall is the fact that he needs to have that mobility. If he's not going to get the vision, he cannot rotate. He cannot actually step into a bush not thinking twice. So that's going to be a big caveat for the hero himself. So, obviously you got Glue getting picked in ranked. It's obviously a very good pick, but in the end of the day, if you cannot coordinate well against higher coordination teams in, obviously the higher brackets of competitive play, who obviously know how Glue works and what caveats work against him and everything. So Glue might just be a very difficult thing to actually pull off in, the competitive scene. I don't see him picked that often, but the side of Team Shadow Esports, they've got Guinevere and Uranus, two heroes that they banned previously. I think that's
Yes.
Guinevere Jungle, Uranus EXP. But I could be wrong. They could probably go for Uranus in the jungle. But I hope not, but it could be possible. Noctura Esports now getting themselves the Hylos and the Yuzon.
Let's see. Let's see. So far, it looks like Madara would be going forward with another high loss pick. That is quite surprising. And this time around, they do have to, wait out a bit because Shadow Esports, even to the last match as well, we have been seeing them using quite a lot of resources on the tanks rather than trying to go for the backlines. Only for the backlines, it was the EXP laner. And now, since they don't have the Yuzhong, they'll have to, try to get something, a jungler that could go towards the backlane. So let's see what we will be having. With enemy having the high loss, I do feel like the Joy might not be on the pick list as of now.
Look, in all honesty, I feel like if you're gonna spend the resources to take down the enemy jungler, sorry, not the tank, the roamer, obviously, you've got to make sure the enemies are zoned out, and that's where I think the side of Team Shadow Esports really could not keep up with the side of Team Noctura Esports. Noctura Esports had the opportunity to actually follow up from any fight that the side of Team Shadow Esports actually took, because obviously, the moment they expended resources, they were like, yeah, this is the green light, we've got to take the fight now. Or if not, they actually did take a step back. They end up, taking like a loss in
Yes.
that battle, but they ended up winning the war in the end. Okay, both of the second banning phases have been finished. We've got Zacian getting banned, Joy getting banned, Farsa and Kadita, three mages and one jungler. And like I said, Noctura
Interesting.
carrying.
Okay, looking forward towards the picks as well. They quickly went in for a carry. Now, again, a bit of a tankiness is already being shown up by Shadow Esports. There's not been a lot of emphasis on the marksman under the ban section as well. What will Shadow Esports go ahead for? Now, they do have a chance to pick up something like a Granger. And yep,
Bullets.
we are looking at a Granger. I feel like Wing does perform very well, be it any hero on his lane.
See, the one thing that I actually want to, give light to is the fact that, obviously Lunux got picked against heroes like Yuzong and also Hylos. That's going to be a big problem for them. Noctura Esports might just get themselves melted down as fast as they can blink or quote unquote wink, because obviously we've got a player named Wink. And now the last pick from the side of Team Noctura Esports is going to be the Feramis. A very strong hero, honestly, but I I don't understand possibly why they could actually be going for it. I think the Tectonic Charge, Linux Ultimate, they can actually evade even Guinevere's spatial migration combo with the Violet Requiem. But the Feramis, I think there were better options.
Definitely. I feel like that might be a bit of a like a force pick that they want a bit of a sustain into the team fights despite having something like a you draw onto your hands. You have the high loss as well. There is, I am pretty sure he's gonna go with the revitalize once again. So the bit of a heals and the sustain is just gonna be enough for them to be there. But why pick up a Faramis once again? Like why do they want to go for like for a more sustain?
Look, Feramis is good. I won't deny it, but I think there were better options. You got like better mid laners that could actually provide a lot more value to your team. If any case, it's picking Feramis is basically like picking Diggy against this composition to avoid the crowd, crowd control, or to give new life to the side of Team Noctura Esports, but everything seems too dire for them to stay alive. I see the potential, but yeah, it's still a confusing pick, man.
Okay, into the ladder
Wait,
job.
wait, wait. What was that? Did he use Flicker? No?
I no, no, he did not. He did not. He's just there teasing Madarado, taking so much damage already. It's just not even been 1 minute. Look at that.
Oh man, that's obvious because Lunox does a lot of damage with the dark, skill. So Mother is going to take a lot of damage because his HP is the one thing that keeps him alive. He's not. No, but we've got a little problem. The shackles have pulled back Lunox to the enemy's
Oh
faces.
no.
Kia getting the first kill. He's going to use the YSS's first skill to dash away to safety. But in the end of the day, I think right now that losing lane, even though Shadow Esports had the advantage there, it's going to be Noctura Esports that comes up on top. Oh, there might be another
Let's
invade in the mid lane. No.
Hmm. Highly possible, highly possible. Let's wait and watch what we will be having. As of now, the goal lane is very, very slow. Both being the marksmen, they need their items, they need their time. But on to the same note, EXP lanes, the poke is just inevitable. The poke's just going on and on into the mid lane as well. I think we might be able to see another fight.
I think, because all honesty, I saw that Faramis was actually engaging inside with the first skill, Shadow Stampede, and he caught Grok. So I thought that there was going to be a follow up or something, but no. Lunux was just too busy doing some other things. But in the end of the day, we've got the first turtle spawning in. Faramis does not have the ultimate ready, but the side of Team Shadow Esports' mid lane also does not have the ultimate ready. Savage Warrior, he's forcing his way into the mid lane. He's trying to get his ultimate ready before the fight even begins. Noctura Esports might be in trouble. Uranus has rotated now. Default is trying to find his way to the enemy's jungler, but he's not going to be able to catch him just yet. Yuzong in the air now, flying as the big black dragon asserts his dominance all through the land of dawn, making sure the enemies know that the side of Team Noctura Esports are not taking this lightly. But I don't think Tectonic Charge available, but now a fight has just occurred. We've got the Mountain Shocker, but Simon's going to be able to get the kill on Moon, and Default is able to run away. Dalkin Brilliant's ultimate saves, Lewis Peter's life. But at the end of the day, we've got another engage again. Chaos Assault is able to get the kill on Simon. Who's Peter is going to be taken down. And we've got more. Okay, we've got more. That was an absolutely beautiful, beautiful spatial migration into a Violet Requiem, allowing the side of Team Shadow Esports to get the first turtle of the match.
My goodness. My goodness. They have been trying to get the map control as quickly as possible, but it is just, 50-50 from both the sides. They have been
Oh,
trying to
bot
make
lane.
sure. But oh, this is what I was talking about. The 1v1, I think Granger always has that advantage.
That's until Carry gets farmed, because Granger obviously has the advantage in terms of
Early game,
damage.
yes.
Yeah, obviously, Granger is a strong hero.
So let's see how the goal lane will be compensated. Now Mundo, he is already scouting up, but I believe being alone scouting like that is not a good thing because Noctura Esports have been always together. Look at them; they have been just making sure to be at least three members together. And Wink, he's just picking up stacks on stacks. But okay, looks like Rock
Stacks of
will have
tanks.
to go back.
I mean, obviously, that forced out the glorious pathway. A good decision from the side of Team Shadow Esports. They're following up with more. They've got the ultimate. Oh, we've got the Violet Requiem taking down Kia. And now they're probably going to follow up with more. I think the side of Team Shadow Esports are dominating, but Noctura Esports finally gets one kill on the enemy Guinevere, which is an important kill, obviously. But look at that. We've got Who's Peter surviving with a little bit of HP.
Oh
I don't think
no.
that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, he's able to get the kill, but is it really worth it? 1-for-1, really? Oh, bot lane again. Wink is he's just dominating.
That is crazy. That is crazy. That is just going around on how they wanna, actually come up. But with that, I think the gold being taken away from the members of Shadow Esports is just, the gold shield.
Another.
They've been targeting very well. Now onto the bot lane as well. It is all Madara all alone, trying to clear up the lane as quickly as possible.
They're able to, and that's going to lead to another turtle fight. Shadow Esports positioning themselves well. They've got the first turtle of the match. The second one goes down too. And the side of Team Noctura Esports really can't contest on this anytime soon because they've got a bit of a lack going on in terms of the economy that they have. Kia is on the top side. He's pushing.
Okay, okay. They know they are trying to split push as quickly as possible. The total is gonna be up now. With that total, it's gonna be a bit of a C formation from both the sides. I do wanna see how they will be trying to get it on as
Oh,
quickly. But oh, look at that.
oh, Yuzong was able to be safe because of Cult Altar by Faramis, obviously. I think it's still called Cult Altar, isn't it? Oh, we've got another fight. We've got the
Oh,
Black Dragon in the air. We've got the Mountain Shocker shocking everyone, and Wink coming in to get one kill. But again, at the end of the day, he's going to get another one, and it's going to be followed through by a third one.
oh,
And that's probably a Maniac, but no, Default is not going to let that happen. He's going to take it away, and that's going to be followed up
oh.
with another double kill. And possibly another one? Who is Peter is going to get that one. But hey, big anime betrayal moments right there, my friend. Default was able to steal Wink's Savage.
Oh my goodness. And also trapping Sarar Moon, that was definitely crazy on how we are looking at, Grok's walls. This is definitely good, but on to the same note, it is Team Shadow Esports with the gold advantage onto their hands. So let's see what they will be trying to do. Now that the turrets started being targeted, the bottom lane is up. Now let's see how they'll try to take one last turtle.
It's possible, but in the end of the day, Wink at the top side. No, it's not going to be Wink at the top side, bot side. I mean, but in the top side, there's
Oh
going to be a
no!
fight. That's going to be one arrow to allow Yuzong to do that damage with a shot residue. It's going to follow through. I think Moon is running for his life. He's running with the waters in the river. But as a rock type, isn't he weak against water type? I don't know how that works because Pokemon taught me one thing, and that rock types are weak against water.
That's true. That's true. So this is definitely a bit of the physics not physicking right here. So let's see how they'll be trying to get it on. On to the same note, turrets though, the tier 3 turrets are all wiped off. Shadow Esports are on the move. They are just making sure all those structures are onto their hands. But what will Noctura Esports do? They are not able to stop Wink, so that's also not a good thing.
Well, I mean, if they're not able to stop winking, in the end of the day, that's going to be a big problem for them because if they keep their eyes closed for even a millisecond, the side team Shadow Esports are going to take the advantage whenever they get it. But look at that, we've got a little problem in the top side. We've got Kia taking a lot of damage with Guinevere taking the front line there, but he's going to be caught by four
Oh
people, five
no.
in his face, four people in his face, and he's going to be taken down. That was a bad decision from the side of team Shadow Esports. They didn't have to actually lose a member like that, but in the end of the day, they will be able to trade it down for the bot tier 2.
That is true. That is true. And on top of that, I don't like how Kia is not in the team fights as of now. Still is on a bit behind on farm, but Boheng Admura is way behind on the EXP. So that is also another concern that how Shadow Esports are going around as well. But okay, look at that. The fight being still happening. Simon with his passes just making sure to sustain all those damage. Now he's gonna do that, but what about are we gonna see a 1v1 fight with the junglers?
I don't think so. It's going to lead to the side of Team Shadow Esports having to jump on Noctura. I mean, the other way around. But Wink is going to be taken down first because obviously Kia
Oh,
used that beautiful Mountain Shocker to get the vision, and that's going to be followed with a beautiful, beautiful set from the side of Team Noctura Esports. They are able to turn it around. Lord is spawning in. They've lost two members, Moon and Wink, out of the picture. That means Shadow Esports can't really contest this one. Well, they
Shadow
can.
Esports. They need to protect Wing. They need to make sure that the Wing is in a bit of a good position as well. But the broken walls is just being such an advantage for Noctura Esports as of now. Look at them. They're able to pull up the Lord onto their sides. It's just a battle
Oh,
of
oh,
retribution.
that's a beautiful set by Who's Peter, but Kia's going to be able to get a kill on default, and Moon's going to follow through with a kill on Who's Peter, and that's going to be Tectonic Charge, but oh my god, Guinevere is able to steal the Lord under the noses of Noctura Esports. Mother are going to get the kill on Guinevere, but who? Oh no, man, it's going to be Wink actually. That was a bad fight, man. Shadow Esports came up on top. I didn't believe it, but this is what just happened. Shadow Esports completely turned the tides around with that beautiful play from Who is Peter, who jumped in fearlessly into the faces of the enemies, and Noctura Esports didn't have a response to that.
Oh my goodness, that was definitely a
Oh,
very good setup, but oh, Wink.
oh no, man. Kia able to get the kill on Wink, and that's probably gonna be like, him just a certain dominance on Moon. Nobody follows up from the side of Team Shadow Esports because honestly, they don't want to.
That's true. That's true. Look at them. As of now, it is Noctura Esports with the match point. Are they trying to close it down in a clean sweep or not? They do have a chance, but Boring Adamura has to come up with a bit of a plan. Now he is trying to be as much as possible, but no, it is not happening. That would be Kia. My bad. Kia though, he's positioning very well. He's trying to come in from the flank as of now. So he is definitely getting those a bit of an advantage as a YSS. But on to the other hand, the Lord though, the Lord is getting getting a bit of an attention as of now.
I mean, in the end of the day, they're able to defend against the board because they've got the Holy Blast in the bot lane. Top lane, though, Guinevere is able to push the tower, but they've got a fight in the mid lane. That's going to be the Glorious Pathway, leading in with that big Black Dragon in the air. Flicker being forced out by Wink. He's going to take a lot of
Oh,
damage, but the Tectonic Charge keeping him alive. And there goes Cult Ultra keeping Yuzong alive. And, oh my god, there's a lot of things happening in just one team fight, man. Holy, everyone's still alive. No deaths just yet. But the top lane, Holy Blast, also going to get taken out.
my goodness, with the Lord, they weren't able to reach towards the inhibitor, but they did make sure to you made sure that the enemies did use up a bit of a resources onto their resources such as the spells. So that is also another good win. But Moon, though, I feel like he is positioning himself very good, but he is coming as not an initiator. He's just trying to see if there's like any crumb left up so that they are trapped.
Let's just face it, in the end of the day, that team fight, the whole thing was pointless. It did not lead to any substantial advantage for both teams. Okay, Moon, Madara knows that someone is in the bushes nearby. If he doesn't, he's actually missing out on something very important, and that's the, ability to know if someone's watching you get into a bush. Madara is still unsuspecting, and that's going to lead to Yuzong getting caught off guard by, obviously, Moon, because obviously Madara did not communicate that. There was a little bit of a communication gap there, and that's going to lead to, Yuzong being taken out of the fight pretty early. And now we've got the Wild Requiem taking down one enemy in the air, and that's also going to be Kia going to the backside, making sure, Wink is going to be taken out, and that's going to be a double kill because obviously, I mean, not even I was surprised with how much damage Kia is dealing already. Guinevere, I actually kind of feel you, bro.
Oh, let's see. The Lord, though, I feel like it's going to the hands of Noctura Esports, a easy Lord for them. Now, they are not allowing Shadow Esports to come towards the river area as well. That is definitely a bummer, but Malara jumps in.
And that's oh, we've got the tectonic charge. I did not expect that, but Who's Peter is gonna be able to find one kill. The Mountain Shocker. Oh, carries light wheels. Just find a way to get the kill on Who's Peter. Beautiful, bro. That's absolutely beautiful. Noctura Esports have the Lord marching down on the top side now, but they do have the advantage because Who's Peter is down. 20 seconds and 23 seconds, obviously. But that's going to be enough time for the Lord to connect onto the tier 2 on the top side. And that's also possibly going to lead to, Noctura Esports finally getting the, tower down in the bot lane too.
Let's see. Let's see. The map's getting quite wide open for the side of Team Noctura Esports to jump around anywhere possible and win the fights as well. I think picking up the Paramis here, they are definitely getting a bit of, extra leverage on how they can jump into the team fights blindly and still be saved up by the Paramis.
I agree, but look at that. Glorious Pathway into the tower tier 2 in the mid side. Tectonic Charge used to escape, but Sarar Moon's going to be finding the kill onto Moon. And that's going to be a big problem because right now there's no Holy Blast on the top side. Who's Peter is going to get taken down by Kia. And that's going to be another one. Faramis is able to find the kill on Jordan Boring. And now finally we've got Kia getting one more kill onto the enemies. There is no way they can defend this with a Uranus alone. He's going to be a sandbag and not a, clearing machine. He cannot clear minions fast enough. Bro, that was a tough match. Noctura Esports 2-0. They've wiped out the side of Team Shadow Esports, man. Tough.
I wasn't expecting a clean sweep. It's the upper bracket. All the teams really fought hard to come towards the upper bracket. And today I just felt like it's just gonna be, 2-1, but looks like Noctura Esports have completely surprised me. What a game that they have shown. They have completely relied onto the late game. They have completely relied onto the marksman as well, making sure the carry, the Faramis, and each and every member were a good part of how they just wanted to win in a clean sweep.
I agree, but the one thing that I actually just noticed, I realized that Madara did not have the communication ready to let Yuzong know that
Yes.
there are people around him, and that one thing that kind of like got me in this pickle of a situation. It's happened to me recently. I might actually just think about spreading awareness about that. So possibly is stay tuned for that. Other than that, I feel like the side of Team Noctura Esports really had amazing communication. Apart from that one situation where you know I think Yuzong was a little too low to actually engage in that fight, but in the end of the day, he still did. He was able to catch or put pressure onto the enemy backline still, even with that amount of HP. Other than that, amazing gameplay in the first match, second match. They were able to completely turn games around and team fights, bro. They've got amazing synergy.
That is true. What a game from the side of Team Noctura Esports, but I would love to see who's gonna pick up the MVP. Last match, I believe it was Kia on the Leo
Kia.
mod, but this time, oh, it is
It's
Kia
Kia.
once again. Look at that, YSS with a score of 10, 4, 9, and 90% kill participation. That is definitely a very good jungler.
I agree, man. And he's got 34% damage dealt by his team. That's an amazing achievement on its own. At the end of the day, this guy was able to actually give vision onto the enemies. He was able to use the Mount Chakra right. He was connecting all of those crucial ultimates to, and that led to a few kills here and there. But hey, in the end of the day, it's the amount of value it was providing the team with the Mount Chakra that actually led to them getting the win on this one. I think in all in all, Kia plays amazing Genshin, and we just saw that.
That's true. That's true. He really made sure to get a very good game as well. He was there or on the map with his team, just making sure that they are getting those advantage of picking up our ISS. And also, we made, we did see in the moments where the Guinevere was way behind in experience level against a YSS. So that really also set a tone for the YSS to get that advantage on his hands.
I completely agree. Kia, absolutely amazing game. That Yi Shin on your hands is kind of a threat. Possibly, we're going to see a Yi Shin getting banned by the opponents that actually, the side of Team Noctura Esports will be facing sooner or later. If not, they will be picked. I wouldn't recommend leaving the YSS open though in front of this guy. Kia,
Yes.
you're a force to be reckoned with. The Leomord and the Yi Shin, amazing gameplay.
Now let's go. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a short break. We still have two more series to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back trying to get the third series ready up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another game of the Indian Championship Series. This is the third best of three of the night, and the stakes are just going to be raising up higher and higher because these teams are here for blood. It's going to be RNTX versus Zutsu Esports, two of the strongest lineups in the community right now. And this will be me, Caster Sarah, onto the desk alongside the very pretty and talented Debbie.
Fix it. Wait. All right. Okay, now I think we have the teams that is right now Jutsu, and it's gonna be with our NTX. So I'm pretty excited to see this matchup going on. And right now we can see that Jutsu will be the one having the first pick, and our NTX will be onto the second pick. They are really good onto the second pick. So let's see how they'll be able to draft it out in this game number one. Look at that Eve ban. We don't usually see an Eve ban into the blue side most of the time. It's usually a contested ban. I mean contested pick. But I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeve. No.
Yep, it's actually interesting to see Eve in the first ban. Like we would still expected it towards the second or third, but as the first ban itself, that's going to be a major respect towards which onto that hero. So of course, Zutsu here, they have come in with a game plan, and I think they will want to execute it as accurately as they possibly can. RNTX meanwhile have banned out on the Jushin and the Baxia, a classic combination. The Yesun Shin will be taken off the board, completely overpowered into the jungle right now. We saw into the previous game how Kia played
Yeah.
without Tura. While Zutsu, the Farsa from them, two respect bans for the GOAT. So definitely very interesting.
Yeah, that's what you wanna see, you know. As a mid laner, you wanna your hero to be respected here, and I think it's very understandable that they have to ban away the Farsa together with the Yif, and now it kind of opened up a lot of choices for them. RNTX, if they don't ban out the Freya here, I'm pretty sure Toby will pick it up. That is gonna be a good option here. So Kalea is what they wanna opt to go for. Oh no, there's no Freya here just yet. It's gonna be the Grog. So this time, you know, personally, I would love to see Aaron on a hero that is a marksman or a Harris, never onto the fighters. But Freya is a disgusting hero, so if they can play it out here, they can bring it together. But the thing is, Sora is also available as well as the Hilda.
Exactly what. And the Hilda or the Khalid are one of the major choices when it comes to playing a role against a Grok. So
Yep.
RTX could definitely lock into that, but instead they deny the Sora, pick up the Esmeralda and the Valentina for themselves.
Oh.
And both of these can still be a flex, and they could still go in for a marksman towards the later phase of the draft. Zutsu,
Mhm.
meanwhile, they can lock in still. I mean, try to lock in on the Freya because technically, once you make up the Sea Halberd, it kind of nullifies Esmeralda's shield. But they would prefer it to play Toby his comfort. That's going to be the major
Mm.
win con. It's going to be a Toby versus Aaron matchup into this game.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that most of the time. I usually want to see these tournaments are coming through, especially under the marksmans. Both are equally good under the Granger, so they can be a contested hero, even if it has been completely ignored because of the rise in the fighters into the gold lane. Look at that. The Kimi picked away, and that is going to be the Uranus. I feel like Uranus is a hero that provides a lot of vision, a lot of openings he can make onto the map most of the time. So it's pretty much very useful into the early stages. But then again, it kind of need to be they're kind of need for Estrella to come through into the hands of RNTX. So now that they have the Valentina already, just because they wanna deny the Sora and the Freya together. This is the reason why they picked away these two heroes, and I think they are a step ahead in what they want to do here. So the brains are gonna be turning in here. So they can let go of the Freya, right? Because they are ready for the Freya to come through. So what can they pick here? Do they want to prio onto the jungle? Because the Yishin Shin is already gone. Okay, no flex onto the Esmeralda anymore. So that's direct Meteor's Esmeralda and Aaron's Claude.
Very interesting matchup, I would say. And those are actually their comfort heroes. So
Yeah.
technically, they will have some strength, at least on the laning phase. It still depends on what Toby decides to go in for. His goal lane pick, maybe he could try and lock in onto the carry here. It's a possibility, but it's been banned out, gone.
Mm-mm,
So
mm.
Zutsu will be banning out onto the Guinevere as well. Quite possibly
Wow.
they might ban out on the Lancelot up next, and maybe, just maybe, the Suyo for Charin, or even the Fanny is a possibility. Charin is that so good onto those heroes. The Freya will also be taken out, just no risks to be taken from the side of RNTX. So as
Mm-hmm.
for the picks now, RNTX should try and lock in onto their jungler EXP right now, because you might still want to leave in the jungle for the last pick. It just gives him that flexibility to pick up what he wants.
Mm-hmm. It comes down to comfort again. For RNTX, the setup is definitely gonna be big here. They and Jutsu are very amazing that they did not fall for the trap that has been set by RNTX. And look at them, they kind of understand the situation very well. So they prioritized onto the Kimi so that they can flex onto the gold lane here. And now that they have two frontliners, that is the Uranus and the Gog together, they are safe to pick any kind of assassins that they want. But the Raren is not really. He don't usually place the assassins, so I'm pretty unsure what he could go for here. But the threat into the hands of RNTX, they are gonna be setting up for a lot of gold lane dependent. So this is gonna be a run game onto the cloud. I feel like they kind of like onto the magic damage. Maybe they want to meet up with the Esmeralda here so they can pick up any different kind of room. So it's gonna be a 50-50 now. So Jutsu here though, they what can they go for? CC edits. I forgot it's Raren. Edits is gonna be into the
No
jungle.
brainer. Yep, that's a no-brainer, all right. And I actually personally do not like the Fredrin pick so much because they've got a
True.
Kimi in Zutsu. And the Kimi can just keep bursting down or at least melt down or whatever front line you want to pick up. The only hope is Aaron if he can dive in
Mm,
with the Blazing Duet and the BMI, and that
mhm,
will be the only condition to keep Violet away from hitting charging into the jungle every single time he tries to go in for a taunt or a knock up onto anybody.
mhm.
CC Gold Lane, that definitely works out. That was also a very obvious choice with the fact that they have gone in for a marksman into their mid lane.
Okay.
And I mean, that's just a technical glitch. Yeah, we know it's a technical glitch. We'll see
Got
whatever.
roam.
Yeah, we'll see whatever the last pick is.
I mean, Krem God, he is good, but you know what? He don't really roam a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a different hero. But what could be a good roam here? You know, what do you think? Should it be the Khalid or a Hilda, right? Because
Yes,
Khalid. Khalid should be very, very good against this comp that is
exactly.
already bred for by Jutsu here. And he can take the hits of the Kimi also because that's an anti-burst hero too. Uh, Now, if we want to catch up with the Grog as well, that is a very good option of a hero. But when you have a Hilda, they did kind of cancel out a lot of Hilda movements just because of the knockups that he have. I'm pretty sure it's going to be safe to say that they might want to go for actually the Khalid. Yeah, there we go. It's going to be the Khalid.
It's a Khalid. Yep,
Mhm.
that's a very classic. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are into the Land of Dawn, game number one of the upper bracket semis, BO3. And this is going to be Zutsu Esports versus IQR and TX. We're going to be seeing a little early aggression on the mid side from KR and God. But of course, Violet is going to be answering it with his own poke damage. EXP will be a very neutral matchup up until the turtle fight, which is going to be 2 minutes, and both the junglers will be starting off with their respective blues, with the Edith having a slightly faster clear as compared to the Fredrin.
Yeah, that was a fast clear coming through from the side of RNTX as well as Jutsu. And that the fact that they are able to have a good lane into the mid side means that RNTX they want to rotate faster and clearer. And onto the other side here though, when you speak about the XP being a dead land into the early phases of the game, it's actually very true. They want to have a priority into this XP lane so that they'll be able to rotate out and get the objective first, which will be the turtle here. So they are actually waiting for onto this turtle. So I think RNTX it will be a very better idea for them to try to rotate onto the XP lane, give a lead to Muriel, and try to stop Ztat from going in onto those turtle fights. And that is definitely gonna be a good setup for them. And the fact that they have an Edith's jungle, I'm pretty sure they can go for the scaling combination. But then again, Korea onto the Fredrin, he needs to have a good farm. So the turtle is definitely going to be important for him right now. And looking at his position also, he is onto it.
exactly what. And we will be seeing the turtle fight up in a few seconds. But up on the top, we can see Mirio taking in quite some damage. Raran is there for the backup, but he's gotta have to back away, save that primal rat for the turtle fight. And technically enough, there's more river dominance coming in from the side of RNTX. And if we could have a look up top, we will be seeing that the fight is going to be breaking out, and this is going to be a complete massacre from both teams. But right now, we haven't even seen a first blood, despite the fights going in every single time. That's just the power of sustain.
The power of sustain in the wall coming through. That's going to be a turtle secured by Korea onto the Fredwin. Definite good onto the retribution here, Raren. They have to back away. No kills just yet, but the healthy rotation coming through from both of the sides is very commendable here. No one died, no casualty just yet, but these kind of give out a leeway for the side of RNTX to have that turtle. And now that they have the turtle, they have the goalie, they will be able to go with pressurize onto the mid side. Graham God, I think he's onto something here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Khalid. He can still take it hits. Oh, Carriado goes in for the taunt. There's going to be a Raging Sandstorm as well. Tries to go in for the knock up onto Toby, but he manages to dash out on time. So they're blowing the hits. They're dealing the damage, but there are no kills being secured whatsoever so far.
Yeah, retribution already used by Korea. That's going to be a ton onto Ztad.
Yeah, but I mean, Uranus, Fredrin, and no marksman to deal the damage so far. Even Violet doesn't have the glowing wand or the Sky Piercer yet. So technically 0-0 up until the 4-minute mark. And I think that's a lot of discipline for an Indian server game, I would say.
Yeah, this doesn't really look like an Indian server. Mainly it has to do with something about enforcement. Never mind. But onto the other side of the gold lane, I think we have a winning lane for Aaron here because Toby, as much as I like him, man, he is being zoned away from his own cannon minions and he's unable to do so. But look at the mid lane though, at BizTZ caught in a very, very dicey position. He's gonna be taken down very low, which means that RNTX will be having a leeway to try to rotate out onto Raren. Look at that.
Oh, I'm glad it definitely tries to go in for the setup. Though just the curtain call from everybody, but that's going to be a primal rat getting baited up and the tech charge, and Rodden is going to secure the first blood, while Cramgod gets a double onto two people, Violi as well as Abyss, while Raren gets taken down, meanwhile, by Witch. But hey, that's the power of being an extra Omega roamer, and that's going to be a triple for a Khalid into the 5-minute mark.
301, and that is Roma. Korea doesn't really care if he gets taken down or not because they are going to be trading out with the life of 3 and 4 members for the side of Zutsu Esports here. And now we can see that he will be able to get out onto the turtle yet again. This is going to be the second turtle that they have so far, and they are going to be having the lead of a 1k goal. And this is definitely going to be a good starter for the side of RNTX here because looking at the combination so far, and especially into the mid and the jungle, they want to have that early experience level lead, especially onto the Valentina, because the Valentina passive, you want to have a goal at the level lead on against anyone else you want it to be, and Violi hasn't been able to reach out to that too. And despite all of that too, they have a good rotation onto the gold lane side. Toby hasn't been having a best time of his life trying to lane against with the Claude as well, but Miro right now, I think he's trying to give out a little bit of a vision onto the Esmeralda, doing nothing but just dancing around. I think that is, what Uranus do, but with a little bit more damage.
So Uranus does it with a bit more damage, and Esmeralda does it with a bit more of shield. So very equal onto their part, I would say. And yeah, these two, I mean, there's no point seeing these two people unless there's backup from the King of the Cloud. But mid side though, Violet and Witch, they are in for a very good 1v1 matchup. Violet can outplay, Witch can outplay if she has the tech charge onto his IMU, and with a little backup from Prime God, of course. But RNTX right now, they are leading with 1.5k gold, but Zutsu, they have the slightly better scaling because of the Edith right there, who is being denied of his farm right now, if I may say. But this year, did miss the wall out a little bit, but I think that's a pretty neutral blow of it so far.
The thing about the experience here is that they're just trying to match out the rotation, so we cannot really focus onto the here. The main focus has to be into the mid side where the brawl is starting to brew out, but then again they tone it down just a little bit only to go back. And again, look at Korea, he's just taunting.
Listen, I mean, I don't understand the name Keria though, because
Yeah.
technically enough, Keria is a support player.
Oh
But
yeah.
there we go, onto
Okay.
the mid side. That's going to be an immobilize. But Ztad takes in a huge chunk of damage right before the turtle. Not the best of signs for an EXP laner to have. And Aaron, he already has the DHS, so he is going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. That's going to be. Oh no, a flicker missed by Abyss
Oh
Cheesy
what?
and the tech missed as well. RNTX, they copy up the primal route, they get the kill onto Raren.
Aaron?
That's gonna be a blazing duet right into the back line. Viola gets marked down insanely fast.
Hey.
A bit very low to run away, but just what in the world was that, bro? You do not make these mistakes in a high stakes game.
That was the. It's so much of a problem now. Just one blunder, and it's a big one at that too. And now Krem, I think he's just trying to go for a little bit of evasion here, and there's tap will not be taken down. But they want to focus a bit onto the top lane side. Abyss just trying to recall out. They might not be able to get it out, so that is going to be a good while coming through. So they just wanted the turret, but they are unable to take that. But onto the bottom lane side, Korea is just onto the clearance here. He's just trying to set up and try to split out the map from Zutsu here because they want to go for this for the Lord next and get and steal all the farms that's going to be available for the side of Ryan, and I don't think he's got that farm as well. And the fact that they still pick up the edit with the presence of the Valentina is just giving out a lot of big resources, and we could see how much of a difference it created for them. Which onto the Valentina trying to take out onto the primal threats is dealing a lot of damage already, and when the team fight sets in, that just become a bit more of a headache than anyone else. And onto the goal lane side, that's going to be a good goal lead for the Cloud here. Aaron having a very, very comfortable lead because he is almost close to building up the Trinity too, and he have the rapid boots also. If he want, oh no, the tough boots. If he is going to be getting slowed down, he's not going to be bursted down anytime soon.
That's what, and he alone himself has like a 2000 goal lead over any member of anybody, in fact, into this whole game. Only Witch is the one who's close, and that also is like a 1.6
Yeah.
k goal lead into Aaron's hand. So I guess that's the power of having a pure marksman into your goal lane. It just kind of always works out, and Aaron's marking onto the turrets and the minions has been very accurate. With Aaron, though, on the top side, going to be taking in quite some damage from Fredrin as well as Kremgod. But with the Trinity being complete from the side of RNTX, they have full privilege of, going in for a head-on dive. The only one who can keep Zutsu alive is if Abyss gets a good set. But Toby, though, getting marked down so much from just Valentina, S1 and S2, not the best of signs because he is the main damage dealer for the side of Zutsu here.
I'm pretty sure that he doesn't really even have that opening that he wanted to do with the CC, and that is gonna be a big problem now because this time around RNTX they want to set up for this first lore and no contest whatsoever because Rodden is exactly 2 levels behind in comparison to Korea too, and that is gonna be hitting them quite hard because when you are against a Fredin you do not want to get levels behind, but at base though look at the stun.
Yep, that's gonna be a tech charge indeed. And Carrier gets taken down. That's gonna be 1 stack for Viole. A good opening for the side of Zutsu to get that stack into Viole's hands because he is going to scale up and up from here. Once he gets the Holy Crystal
Oh wow.
DHS as well into his hands, he is going to be dealing an amazing amount of damage. But the farm gap that exists right now, Zutsu needs to find a way to overcome that if they want to come back in this game.
The fact that Aaron almost get a solo kill onto Toby also says a lot about the build he is already in. I think he already got the Trinity too. That's very early in the 10 minutes of the game, almost 11 minutes, and it's gonna be a problem if the game is gonna be dragged on. Of course, they have the edits for the side of Jutsu, but if you compare it to the Cloud does have a bit more damage. The mid side is gonna be taken away, no problem for the side of RNTX. The lore will be taken care of to the top side as well, but this is gonna be giving them a lot of goal lead that they want right now. 6k is what they have, and most of the goal is into the hands of Aaron too, and that is a Cloud who is scaling heroes, and when he gets one more item on his kit, which basically be eye penetration, that can eventually be the melter that they need.
Abyss once again misses the tech charge. It only lands on Umirio and the rest of them just walk away, but the damage from the Claw, Abyss gets marked down so much. Kyria is also taking some damage though, but he can still sustain. But Ztad, being on Uranus, he's unable to sustain the damage from the Claude because he doesn't have the items he needs yet. He only has the
Yeah.
Oracle, the Chastis is not up yet, and neither is the Dominance. But holy damage from a Valentina though, that is something
Yeah.
so amazing to see, I would say.
That's the thing with the Valentina. When you are behind on the Valentina, you are completely rendered useless. That is usually not the best case scenario. But onto the other side, when you are ahead, there's no stopping. Look at Muriel though; he's just trying to summon to the backlines just for the Jones so that they will be able to take out the turret, and they are successful in doing so. They still have time to get onto the Lord here, so they can set up, freeze out onto the lane. Don't let the lane be goes into the hands of Zutsu Esports because they need that farm, and if they give get that farm, the goal will be lowered down. So they don't want to do that. So they're gonna be just sitting there, not doing anything, just trying to punish if they are going out. A very good discipline coming through as well because 12 minutes of the game already, and the only two that we can see from the side of RNTX is Keria because he mainly goes in trying to go for the taunts, and no one other than him has been taken down yet.
That's in fact a good sign for the side of RNTX. And if you see the scoreboard, it's 2-6. So I
Yep.
think that things are evolving around here, which is a very good sign for our like the server itself. But that
Server, yeah.
topic aside, I kind of feel bad for Toby here though because he is really
Mhm.
trying his best to try and melt down these people. But the amount of sustain that Mirio and Carrie have built up already, he just isn't able to deal the damage. Violet finally gets his Demon Hunter sword, so he will start to hurt now. But the burst damage from Witch is already there to try and counter him. He's gonna go in with the Primal Rat or the Tech Charge every single
Mhm.
time it happens. And now with the Lord advantage into their hands, RNTX, they are just going to be blessing people down once the Lord crashes in.
Yeah, this is the 13-minute Lord, no holy blessing whatsoever coming through from the side of Jutsu here, so they can eventually take down at least one inhibitor if they are going to be setting out their cards right. They cannot really go in for that aggressiveness, but the thing is, Iron Ticks, they are so tanky. Look at that, it's already the Oracle into the hands of Carrier too, and I don't think it will be dying anytime soon here around the creator, building out onto the Rose Gold as well, which means that he's going to be a bit tanky if he want to go in. I would prefer if he go for the Winter Truncheon. Maybe he just want any idea for, trying for him to go in onto their side. But the Lord will be into the mid lane here. What can they do with this though?
That's one. We'll see what happens here, but the Lord is being a bit delayed because of the wall from Grog, which is a good ray of hope for the side of
Oh.
Team Zutsu. But no, the damage from the
Wow.
DHS and Violet. He finally gets the kill onto Carrier 033. Not very good. Oh, but the Cram God goes in for the Flicker Raging Sandstorm setup. Doesn't really catch anyone, but Violet flickers up instinctively on time. Aaron still dealing quite a lot of damage. Both Z-Tat and Toby have to back off, but RNTX are the ones who disengage. So technically, that's going to be a very successful defense coming in from the side of Zutsu.
I would say that there was a perfect maneuver coming through from Graham God as well onto the Khalid here. I think he wanted to go for the engage onto Violet, but when he knows that the team is not going to be follow-up, he's just trying to go back onto the place, onto his team side with the basic that he have onto the Khalid, and that is a very, very good sign that he's going to be not taken down as well. But good discipline coming through from RNTX, onto this minute of the game, they usually make a big blunder, even though it's not necessary sometimes. They usually do that, but this time around, it's kind of looking good because they are not doing anything of that. No signs of that whatsoever. I mean, Korea did got taken down because he's the frontliner at this point. The Khalid is not really the main initiator. He's usually going in when it is extremely necessary, and I think that trade out is still gonna be worth it for him for this side because RNTX, they are not dependent on the jungle. They are dependent on how much of a damage that Aaron can give onto the other side, and so if Aaron is very healthy, they don't really care who dies, and they don't even mind because he's already gonna be full build. And look at this constant freeze onto the lane, no goal whatsoever for Toby.
This is actually new for us casters as well because we don't get to see this kind of discipline in a lot of
Definitely.
games. And this is so refreshing for us because we
Refreshing, true.
actually get to speak about like the fact that RNTX is still maintaining that 8,000 goal lead, which is huge, especially in the 70-minute mark, because by now goal lead is usually reduced down to 2 to 3k because of
True,
mistakes
true.
or not freezing out the lanes. But RNTX, they have somehow managed to keep it up so far, which is actually going to push them just further with the next Lord. Second Lord, I think third Lord of the game, my apologies, and they
Yep.
should be able to end it if they sync up the lanes properly. But the ray of hope is still going to be Violi and Toby. If they manage to get one or
Mm.
two pickoffs before the Lord comes in, then they would be able to defend it up all over again. And one shutdown onto Aaron can actually prove to be fatal for the side of RTX.
And that's the problem, right? The fact that the way INTX were freezing onto the goal means that no Toby or Violet, they are not the one getting the goals. It should be Ztat, and Ztat doesn't really need the goal here at this point of a time. He's gonna be the one necessary to sustain out and not give out the damage, and the damage is definitely not into the hands of Violet. As I said, if he have it, if he have a good constant hit, he will be able to get it down. But the fact that he's always gonna be on to the target, that is definitely gonna be there. Look at that.
Oh, Rambot goes in for the setup, but RNTX Muriel, he gets a kill onto Raren, while Viola gets a killing spree on to
Wow.
Paramgod, which gets a killing spree. Aaron gets a double with the Blazing Duet, goes in for the triple, but Witch is going to be stealing it away as IQ RNTX secure game 1.
Give Toby the grandeur, bro. I'm joking. But that was a definite good gameplay coming through from the side of RNTX. Very refreshing, like you mentioned. Now that we can see the goal lead has been consistent up to the 8K, and they're not taken down even a bit. That is a big factor that has been creating a lot of spacing for the side of RNTX already too, and they did not, they did not give away the goal that they have. That means the goal lead that has been into the hands of the Cloud Aaron is so consistent that even when he was already he already got 4 bills already, Toby was struggling to even complete his second item, and that is definitely not the best case scenario. Again, Violi, he hearted quite a lot onto the last minute of the game, but at that point of the time, there's no spacing, right? For Kimi, you need to have a good frontliner, you need to have someone who stands in front of you, and you will be the one free hitting, but they cannot really do that. It was already too late.
That's the problem. And at the end of the day, Aaron did manage to secure that Trinity at nearly the 8 to 9 minute mark, which is like very, very, very early. So
Yeah,
technically enough,
that's what.
Team RNTX had that control over the game. Raren, he
Mm-mm.
was on his comfort, but the fact I think which made a difference was that Aaron was on a much, much more comfort pick of his than Toby was. And
Oh.
that is a deal breaker because of the fact that you need your goal laner to be able to function properly. And Toby, he was just kind of countered a little too much onto that hero. And had he been on the Claude or the Harriet or the Carry or even the Freya,
Mm.
he could have been able to turn things around.
He is usually that someone, right? I mean, if the team lose out, he usually pulls something up off his sleeve and try to end the game here. But RNTX did not really that happen, right? Because we can see Aaron was so rich onto the goal. He was everywhere at that point of the time. And the last build, he already secured with the Rose Gold Meteor. It's when they got the second Lord, and that is very, very early already. And that means that
Yep, but that is it. We are already into game number 2, and Debbie, she was just kind of traumatized because of the fact that Toby lost, so she couldn't speak there for a while, but now she's back. And Debbie, what do you think this time around Zutsu can do? Give Toby his Granger?
please, thank you. I don't know. Maybe there's a possibility that he can get the carry as well, because in this meta, he's usually focused on picking up the carry rather than the Granger, even if he's comfortable onto the Granger. But I feel like GNTX, they don't even care if he gets the Granger or not, because they know how to play around it here. So looking at the ban so far, this is their usual ban onto the blue side. They usually want to remove out the Baxia. I don't know about the Cloud. They usually keep the Cloud for themselves, but this is a very red side ban though. Jutsu, they always remove these heroes. Like the Yi Sun. The Zushin is a everyone's ban. We cannot really see anything about this. So, carry, I talked about the carry, Sarah, and they are taking it away again. No marksmans. It's just going to be the Granger.
Exactly so. And now, for the fact, as far as we can see, Zutsu will be taking out the Grok and the Ascension for themselves. Do not want to give away those heroes to Prime God as well as Keria. But they aren't they locking onto the Kelia instead. So you're taking away the Grok, and RNTX bans away the Claude and the Carry. Oh my goodness.
That's what.
I'm so sorry, Toby. But wow. I mean, let's just say Zutsu here, they need to get a game plan on what do you want to counter that Kalia, what do you want to counter the possible burst picks that are gonna come in from RNTX, like the Farsa, the Lunox, or
Mm.
even something like the Kadita, which he can just play anything he wants. But Zutsu here, they lock in onto the Esmeralda all over again, seals it away from Muriel,
Ah.
as well as the Kimi. So Toby might just be forced to go in for a fighter goal lane all over again.
Mhm. They are so dependent on the damage that can come through. Again, onto the hands of Violet, I think he did not. He did well onto that first game. It's just that he did not have the goal that's required, and that should be onto the early game too. And I feel like this time around, maybe they can get something good into the jungle here onto the hands of Raden. You know, I feel for Jutsu, they should prioritize onto Raden's hero onto the first two draft here so that they will be able to have a good versatility onto the other side. But that cannot really happen. And look at that. It looks like your prediction is definitely going to be the Lunox that they prefer. Because if you compare the Farsa that you prefer, if you compare the Lunox and the Farsa in the lane, the Farsa have a better time against the Kimi. So that's what they want to go for here. It's a good burst right now. And with the pick off, Uranus makes a lot of sense because when you have a good pick off, when you have a Kalea, you want a hero like a Uranus to open up the map. Even though as much as I hate Mirio onto the Uranus, he plays it very very well when they have a pick off onto the hands of Karamgotsu, and this is gonna be a good synergy that they will be providing. So Zutsu, they need something that can be an answer to this. They have the Esmeralda already, still a flex because they have a Kimi. So what do you prefer here? Yi Sun is already gone.
What they lock in onto the Gato and the Kimi combo. I feel that is a pretty good one
Yeah, yeah.
because yeah, the taunt as well as the immobilize together that deals a lot of damage, and Gato is in fact a bit strong against the amount of magic damage that which will be able to deal as well. The only thing they need to watch out for if there is going to be a Granger from the side of RMTX, if that works, because the Gato does become a little weak against ranged damage like the Kimi or the Granger.
Mm,
Kimi is
yeah,
secured
yeah.
by them, so no issue. So the Granger might be a ban here, as well as the Freya, because RNTX they definitely want to deny Toby his comfort. So technically, now we should be able to see it all over again. Guinevere gets taken out. RNTX should be banning out on the Granger pretty easily, because of course Aaron. I believe that he does have other heroes and won't be in that much of a pinch as Toby will be though.
Yeah, that's it's kind of unnerving to see that only three kind of marksmen is becoming an option in this current patch. Then it either has to be a CC or a Freya when you don't want. And I think this is going to be nerfed down them just so much here, and especially into the gold lane side. And now RNTX does not really have the scaling hero just yet, so they have to be very mindful of what kind of ban they want to go for. They can ban out Raren's hero too, but this wasn't that much of a problem, so I'm pretty sure they wouldn't really do that. So if they take out the Granger now, I'm gonna be shocked to see what is Aaron gonna pull up because they do need a late game hero onto his hand. So Fredrin is what they wanna focus here. So Raden is what they wanna shut down onto the other side. Leomord also taken away. So a lot of jungle being banned away and Freya too. So they kind of forced Toby to go for a marksman or a CC again, it seems.
Exactly. So the Granger is open though. With the Freya getting taken out, Granger is like the best option left open for Zutsu to pick up. And technically, you can
Oh
go in for but
wow.
what? Okay.
No? No?
Esmeralda to the gold, Sora to the EXP, while the Valentina is still open and RNTX could flex a Uranus gold against the
Mm.
Esmeralda.
Well, I'm pretty sure this will be a Granger. I don't know, man. Because it looked like for Jutsu, the Granger is very risky here just because of the Farsa and the Uranus already. And when the Granger have a Purify, he's very, very vulnerable to the dives, right? And they're kind of putting the control into the hands of Zutsu, right? If you pick up the Grander, we already have a counter. If you pick up another hero, we already also have the Grander that they can pick away, that we can pick for them for ourselves too. So there we go. It's gonna be the Grander and the Fanny. Oh my goodness, that is already a good one looking here. No lockdown whatsoever for the side of Zutsu. So this was a very, very smooth Fanny pick through coming in. And now for Zutsu, they needed to lock out onto their jungle. What is good here? I don't even know anymore. Hayabusa?
Possibility. Ryan could go in for it. I mean, he has surprised us every single time that he picked up the Haya. And technically enough, RNTX kind of wins this draft. But
True.
if they can protect Violet, and I mean, the Lucas is definitely a good pick. He can sustain, he has a lot of knockbacks, and he also has a lot of damage. So that kind of saves the draft for Zutsu. But I
Yeah,
would
true,
have
true, true.
still preferred something a bit more ranged from the side of Zutsu. But I guess this time around, if they manage to protect Violet from Fanny and Farsa and Uranus at the same time, then Zutsu can definitely win this one out.
And one thing though, RNTX, they are gonna be winning out into the long lanes here because they have a better rotation because of the Fanny. The goal management, the long lane management will be into their hands. He's gonna be the macro factor here. But Jutsu though, they really have the Lucas right now. But it's funnily enough, with Lucas, when he get his items, he cannot really die. Even though we prefer it to play into the early stage of the game, the mid game is where he's gonna be starting to hustle. How they are gonna be pulling it off? We have to see, because the first title this time around is definitely gonna be important for Raren, then for Korea.
Yep, and that's gonna be it. But welcome to the land of dawn. And of course, again, both the junglers gonna be starting off with their blues. Fanny would look to take the small creep before rotating towards his red, but then again, the pressure being created by Abyss onto that region, he might decide to not go in for the lethal or the creeps on towards top. But technically here, that's 4 people onto mid. Cramgod has to flicker out of the situation. Clever flicker, but an early resource wasted. Though it would still be back before the turtle fight, I believe, which is a ray of hope for the side of RNTX anyway.
Yeah, now Korea have the blue buff and the red buff taken away, so the main focus for him should be the Kimi, I presume, because that is gonna be a big pressure that he can create onto the mid side. And I feel like RNTX, they do well when they have a winning mid lane, and when they have a losing mid lane, they struggle quite a lot. So I'm pretty sure they will be focusing more into the Kimi rather than the Sora or the Esmeralda here at this point of a time. And the fact that they can keep Aaron into the lane against Toby to lane faster, so that he'll be able to stack under the Capriccio time and again, and so he will be having a free lane, which is very, very great for the side of the Grander. So I think their focus should mainly be into the mid side. But the start of the turtle, though, they can deny it. But for a venue, right, when if you don't have a very, very good set onto the turtle, you are not the one who should be starting onto that.
Exactly so. But Raren is the only one at the turtle for now, though, and Kremgod is just going to be zoning away or providing the vision which Fanny needs to come and retreat it out. We saw in the first game, he managed to get a retreat with Fredrin, but this time around, again there with the Uranus, but Raren gets the retribution this time. No more server disadvantage for him, but he is so very low. Needs to run, uses up the Void Blast, but will have to run away even after using up his beast farm. So technically enough, RNTX here, they have the lead, but Toby, this time around, he feels better now that they are playing on a much, much more comfortable ping than they had previous game.
Now that it's looking so good for the side of Zutsu Esports right now, they are able to get onto the turtle, they are able to get a kill onto Kremgod as well. Even though it's the Roma, it counts into the early stage of the game, so this is definitely a good start coming through from the side of Zutsu Esports right there, and the big rotation coming through from the Sora. We all know that the Sora is not going to be a laning hero, it's definitely going to be a good team fight, but look at that.
still, that's gonna be Prem God securing a kill onto the Bistezi. Tsunami slamming him right under that mid lane tier 1. But right now, Zutsu need to find a way to turn that thing around. They got the lead from the turtle fight as well as Toby getting a kill. But right now, if they get picked off like that, then it's going to be a tough situation for them to keep up with the Granger
Oh.
and with Marza. But no, Toby goes in for an amazing setup, but there wasn't enough backup from his team as Viola gets a double for now. It's a 1-4-2 trade. Farsa getting marked down a bit, but will safely be able to run away with the wings for wings up top though. Rather than Zeta definitely creating some pressure onto Mirio.
Yeah, he cannot really die here though, so he still also have the flicker and the consecration as well, so he cannot really want go on a all in on a hero like the Uranus. But the fact that Violet already got the Sky Piercer just before he get 2 kills is definitely gonna be counting, right? He's gonna be having 2 stack onto the Sky Piercer, and this game might eventually look good for him. Cramgod, I know he wanna go for the sets, but he have to be very mindful of the amount of Purify that the side of Zutsu Esports have. And Toby, even though he got taken down, they traded out with 2 kills, which gave 2 stacks into the hands of Violet, and I think that will eventually be the equalizer. This turtle though, if it goes into the hands of Zutsu will have a good time here, especially for Raren. So RNTX, they shouldn't let this happen.
That's what. The goal lead's still non-existent between both the teams, but this time around Zutsu have far more map control as compared to RNTX, just because of the fact that they got their preferred server, and I kind of have a feeling if they had it in the previous game, they could have won that one out too. Apart from the fact that they needed to give Toby his comfort. So technically, Toby on Sora, it might just be our new favorite after Toby on Granger.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see how he will be able to do it, because I think most of the time the engages onto him made it so much easier for the other side. But look at that, AOG.
Definitely going to be an engage along with Tsunami Slam being used up by Cram God, but the damage from Viola, he's already got the stacks on Sky Piercer and will be able to take Cram God down. Right now, things are looking very good for the side of Zutsu. The goalie is rising up, the map dominance is already there because Esmeralda this time around can clear out the lanes and provide space for his team much, much better as compared to what he did when he had the Uranus.
The fact that the AOG was on point, early rotation coming through from Abyss TZ is creating a lot of compensation for what they have lost. Now they will be having a bit of a goal lead here, not a less than 1k, but still a goal lead that they have so far in comparison to the first game. This is actually looking good for their side here. But the fact that Witch has been consistently using onto the for the airstrike onto just for the clearance, because he don't really have the openings, just saying a lot about the rotation coming through from the side of Zutsu too. And they have a pressure onto the map, right? Not Korea, but Kramgod, he's been taken down quite a lot, I would say. 1-3-1 is not a good score onto the Kalea. It's not going to be that much of a tanky hero too. If they trade out with a kill or two, it could have been much, much better. But onto the mid side though, I think this is going to be a beast farm already wasted upon by Raren. I think they don't really want to go for the big amount of engage. They want their Kimi to still scale up, and the fact that they have been only responding to the sets that's been made by RNTX says a lot about the game style that they have right now.
That's exactly what. And right now, RNTX are the ones who need to find a way to get Aaron his stats. And if he does, maybe they would be able to come back. But look at the map awareness that Sora had though. Had he walked in a little further out, he would have been burst down so very easily. Keria tried to retreat too far away though, and this time around you can't really out retreat Raren, because that's what we say. His retry is one of the best in the server for now. And of course, Zutsu Esports showing why they won against IGN in the RNG Cup. And this time around, will they pull off the same reverse sweep is the question. Because look at Viola already at 40 stacks, I would say. And that is going to be a huge early lead for Zutsu.
You would have thought that I cannot die with the hero that I am right now, especially I'm a Uranus, but when Flicker!
Oh no, but that's gonna be an engage onto Toby though. Unfortunate situation for him to be in, and Kramgod on Kalia definitely making a little bit of difference, because those pickups are what are going to change the game, right? He needs to get the damage dealers out of the board, and Toby doesn't even have to purify. Poor thing is on the flicker because he needs to go in for the setups for Viola. So now that Toby has been shut down a little bit, all RNTX needs to do is focus on to getting Viole shut down. If that happens, they still have a chance of making a comeback because otherwise, RNTX,
Yeah.
Zutsu are just going to give and feed Viole those attacks every single time.
The fact that, for Jutsu, they want to stay into the team fights, right? And for RNTX, they don't want to go for the team fights. They just want to go for one pick off at a time and go back out. And this is kind of giving Jutsu a leeway here because now, if Cram Gods decides to go in there and there were a member for Jutsu Esports available onto the top side, it could have been so much better for the side of Jutsu here. But Toby, I think he's completely aware that he is completely unaware that they will be using Flicker on him was kind of a misconduct coming through from his side as well. But I think that's just going to be a trade that they want right now because the main beef here is not Toby anymore, even though he's the goal leader. It is Viole, and he is always going to be under the Purify, and that makes it so much harder for Kremgod to even take him down, and it's definitely going to be into the hands of the Fanny to do it.
Sure, but right now, look at that. There's gonna be an engage right on the top side. Mirio trying to zone people away. The Revitalize tries to keep Toby alive. Kiria tries to go in, doesn't have the energy for the cutthroat. And Zutsu Esports, they managed to sustain it all. But so does RNTX. So technically enough, RNTX is getting their farm back up. They are being able to sustain it out. While Raren, he needs to find a way to open his kill score. I'll say that to you.
Yeah.
Securing victories, well and good. Giving the kills to Viole, also good, but you need to actually get a kill to trigger that killing spree. But up top though, Zeta and Abyss TC actually starting to take in quite a lot of damage from Aaron as well as Witch, so maybe things might be turning around up in the next lore fight.
They have good skill here onto their side, so this eventually may be in favor for them too. But still, they are playing very slow here because they know that if they are the one who initiates, they will usually get recountered because of the presence of the Kalea here. So all they do right now is wait for Kremgod to make a set, and when they go for the set, they just go in with Abyss TZ's AOG. But the Abyss TZ, I think Mirio, he might be in trouble.
Trouble indeed, but the AOG lands right into the mid-side. Kremgod gonna be taking in quite some amount of damage. Does not have the passive yet. Gonna be using up the passive heal of his team, but Raren goes in. Violika sounds unstoppable on the carrier, and now Mirio will be dealing some damage, but he won't be able to sustain it all because Viole gets the kill. 60 stacks onto his piercer, and that is going to be Zutsu Esports with a 2-for-1 trade. But definitely getting the upper hand of it since they managed to secure the Lord as well.
Yeah, Pararan finally getting an assist here. It means that he is into the team fight very successfully. And now that the law is taken into the hands of Zutsu now, these will be giving them a lot of gold that they want. 3k is what they deem necessary. And I want to see if Aaron is actually good onto the gold though, because he is 2-0-1 and he's going to be the main decider of whether RNTX can stay into the game or not. Because Mirio has been consistently taken down by Viole. He's just giving free stack at this point, and now that 60 stacks has been built away by Viole, I don't think you wanna be in front of him. He's definitely gonna be hurting. The penetration that he have is definitely gonna be working wonders to the frontliners too. And RNTX, they need to make Keria work onto the Fanny. He needs to do something against Viole because he is definitely gonna be the only person who can take him down.
But right now, we can see Zutsu creating the pressure. We can see them taking down the objectives. 2 turrets gone down board. They're aiming for the mid lane tier 1. Of course, Parsa is there for the cleanup, but AOG lands it. Oh no, but Witch flickers out and actually survives the wings by wings. Insane maneuvering right there, I would say. But Zutsu Esports, they do manage to get the 2 turrets. So I feel like, the aiming was on point from Abyss, but just that fact that Witch is so good onto his movements, I guess that's the only reason why he was alive in that fight.
Yeah, if he wasn't, oh, never mind. That might be Raren taken low. He's still able to survive, but look at that.
Nope, that's gonna be Aaron. Of course, he gets taken down by Aaron, and that's gonna be 30 stacks for Aaron as well. So now it's gonna be a fight of Piercer versus Piercer as to who gets the better sustain and in front of them, and who gets the more stacks or damage in. Of course, Kimmy is still at the upper hand. 30 extra stacks is a lot to deal with. But RNTX here have a chance because of the fact that Witch can actually burst down the Kimmy if he wants to and gets the space to do it.
Oh, that's a close night onto the Death Sonatas coming through from Aaron, the creator here. And I think they will be able to take on to the mid lane, but a good clearance coming through from Toby as well as a BCD will not be letting them take down the mid lane here. But this time around, I feel like Violi, he should be the one recalling here. They are so dependent on this guy that they don't want to let him die, and this is a good job coming through from the side of Zutsu Esports. But funnily enough, RNTX are the one who is giving the pressure onto the lanes here, even though they lose out onto the mid side too, just because of the presence of the Fanny as well. And of course, Meteor just giving out a vision. This is the problem of a Uranus here. They might eventually be able to take out onto the bottom lane if they play their cards right, but they decided against it because why? The Lord is going to be up in less than 10 seconds, and this is exactly what they want to contest here, because if they give out the Lord again, it might be a big trouble for the side of RNTX.
But now that the Lord is up, we can see Kyria getting taken down up top. Not the best of situations to be in, considering the fact that the Lord is up. And right now, Zutsu Esports, they have complete and full access to the Lord, but the enemy jungler down. They should just be blocking it on it instantly.
This is definitely going to be a good take coming to Korea. Unfortunate for them, but I think Bits got taunted. Like that, something might be happening here, but not much of a problem coming through. Just going to be a John, and Radan will be able to get out to the Lord. They might go for a re-engage. Look at AOG.
Yep, that's going to be an engage, alright. Radan tries to come in from the sidelines with the beast form as well. The side of RNTX safely managed to back off, knowing that they need to defend the Lord once it comes in. Kyria will be back up too. Tries to go in for his red, but of course Zeta is going to be there, zoning him away as much as possible. But right now, Zutsu, they need to sync up the lanes, and that's exactly what they are trying to. Though the top lane, it will reach a little faster than the bot lane or the mid. So that's a little misalignment there. But I think that it is still okay for them because the Lord charge is going to hit the turret pretty hard. And that should enable them to take down at least 2 inhibitors with this Lord.
And the fact that they have a good clearance coming through from the side of RNTX might be helping them quite a lot, but the further airstrike just for this run, but they will be giving away onto the bottom lane here. So yeah, good scenario for RNTX, but ZTAT though, that's gonna be another stack from Aaron the creator here, so they are able to defend. Not cram?
Exactly. So, oh no, that's gonna be a double as well. So 50 stacks versus 60 stacks. Things are starting to look very, very close here, Debbie. And I'll tell you, the goal lead, it was much higher for Zutsu, nearly around 8k, but right now it's down to 5 with just 2 kills. So we will have to see how they recover these 3,000 gold that we just lost. Rarin instinctively using up. Oh no, but that's going to be the going one passive, taking down Violi, shut down onto him. Aaron gets the monster kill meanwhile. He is the one on 60 stacks now, mind you. And Violi with that shutdown actually gave away a lot of bounty to the side of RNTX. This cannot be looking good for the side of Zutsu.
And now I would like to think that Korea is just a distraction, you know, the way he was going in there. The focus was mainly onto him rather than the set that has been made by Toby under the turret there. It could have been much better if Zutsu Esports were able to focus on to what Toby were making the sets on, especially for Viole. But how can that happen? Because RNTX the bitch, my goat right there, was able to take down Kimi. That's the big shutdown that they have right now. So this is definitely going to be creating a lot of space too, and the goal lead is going to be neutered down just from 5k to 2k. It's already big enough because they got a massive shutdown to Viole. He's already going to be nerfed down onto the stack as well, and the BOD already taken down by Aaron the creator means that he is very to go for the Rhapsodies and the Death Sonatas and get out the damages in, and I'm pretty sure he have a good stack onto the Caprizo as well.
That's what. And I love the fact here that the Garot Kaja, no matter. Oh no, Toby.
No, nah, you don't do that, boy.
I mean, it's okay, little one, but you just need to be careful with the setup next time because you're gonna have a 12-second cooldown. And who knows? Maybe RNTX just tries to target you with that Mirio,
Yeah.
of course, trying to deal some damage. That's going to be Attraction Pulse. Cramgon's going to be the one getting targeted down. He's taken in quite a lot of damage though. It doesn't even have the passive right now. Farsa using the Feather Airstrike for a clear up. Keria kind of shows away his position. I mean, I think he
Okay.
wasn't expecting the fact that he was outside the bush, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's one. And I'm pretty sure that may be a fickle of a problem created for the side of RNTX. But then again, they did, waste it out onto the beast form from Raden, but he's going to be back on time though. But Toby now, he's going to be trying to give the pressure on from the boost here. I'm pretty sure they don't know where he's going to be. But Ztad, mid lane?
Of course, going to be targeted down so much. The Purify gets used up, which means he is definitely going to be a target for Cramgod in there. Toby, though, gonna be in a very good positioning, but he gets spotted
What
out
way?
by Mario. Oh
Okay.
no, but definitely here, Cramgod is looking for a target. He has the immortality, so it shouldn't be a problem if he tries to go in for an engage. But Abyss TZ, he is the one who is taking in the maximum amount of damage. And the side of Zutsu need to find a way to target down around the creator. If they do not shut down the Granger, then it would be getting harder and harder for them to win out in team fights because he is insanely difficult for anybody to pull down right now. Raren isn't able to reach him so easily, and Abyss TZ, even if he uses up the AOG, he still has the flicker and the dash to run away from it. And Aaron is insanely clever with his positioning. But oh no, up top, Ztad gets taken down. That's going to be a Lord fight coming in. Aaron definitely dealing some damage. Obviously, trying to get a little bit of the taunts coming in. But Raden should be able to secure that Lord very easily. But damage is still in though. Cramgod gets the engage on the Abyss, who uses up the AOG instinctively, which still trying to zone people away. But the airstrike gonna come in. Immortality gets taken down from Abyss. A little bit of the death sonata and he would have died. But for now, the Lord will be secured by the side of Team Zutsu. So that's a good hope for them because the minions will definitely be creating a lot of pressure down bot and mid.
Yep. This is going to be a strong Lord here. The Evolve Lord already coming through here. And I think Jitsu decided to burst onto the Lord because they have vision, they have information that Keria does not really have the retribution, which he used it to kill the top 4. And I think it's really, really worth it to trade away your XP later for a Evolve Lord here at Base TZ now. Cancelling out. Look at the taunt.
Definitely gonna be a taunt coming in by Abyss, who again uses up the AOG a bit defensively. Raren though gonna be caught out in the midst of it all though, and he has to use up that beast form just to escape. And the Lucas snowball which he had in the early game is going down bit by bit, which is not looking good for Zutsu. They need to shut down Witch as well as Aaron if they want to win this one out, because otherwise RNTX have a terrible amount of, like, terrible means insanely good amount of terrible waves here that they have.
I would like to think that they had a plan B there up to the top lane where they wanna go all in onto Ztad because they already have the long lanes created, which is what we already said into the drafting phase. Because with the Fanny, they will play the long lanes, and this is exactly what Korea did. And they know that Ztad will be the one trying to clear now, and they were positioning so well to try to remove Ztad from the equation and not use the retribution and go for the contest onto the turtle. Unfortunately for their side, the Fanny Korea decided to use onto the retribution, which means that they will have to give away the Evolve Lord. And Zutsu Esports, they know it really well that they won't be contesting it, so they decide to burst it down even though they traded their life for it. And now this is going to be giving them a lot of ways to try to set up for the next lords that can come through here, because now only one inhibitor is standing for the side of RNTX. They lost one with the Evolve Lord that they had so far, but right now Ztad though, he might be in trouble.
Trouble indeed. Purify gets used up, and Crime God knows his timing so well, which gets a killing spree. It's late, but he gets it anyway. 3-0-6 for him. The scoreboard now tilting a little bit more in favor of Team RNTX as the fourth lot of the game is going to be coming up. Toby, he needs to look for a proper setup onto those two into the backline. They do not have Purifies, only the flickers. And Kimmy needs to combo it up with Surge if he tries to go in for the ultimate. But oh no, towards the blue buff though, Toby, as well as Abyss, they are looking for a bit of an engage. That's going to be Cram God getting bursted down, but the Feather Strike comes in, but the amount of damage coming in from Aaron as well as Rage, little too much for the side of RNTX as well as Zutsu to handle. But these two teams, nobody dies. Cram God saves his immortality and is still alive for the Lord fight.
That was a good response coming through from RNTX Victman. That is a Farsa who is able to get the artillery right, and he was able to stand down quite low. And the damages that he was able to provide give it so much, make it so much easy for RNTX to maneuver onto that team fight. And this is the greatest combination I usually talk about, right? The Farsa and the Granger together, and now they are hurting quite a lot. They need to have a good positioning here, and if they are able to get out that positioning, I think the free hitting Granger will definitely be hurting at this point. And now this second Evolve Lord will be into the side of Zutsu. They can burst this down, but I don't think RNTX will let this happen because they will lose this if they lose this Lord.
That's exactly what. A 24-minute game. Mirio zoning everybody away. Esmeralda zoning Aaron away, but that's gonna be Raren securing the fourth, quite possibly the final lot of the game. Carrier needs to back off. Aaron is also gonna be taken down very low. Zcat just completely zoning these two damage dealers out. Prime God gets taken down. Mirio being the only survivor into the middle of all those chunky frontliners. He needs to back off as well, but right here, right now, Zutsu Esports have the Lord advantage. It's a 4 versus 5 defense with Fanny, Forza, and Granger in your face. Feather Air Strike, but they used a lot of damage to Toby as well as Iole. But the Lord, it's a very healthy one. Can RNTX defend this, or is Zutsu going to go in for a complete engage? That's going to be a cutthroat on to Toby. Immortality gets taken down. Raren though gets a shut down on the witch into the backside. AOG marking down Aaron completely, but the base is still gonna be taken down by Zutsu Esports. They managed to pull off a 1-for-1. This is a deja vu of the RNG Cup.
Yeah, I did talk about the redemption for RNTX, but this doesn't really look like a redemption because Jutsu, they played this so well. And I did said about the last lot where if they lost this lot, is gonna be a done deal. It was so dependent on how Korea is able to get out the retribution. I don't think he's so good onto the retribution because it's a beast that he's going against. It's Raren, and he's so good onto the retribution, especially when the server is in his favor. And I think that created the opening for the side of Zutsu to win out into the game. Good maneuver all the time, and I don't know who is deserving of the MVP as of now because everyone they were doing their own job. They were doing anything that they went. I'm pretty sure Violet should be the one because he was the one dishing out a lot of damage, but Toby did a really good participation onto the cancellation of the feather airstrike most of the time, and which did not really have a good ultimate days.
I mean, let's just say when it's RNTX and Zutsu, two teams who love the brawly compositions, we are always going to be in for a game 3. So, I mean, this time around, Surur is going to switch back to RNTX, having Mumbai advantage. So, can Zutsu recover the MS difference that they are going to have from this game, or will RNTX win it out like they did in the first game? That is something we need to see. And Jutsu also needs to focus on giving Toby his comfort this time around, because if you count out the MS difference itself, I think the draft is going to play a major role in this one.
And the fact that Kimi is consistently picked away by Jutsu, it's time. It's time for them to. Okay, there we go. We talked about Kimi, and that is going to be the most valuable player, Viole. Onto the Kimi. I think this happened since the very start of the game, where he was 6-0-2 down, 60 stacks into the Sky Piercer, and wherever he is available, a death is sure to be found here. And kill participation of 82%. Him and Abyss TZ, they were everywhere at that point, and they did, and that they have a good rotation as well. And the fact that he was able to get all to the last hit also says a lot about the Sky Piercer stack that he have. Only taken down once by Witch, of course, but that is the only casualty that he survived. Other than that, he was consistent in dealing out the damages. He's been good onto the positioning as well. He's been protected from the very back, and I feel like even Toby was the one helping him, saving him from the rest of the first time most of the time, again and again. And Zitat has been acting as the one who is joining them away, like the second type of Uranus, right? Uranus and Esmeralda did similar plays, and that is what they have been doing so far. And I feel like Raden, his duty was to secure the lords, and he served it right.
Definitely served it. So technically enough, we will be seeing the third game this time around Jutsu. They will themselves be banning out on the cloth, so maybe they want the Freya or the carry for themselves because
Mhm.
that is one of the biggest win conditions for them usually. Now, of course, Toby, he performed under the Sora, but I wouldn't say his KD was too good, and it was mainly just Violet snowballing the heck out of that game into the early game.
Yeah.
But this time around, RNTX, they need to plan it out better. Do they go in for a similar kind of draft at the first game, give away the Grok, pick up the Valentina and the Hilda Khalid, something like that? Or do they want to gamble with their picks? So, and technically enough, we should be able to see the Baxia, the Yusunshin getting banned out by them, as well as the Jushin.
Mm. I feel like Kimmy should be a deny. What's either a deny or a ban for RNTX. But the fact that when you are on the red side, usually RNTX have a good experience onto the red side. They have a good win rate here. But the downside of the red side is that you always have to ban away heroes like the Zeus in the Freya and the respect ban onto Baxia from Raren. And Raren is never Raren's Baxia is like Van's Fanny, right? Because it always, or Yahiko's Fanny, it's always going to be taken away, and that is what the red side is purposely doing here for NTX. So, Cloud taken away, as well as the EF. This is a similar band style coming through from the side of Jutsu. So, RNTX, this is the decider, right? Whether they want a respect ban or whether they want a meta ban again, because Grok Hilda still available. Or Kalea, even. Yeah.
Exactly. Grok, Hilda, Kalia, you're leaving out the roamers to get
Mm.
those respect bans out of the way. Yeet getting taken out. Quite possibly we see the Farsa ban. Maybe they want to give away the Farsa since they just won against it. The Kimi
Yep.
should be more of a ban for the side of Zutsu or RNTX here. But you
Oh,
definitely, oh no, it is
damn.
going to be the Farsa. And yeah, RNTX, they do not want
Same
to give
ban.
away the Claude or the carry, which means, oh, but Raren can get his Shin here if he
Mm.
doesn't care about the ping he's going to
There we
have.
go.
Yeah, call it away. That's going to be a very, very comfort pick for Raren right there. Oh
Esmeralda
no.
Zetian. Okay. Oh,
Okay.
direct response. Okay, I feel like I know what this team is now. They Jutsu and RNTX. They love the Esmeralda. The red side first pick has consistently been the Esmeralda. It is still a flex, but it mainly goes into the hands of the XP laners. Zita and Mirio has been playing, and Esmeralda have a good win rate too. So this is gonna be the decider if the Esmeralda 100% win rate will be good here for RNTX. So Zetian is such a good decider though, a good cancellation and a good response to the way that Yisun is being picked away. But of course, Violet will be still sticking onto this hero. That is going to be the good winning condition for their side, Zeta as well. And not Zeta, it's going to be ABCZ again onto the Grog. But look at the new pick coming through from the side of RNTX. This is going to be a new kind of draft style that they are bringing onto the table. Guinevere, it should be onto the jungle, no?
Yep, that is 90% the jungle unless they have to flex it out later for the roam. But
Mm,
against the
mm.
Grog, though, I don't feel like they want to go in for a Guinevere roam. But let's see
True,
what
true.
happens. Zutsu, meanwhile, Grog again for Abyss. A little skeptical
It's
on that one, but hey, I hope Abyss lands the tech charges properly this time. But of
Us,
course,
man.
Violet and Toby, Violet and Raren on to absolute comfort picks here, so that is a very good sign for Zutsu. RNTX should be banning out the Freya up next. Two marksmen already in. Freya and CC will be the prime choice for I think something similar goes in for the side of Zutsu too. They might take out the Granger instead. Yeah, that's gonna be the Granger ban coming in instantaneously. And quite possibly one of the EXP bans, maybe the Uranus could be taken out this time around. Or maybe the Alice even.
Now it's so bad for RNTX because they don't have a skill. Oh, wait, they do have a Harris, but the amount of magic damage is definitely going to be very overwhelming at this point. They need a physical one at that too, and that's the reason why they remove out the Freya instead of any kind of hero like the Harriet too. So they're kind of forcing out to give away a lot of magic damage already. So I'm pretty sure they can come up with a very completely different hero. but 3 marksmen that are very valid is already taken down, and the 2 heroes that is so good onto the gold lane as a fighter is also taken down again. So now it's very, very crucial for RNTX to try to secure out what kind of hero that they want into their goal lane, because I don't see anything happening anytime soon. So last pick is what they want to go for here. Direct counter onto the Grot, that's going to be the Khalid. I think Krem God is very, very comfortable onto this hero, but still, the question still stands, right? What is going to be their gold laner? They need a scaling hero.
That's exactly what they have got, as much damage as they possibly could have wanted. So, Aaron, what can you pick up here against this
Oh,
crazy draft? Oh, okay, it's actually Toby onto the goal lane with the YSS, with
nice.
Kemi mid and Akai jungle. So Zutsu is high key winning this draft for now. But RNTX, what can they pick up to melt those people down? The carry is out, CC is out,
Oh,
Freya and Claude are out. Moskov? You
Moscow.
need a
Oh,
marksman in this job, but Moskov against that much of dive, it's gonna be so risky into this draft, I would say.
it's scary.
Harriet.
Oh, still, oh
Okay.
wait, we talked about Harriet,
Okay.
but I don't like the Harriets, honestly speaking, because the amount of magic damage dealer from RNTX, just look at this. It's only gonna be the
Four.
Khalid. 4 magic
Exactly.
damages. And I think Jutsu did this so well because they kind of forced the Harris into the hands of Aaron the creator here. And Toby, I remember his Yushin Shin last time he was 0-3 down, okay, onto the goal in Yushin Shin. But he pulled it out onto the later part, just like Radium did
Yeah,
last time. So I'm pretty sure he'll
exactly.
be pulling it away. So I think, but the thing is, the win Yusen is against a magic damage dealer, right? So if they are going to be
Mhm.
overwhelming or if they are overcooking, that is going to be the question here.
That's the point. And there's also a lot of crowd control you cannot ignore from the side of Zutsu. So that Harith has to play it so very safe. He needs to wait for the setup from, you know what, Harith, as well as Guinevere and Mirio onto that Esmeralda, as well as the Raging Sandstorm. So technically enough, RNTX, they need to play it out very safe. Zutsu, they have definitely got the advantage into this draft. They are on their comforts. Only that Abyss and Toby, they need to not give away their life into the early game, and Abyss cannot miss the tech charges. But with that, game 3, decider between Zutsu and RNTX. Who is going to get the revenge of RNG Cup, or does Zutsu continue their win streak is going to be the question. But welcome to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Looking at the drafting so far, I think it's definitely going to be into the hands of whether Mirio is going to be able to get out to the lane as fast as possible, because that is going to be a good start here, because he is the one who can deal out the damage onto the Panda here, Raren, because he's going to be having out the shields too. And the thing is, Viole should not be given a good farm, but right now, even against the Farsa, he was having a good farm here. And now that he is against the GTN, I think he will be able to get out the good farm that he's required to, but the fact is still standing. RNTX should not give early kills into the hands of this Kimi again, because he was able to stack up and get the snowball rolling on, and that kind of created a lot of spacing for their side too. And Jutsu, they played for the Kimi and they really have a good Kimi into their second game, and this should be avoided by RNTX if they are able to, pull out something here, strategize enough so that this Violet cannot be farmed. I think they are pretty okay.
That's what. And for now, I think the matchup is going to be pretty equal onto either of all the lanes, except for the fact if Raren decides to create pressure onto the EXP side, we will be seeing it. But for now, let's see what happens. Both the teams are rotating towards the EXP, trying to compete for that EXP crab. But if Raren manages to secure this, he will get his level 4. Otherwise, he's going to have to wait it out a bit more before the turtle, and that is going to be a major disadvantage for Zutsu here.
Yep. Jutsu this time around, I think they are going to be trying to go for the turtle here. Look at that taunt coming through. Keria taken down very low, but there might be a little bit of a flicker coming through from Violet as well. But the dragon will be popped though. RNTX Vit, he's back into the equation, but still, they are trying to go for the jump. Look at that.
So that's going to be the early pressure right into the red buff region. No kills being secured, but definitely the red buff. Oh, wait a second. Who got it? Keria get it, right?
Oh, Keria? Yeah, I think he got it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what.
he is.
He
He's
did
still.
get it. Yeah. He has it. So technically enough, RNTX should be able to come back safely from this, despite Raren
Mm.
stealing away that turtle. So technically enough, this time around, Raren is like, I don't care what server it is, I am gonna get the retributions on point anyway.
I'm known as the god of the retribution. I'm gonna be living up to it. That's the mindset that you have right now. But I'm kind of interested to see the gold lane meta over here because I'm pretty sure we know that Yi Sin is kind of weak against magic damage dealer, and this is a heavy we're talking about. But still looking good so far for both Toby and Aaron. They are not trading out onto those pokes. They are just clearing out to the minions. They are waiting for the late game power spike to come through for both of their sides here. And the fact that RNTX have a lot of magic damage, if they have the tough puts, they are gonna be a very it's gonna be very useful for their side too. But a good poke coming through from Toby onto the bottom lane is gonna be creating a lot of pressure against Aaron the Creator. But this is a Harriet who have a good spell van under lifesteal as well on his kit, so he's definitely gonna be okay. But Meteor now though, he knows that there is something in trouble under the bush, so he will not be going for the engage just yet.
Exactly so. He needs to be the main frontliner for his team here. Even a Khalid cannot sustain
Ah.
that much amount of damage coming in from the side of Jutsu. So he needs to be alive for as long as he possibly can, trying to sustain everything. All of the damage output from Violet. Oh no, but Zeke had definitely taken a little bit of damage here from an Esmeralda. I do think the passive could have saved him, but oh no, Toby!
Oh,
Very low here. Cram God could
Flicker?
still try and looking for a flicker. Oh no. Toby! He makes it out alive with a flicker of his own. Just
Oh my
a
god.
crazy outplay right there.
That was a crazy calculation also. He knows that Crime God will be onto him with the basic attack and flicker, and he calculated it so well with the tauntless as well, and now this is definitely going to be good. But for RNTX though, they should be trying to get onto this turtle now, because if they don't, I think they will be losing out a lot here, because they are actually goals behind, and this Guniver, who doesn't really have a goal lead, is unable to sustain, and no spatial migration. Look at the dragon though.
Exactly, so he's definitely trying to look for a little bit of an engagement to carry as well as Witch there, but he is the one in damage.
Oh.
Mario goes in for the falling Stamon, but is it gonna be enough for the kill though? No, it's not gonna be enough. Mountain Shocker comes in for the vision, but the turret very risky here, very vulnerable to damage from Mirio as well as Etad at the same time, but we'll see how it goes. Because currently the engage is down bot lane instead of the turtle lane.
Yeah, this is kind of something that you really want to focus on. I think Kremgard is more he's not the one going for the initiation. He's more of a trying to respond to the sets made by Jutsu here, and it kind of worked wonders for their side. But look at the jump.
It's gonna be jump indeed, along with the Fury of the Phoenix coming in right on point from which again tech charge, no Abyss, and the Raging Sandstorm is gonna enable RNTX to take away the first blood. Heavy spin comes in, Cramgon the one in danger. Can he survive is the question. He's still lasting it. The heals up from the second skill, too much for even Zutsu to burst down, and that's gonna be 2 kills being taken down by RNTX. But Team Zutsu, they managed to trade it off with the turret, the most important turret, down mid.
Yeah, I would say it's still worth it for Zutsu here, because mid turret already taken down, zero turrets just yet for the side of our NTX here, but onto the top, mid lane, immunity coming through from Miriel. He's gonna be wasting onto the Purify, because if he gets taken down there again, it's gonna be all in favor of Zutsu.
Exactly, so, oh no, carrier though. Okay, oh, but Toby, he's getting marked down so much, poor thing. But here, Abyss finally gets the tech charge right on point out to carrier, but this was a very close one though. He needs to be the one to set up properly for his team, and he hasn't been able to do it so far onto that Grok. So let's see if he actually manages to get that. But right now, Zutsu have a bit of the turret advantage, and I think that is still going to enable them to, you know what, make a comeback after the 9 or 10 minute mark once the musician gets the power spike.
Uses his power spike is what they are waiting for, but same goes for the side of RNTX, but this is gonna be the third turtle that's not taken away by RNTX. But I think Korea trouble again, but Toby will be able to secure that kill. They are trying to go for more. Look at that.
Yep, that's gonna be an over engage coming in from the Khalid. More like he just got caught out because of the Akai and then the Yuzhong knockups all at the same time. So technically, he wasn't able to sustain all of it together. Mirio, though, he definitely has the Oracle onto him, and the shield is getting powerful with every growing minute, which is a good sign for the side of RNTX. But Zutsu, they are so focused onto those turrets. It's almost impressive because they have a 2 turret advantage, and RNTX hasn't been able to open up the map yet.
Yeah, if the game goes late and everyone is able to beat out the basic defenses, it's gonna be a big trouble for the side of RNTX, and this is the downside of a full maze. Oh, tech traps
Oh
missed
no.
out.
Come on,
Again.
Abyss. Come on. And he even used his flicker right then and there.
Oh.
Raging Sandstorm from Kremgo. Came on the shocker. And it should be a kill for the side of Team Zutsu. Yep, it is. Kremgon gets taken down by Zitad, though. Definitely going to be
Okay.
getting the damage output. But Aaron gets the last pick of shield at the very last moment and managed to survive this one. Muriel, meanwhile, is trying to sustain all of it, but I think that Viole once again is the win con for the side of Zutsu, because look at the map. Zutsu is completely in control of it now.
Yeah, they are so objective-minded that it's kind of scary now, and I don't think INTX have any response to this plays coming through from the side of Jutsu. And now look at that. They already are able to take out 3 inhibitors, that's the outer inhibitors, every place in every lane, and it's gonna be, lessening down the way that RNTX is able to play. No spacing whatsoever for the Herod here. He's gonna be needing all of those goals, all of those items, and I don't think he is able to do this because of the lack of the turret standing here, and he's gonna be always in need of the support of either Mirio or Crime God to give him all of those gold that he required. And now, worst case scenario for the side of RNTX, the Lord rather, is already up, and Korea, he's just level 10 to a level 12 run.
Exactly so. And now, even Toby, despite being the fact his KD wasn't so good in the early game, like you mentioned, he definitely managed to pull it off by
Yeah.
himself all over again. Now he's on 2-1-2, which is very decent for even a gold lane. Oh no, but the immobilized. No, which gets taken down. There's gonna be a pin down coming in from Abyss as well as Raren right under the turret. Miyu gets a 3-man setup right under the turret as well. However, as far as we can see, Toby is going to be taking in some damage, but nobody from the side of Zutsu Esports falls in that fight. And RNTX, they are lagging behind by nearly 6,000 gold.
Yeah, this is the most goal lead, not the most, the most goal deficit that they have been having so far into this tournament again, and this is gonna be definitely in favor of the side of Jutsu here. A lot of magic damages, and now it's gonna be hurting them, biting them into the back here. One more turret taken down here onto the mid side, the top side will be removed as well. This time around, they still have the Holy Blessing, which can last for another 2 minutes, but then again, it's gonna be popped by the side of Jutsu here. The Lord will be coming to the bottom lane side here. I don't think they have a good clearance, but the fact that Korea is 1-for-1 on a Guinevere. That's not the very tanky hero that you are talking about. Mirio is definitely going to be the only source of survivability that they have. He's going to be the one who's going to go for the sustain. But then again, they are not focusing onto him. They are focusing onto the back lines. Look at the dragon.
Oh, Abyss finally with the redemption right there. Viole, he's gonna get a kill for himself. Extra stacks for his Sky Piercer right away as Zutsu bursts down the mid lane in Nib as well as the one on bottom lane. Viole is going to be chunking down the one on top. Carrier gets immobilized but will be able to back off with the second phase of the spatial migration. But for now, Zutsu Esports, they will be playing it for their discipline. They decide to back off and wait it out for the next lot because they achieved what they wanted to with the first lot of the game, and that is they already took down 2 inhibitors and even tried to get the third one, and it's just standing at like half of its HP.
And now, looking at the leads so far, Jutsu, they are so comfortable, man. 9k gold, it is what they have. And I don't think RNTS will be able to come back to this. Unless Aaron pulls something out of his sleeve, it is going to be highly unlikely. Because I don't know if he's already on the Holy Crystal or not. Because it's already 12 minutes of the game. He's definitely going to be needing that. And the fact that he's going to be able to burst them down is also going to be dependent on the items that he have, especially the penetration, which I doubt he have it yet. So this lore might eventually be given away again. So RNTX, if they are trying to contest, okay, Krem God.
Was the one taking in some damage, but now he's deciding to back off because he knows that he cannot sustain the farm gap that is there right now. 9,000 in favor of Zutsu, I would say that is mighty huge. last game as well, this game too, they managed to secure that goal lead for themselves every single minute. And
Oh.
this game, they aren't gonna let it go down. Toby, he has enough vision for himself this time around, but right now we need to see who gets this Lord, because Raren gets the knock upon the Mirio as the Mana Chakra Faction Pearls will force Mirio to use up that Purify. Kiria is in a good position, but Abyss is gonna spot him, and he will have to back off right away, as Zutsu Esports definitely just secure this Lord for themselves.
I think it have been. I don't know, man. I hate the Guinevere when it's actually behind in goal because look at him. He's just level 12, 141, and Ryan is already level 15 minutes ago. But that's gonna be the heavy spins done down. Look at that.
Oh no, which gets
Mirio.
caught out? Oh no, it's Mirio. Sorry, the RNTX is the same in their name. Apologies, but Mirio is the one who gets taken down this time around. He didn't have the Purify, and despite staying 0-0-0 for like 13 minutes, he finally gets taken down to be 0-1-0, which is not very fortunate for him. But this game around, the lanes are very properly synced. Keria finally gets a knock up onto the Akai, but the damage from an Akai itself is so high. Are you seeing what I am seeing? Winter Trunking as well as Violet Requiem coming in from Keria, but Z-Tad on the backside, enough to zone people away as Team IQ RNTX take away a victory for themselves. Oh, Zutsu Esports take away a victory.
Okay,
My gosh.
I see where you're siding. I'm joking. Congratulations to Zutsu. That was a clean game coming through, and I would say the draft wasn't really looking good for the side of RNTX, man. I don't. Okay, it's been so long that I've seen this kind of draft coming through from RNTX because I've always been excited about their draft sometimes because it looked really, really good. They're very decisive. They always have a good calculation on the physical damage and the magic damage, but this time. I think that is a big blunder, but Jutsu kind of forced them to be in that position, banning away two mazes for Vitch and him prioritizing onto the Z10, not a good sign. And already, if they won the Z10 and the Harriet together, they could have gotten something like the Lapu Lapu into the hands of Miro because that is his one trick anyway. But I think Jutsu, they cleared it so well. They flex out onto the Yi Sin from the very start, and then they give it into the hands of Toby rather than Raden. And Raden, he pulled out his Akai, which has been so long. It's been so long that we have seen the Akai, and the Akai cancels out everything that the Guinevere wants to do, and he cannot really jump onto that too. And we can see how Keria was struggling into the jungle. Even though they have a winning mid lane there, they were able to rotate it out, but they don't really have a good jungling speed there. And consistently giving away the turtle to a panda is gonna be so tanky at that point.
But let's just say I was a bit distracted by my camera going off suddenly. But hey, it is Zutsu, and this time around, holy Abyss, you really redeemed yourself there. Good job on
Wow.
getting that MVP. First it was Violet, second time it's going to be Abyss. This time around, Team Zutsu, they're really showing who has the better mid lane synergy in this series at least. But hey, definitely, I think that Abyss deserved it because even if he missed one or two tech charges towards the end, he really did provide the setups as well as a lot of space, vision, and zoning for his team. And I think that's what enabled Viole to have all those stacks onto his Piercer and get the kills wherever necessary. Because if you look at it, 100% kill participation, and that is a lot.
Yep. If you blame me on the RNTX loss, it's not gonna be me, guys. It's them being skillless. Okay. Onto the other side, I feel like, the spy, the one who is performing very undercover, it is the dragon, Zitet. I think he have been struggling into the lane a bit, but then when the rotation comes through, he was the one forcing out a distraction with the dragon that he have, and at that point also, Abyss, he was able to have a good setup, and that is the decider of the end of the game, and they were following it through, and nothing can change the damage that can come through. No one can sustain the damage that's been coming through from the side of Jutsu already. 10k gold is what they have up to the very end, and I think they really, really did a good job. So I'm pretty sure they are so deserving after this again.
Exactly so. And I think that the only issue which happened in this game is that which was on more of a utility mage than the proper damage dealing mage. And that may be creating a little bit of that difference in the team fights, because we have usually seen Witch on more performing mid laners such as the Kimi or the Farsa or even the Valen or Kadita. So technically enough, maybe if he had something to deal more damage with, then Toby could have been zoned out a bit more and RNTX would have had an easier time in the team fights. But it is what it is, right? Zutsu definitely
Mhm.
pulled off a second copy of what they did in RNG Cup, and this time around they just did it better. The discipline was
Yeah.
far better than what we have witnessed, and technically enough, they deserve a spot in the upper bracket. And we will be taking a break right now to come back with the very last game of the day, and that's going to be another three-match game, I'm very sure. Because hey,
EBT.
it's EBT versus Dakusena, the classic arch enemies, and we'll be back very soon. And welcome back to another game of the Indian Championship Series. And this is going to be the last and final game of the day between Daku Sena and Elusivity Esports. Two arch enemies with absolutely mutual feelings towards each other. But hey, this will be me, Sarah, on the casting desk, alongside the very talented and beautiful Debbie. So, Debbie, take it away.
Yeah, we are going back again and again to the same one here because we are very excited to see Elusivity going against Aquasina because we are ready for a 20-minute plus game for these two teams because they love the brawl. So, talking about that, we'll see Elusivity have the first pick, Aquasina onto the second pick, which means that they'll be able to have the server advantage. So, I hope they use this to their full potential. So, talking about the draft here, the Yi Shin and the Kadita taken away. And you know what? Kadita is always going to be taken away when you see Peekaboo onto your opponent's side. And this is a respect band exclusively for him. For Dakosena though, this is a very great band that they can come through it. The Zusin very predictable, but what about the Kimi? Why do they ban the Kimi here?
Just to deny Shenzu of his signature pick. Like, if you want to deny Peekaboo his Kadita, Shenzu
Mhm.
on the Kimi is just the same thing. So
Oh.
technically enough, both teams are going in for those respect bans instead of the meta bans. So of course,
Mhm.
EVT knows what they want to do here. They will be taking out the Yisun Shin and the carry as well. Might lock in out the Esmeralda as their first pick, of course. DS here, they might go in for the Claude as their first pick, with the Freya getting taken out. That is going to be the most valid choice onto the goal lane, as well as they will have the access to the Kalia and the Lunox combo if they want to go in for it after this.
Finally someone respecting out onto hide and bush Esmeralda. And I think this is a very, very good response to Dakuzina here. They first pick out the Esmeralda. It's still gonna be a flex, but the fact that the Yishun and the Kimi is already gone, only the Lunox will be available that can make the Esmeralda a flex. So I would like to say that this should be into the hands of Corey Cutie yet. But onto the other side, this is gonna be the Grok together with the Claude here. Very safe pick onto the Claude. It's already a big one. So this time around, elusivity, I'm pretty sure they can come up with something good here that can be a great counter for the Claude. I'm pretty much sure that the Farsa can be coming here for Senju if he wants to go for it because he's very aggressive onto that hero.
That's what, the Farsa is just very good into this draft. And then Rudius, of course, gets the Khalid. So technically enough, Team EVT, they will definitely be moving on towards that marksman into the goal lane, because they have a ranged mid lane which is not a Kimi, so they do need a marksman. They could still go in for something like the Sora or the CC or Lapu, but then again a marksman would be a safer choice. But against the Claude, the Granger doesn't work so much, so what would you pick? The Harith. Prices is definitely good on that pick. So DS here need to think this through. They could go in for something like the Suyo, or they could go in for quite possibly, what could they go in here? The Lunox might work a bit. Oh no, but it's going to be the Alice being locked in
Ah.
for that backline dive. So definitely, so far it's looking good for both the teams here, and the bans are going to be the deciding factor.
I feel like it's a very early release, but I'm pretty sure they just wanna keep out their jungle up to the very last, just like a classic Dakusena style. I'm pretty sure that they usually wanna pick away Silver's jungle up to the second part phases of the drafting phase. Now the band can come to in for the side of Dakusena, so they can remove the junglers here. What is Julius capable of? He can actually play anything that he wants, but the Leomord can be an option or even the Joy too. But they can let go of the Joy because they already have a good a massive amount of magic damage already for the side of elusivity, so they can ban away something physical. Oh, never mind. They ban away the box, yeah, and look at that, another respect onto Peekaboo. It's gonna be the
Oh.
Selena. Wow.
Indeed, and it's gonna be a joy band from the side of EVT itself. While DS they take
Mm.
out the Boxia and the Fredrin, I think they do not want to give their jungler as well as, Funny Valentine any kind of issues. with those tanky frontliners being in front of him all the time. Technically enough, it's a good plan if they can execute it. The Suyo and the Lancelot are still open for Silver to pick up, and he could perform really well onto those heroes. He also does have the Guinevere if he wants to go in for it with the Grok, and that would be a very wonderful combination to play around. DS, if you know what Peekaboo loves to do in these kind of drafts, he might
No.
just be going in for the Odette as the last pick.
Odette, yeah, that can be. They can do the Odette Lancelot thing if they search right. But
Yep.
I feel like I like the Lancelot pick here into the hands of Silva. They are just trying to deny every much of a jungle potential coming through from the side of elusivity. Like I said, the Guinevere is still available, but I think they need a physical damage here. Maybe the Hayabusa can work, but if the server is not into their favor, I'm pretty sure they will not directly go for that. Not much of a tanky jungle that he can play right now. The Leomord is still available for Julius if he wants to go for that, or they can try to prioritize onto the gold lane first here. Even then, the gold lane is so scarce. The cloth is already taken away by Dakusena, so elusivity they have limited choices. I don't know what they can
Yeah.
pick. Oh, okay.
Okay.
CC Studio. This is much of a better choice. They now have physical damage, and look at that! You predicted it so well. Oh, that
I
last
told you.
lot. Yeah,
I
you know
told
it
you.
so well.
It's just comfort. It's just comfort for every single player into this map. It's a CC goal for Crisis who loves to go full damage on that CC. Not very good in this job, but we'll see because he can easily melt down the Alice. Rudius, of course, on that Khalid, pretty good with his setups. Farsa, the Feather Air Strike, Shinzu is very aggressive at that. Julius onto the Suyo might be my only concern because I haven't seen him perform that well onto that hero, but Esmeralda EXP, so full faith onto Corey's hands right there. DS, meanwhile, very standard, very staple, very obvious draft for them, but with that, we are into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Extra map awareness into the hands of Dakusena as Elusivity decide how to counter that.
You know, the fact that the Odette is still pick, even though there is already a Farsa, is saying a lot about the comfortable, the comfort onto the hands of Peekaboo here. And I think this can be a bit easy for the side of Senju here because of the range that he have. But this time around, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to start a good fight if they want to go for the engage to get a stun.
So that's going to be the aggression coming in from the hands of EVT early into the game. Silver, they know Silver doesn't have the retribution. Can he secure the red? He doesn't. He misses. Rudius still going in for the dive. Corey comes in with the rotation. And that is going to be an early 2-0 for the side of Elusivity while also stealing away the farm as much as possible. While onto the EXP, the side of DS, they are focusing a bit more onto their goal lead instead, trying to recover the already 1k goal lead which they just gave away.
You know, one pattern I notice about Elise players here is that they usually don't rotate out even though they get the level 4. They usually want to focus onto the lane and get the farm up, and they come in when they have the necessary item. And I'm pretty unsure why they usually do this because they don't really have the full items at that point of a time also. And I think it's just something to do with the way that they are slower into the rotation in comparison to another hero, which Cory Cutie is on to the Esmeralda, which he has been doing, getting 2 kills ahead already. And Highland Boost still staying to the lane because I think he knows that he will not be able to reach there on time and just trying to farm up onto the gold plating so that he will not lose out more than he already did. But now the turtle is going to be up. Curry able to stand out the clear out onto the bottom lane so much easier, so he'll be able to annoy the jungle for the side of Dakusina.
Exactly what, and DS cannot really contest the turtle here. Silver is getting choked down so much because of the pressure coming in from the Khalid as well as the Esmeralda, and that is going to be a major downside factor for the side of DS. If they do not manage to get their early lead up, that Claude is going to face a lot of issues into the late game. We did see Aaron on the Claude and then Toby onto the CC matchup. But then again, oh no, that's going to be an engage. Vengeance gets popped out by Crisis along with the curtain call, but the resources have been used up by the side of DS and they would need to wait it out a bit before they can go in for another engage.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a slow game for the side of Dakusina, but they can pretty much do this because, you know, they are a late game kind of composition here, especially because of the presence of the Claude too. And, you know, for elusivity, they don't have that much of a scaling that the cloud is present on. But the thing is, Crisis is very comfortable on heroes like the fighter. It's very funny, because he's a Golena. When he will be dependent on the Vengeance whenever the cloud tries to enter. But Funny Valentine will not be having the best of the time with the Vengeance as well, so he's got to be careful. They can wait for the later part of the game, but into the early stages, elusivity can be all over the places as much as they want it to, and they will not be punished for it because they have enough damage that they can walk away from, enough damage that they can sustain, also enough defenses that they can make it sustain also, and now they can eventually set up for the turtle again if they have the rotation right, especially into the hands of Kari Cutie.
Exactly, so that's the power of having an Esmeralda, right? You deny the Esmeralda from the hands of Dakusena and you play it out to your own strengths, and that kind of says a lot for the amount of potential that you have. Silver, though, misses a dash here. Is going to get caught, but Rodius will have to use up the Rage Sandstorm defensively, which means that's one resource gone for the side of elusivity right at the turtle fight. And DS can possibly contest this one since Silver has technically matched up in terms of experience points for himself. Oh, towards the mid though, that's gonna be a tough situation to be in. Funny Valentine picks up on the DHS a little late, but it still works since Claude is technically a very late game hero. But mid
Yeah.
side, let's see what happens at this turtle fight. Jazz is gonna be caught out low. Adam Bush tries to look for a setup. Can he? No, that's not going to work out for this time. Two turtles in favor of EBT, and now the pressure has been created. On the jungle once again, Lady Duet comes in. Red buff will be taken away by Julius all the way.
Corey is just so seamlessly walking in there and will not be taken down anytime soon. But look at Flicker!
Oh, that's going to be a flicker setup coming in behind him, but he gets the kill onto Rudius. Funny Valentine still needs to figure out a way to try and farm up faster than Crisis if they want to come back into this game. But the pressure being created onto him, and DS being a little bit slow in terms of backup means that they are going to lose out onto the turrets, which isn't a very good sign. They need to watch out for Shenzu's positioning as well, but let's see how it works out. For the Death Strike going to be used up. Evander trying to dodge every one of those blasts, but Peekaboo here needs to find out a way to ambush and get the damage from the Swan Song.
Yeah, that was a good engage coming through from the side of Partner Boost. I think he really, really did a good job trying to save the team here, but elusivity there so far ahead into the goal. 2k goal is what they have, especially into the hands of the jungle, right? Because Silver, he's almost just close to level 8. Meanwhile, for Julius, he's already close to level 10. And if you get the red buff and the small camp there, he's already gonna be the level 10 now. And this is gonna be very exciting now for the side of elusivity. They can take any fight that they want. They just have to be mindful of the sets that can come through with the Song of Rune. No flicker just yet for hide on boost, so they have a bit of a time to try to go for a quick pick off. And now they are going to be rotating around to the bottom side here because they just want their red turtle onto the bottom lane. But the set is coming through. Look at that,
Oh
flicker!
no, bad day for all graph users every now and then. But Corey Cutie onto that Esmeralda is making so much of a difference for the side of EBT right now. Peekaboo is getting zoned out and so is Silver. And the DS needs to find a way to find a counter to that. The Claude is of course an answer, so is Deoded. But do they get the setup? Do they get the farm in? But Rudius gets
Wow.
onto Deoded right on the turret while Crisis takes down Jazz. This is looking good for EBT already.
Yeah, everything is looking good for EBT actually, but now the solo kill for Rudius, that's definitely gonna be the cherry on top for elusivity now, the turtle. Start one at that, and a bit of a recall coming through from Julius as well, who's gonna be having a good lead onto the level as well, level 11 to level 9 Lancelot, and you do not really want to see that when you play a Lancelot, especially for Silver here. He's very, very mobile onto this hero. He usually pull out some stuff of his sleeve when he are onto the losing side, but this time around, he's unable to do anything because every road have been blocked, and Rudius so annoying onto the cleat, always revealing the position of Peekaboo and
Oh.
Silver.
Okay, but that wasn't over right
Oh.
now. But Corey Cutie though, definitely dealing quite some amount of damage. Has to use up a little bit of the flicker here. But Julius, of course, onto that Suyo doesn't have a kill, but he is definitely being able to secure those objectives onto the turtle, as well as what's that called? Oh no, they do not spot Shenzo into that fight. I don't know why, but oh no, that's gonna be a lockdown coming in from Hiron Bush as well as a knockup coming in by Jazz. Can Haramush chase
Oh,
down Shenzu is the question. He's still trying, gets the flicker.
flicker.
Does he get the kill? Just one hit, one basic attack away as Corey Cutie takes down Funny Valentine.
Oh man, Akari Cutie is unstoppable onto this hero now. Is gonna be dancing around. That's so different from the from the Israel that we see in the previous game. But this is looking so good for the side of that for elusivity here. But look at the taunt, the stun, no damage whatsoever onto the Swan Song, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't really have the items that's necessary. Peekaboo, he's gonna be needing that anti heal, right? He's definitely gonna be needing that because if you don't have that, Akari Cutie will not be falling down. He can just dance around doing nothing. But look at Silver just clearing it out.
So, and right now, even Adam wasn't able to survive the amount of damage coming in. That's gonna
Oh
be a
wow.
flicker coming in. Valentine, but he cannot sustain. And Corey gets the kill
Oh,
onto
wait.
the backside. Definitely okay, but it's Julia's gonna be taken down as well. So technically enough. DS do get a 1-for-1 trade into that fight, but they have lost the map control which they tried to hold, and that is not a good sign for these people.
Oh wait, the Swan Song coming to Sentu. What was that damage? And Jess will be falling again. Buy one get one free right there. But Silver onto the other side, just doing nothing but clearing onto the lanes. It's just 9 minutes of the game, and they are just opening up the map for themselves. And it's only the inhibitor still standing for the side of Dakusena here, and they don't really have the ways to go for the farm. Silver is just level 12 to an already level 13 Julius, and he's gonna be hitting out of level 15 in no time when he gets the buff here. The Lord is already up. No contest will be coming through for the side of Dakusena, of course, because elusivity, they are so ahead onto the goal, they are so ahead onto the XP levels and crisis. Even if Funny Valentine's decides to go in, he have the vengeance, which is gonna be making it so hard for him to go for the blazing duet most of the time. And funny enough, it's definitely gonna be the vengeance that he's gonna be holding it out and wait for the cloud to come through with.
That's exactly what this time around. Peekaboo will be the one to go in for an ambush. But Rudius, he gets the kill onto Funny Valentine as well as Peekaboo. They get taken down. The damage dealers are already out of the fight. And despite the setup coming in by Haramush right there, GS cannot really convert it. Prices was caught out very, very low, but with two main damage dealers already out the board. And the Lord charging down mid lane. This is not going to be looking good unless they manage to delay the Lord, which is exactly what Jazz tries to do with the wall. Feather Airstrike gonna be dealing quite some damage onto even an Alice. The Lord does get the hit, but Peekaboo and Funny Valentine are back. EVT, they can still push in with the Lord. They can try to find out those inhibitors, but technically enough, GS have the wave clear to try and survive this rat that is coming on from EVT right now.
Yep, they have a good pressure. Oh wait, look at that!
Oh no, that's going to be a Raging Sandstorm flicker right into the backside, as well as the Feather Airstrike taking down Peekaboo. Adam is going to be caught out very low. Rudius right under that inhibitor region finally gets taken down, as Shenzo will get taken down by Silver. So technically enough, the fight isn't completely over, but the side of Dakusena are at a massive, massive disadvantage right now, and they need to find a way to get their farm back up if they want to try and make a comeback.
Yeah, I think that is gonna be very, very hard to foresee even. This time around, elusivity, they have a lot of gold lead, 8k already, and I think Crisis will not be dying even with the engages coming through with the mage and the Funny Valentine as well, because Peekaboo, I don't think he really have that much of a damage that he required right now. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be lacking onto the items as well. Just one items might be there for him. Oh wait, it can be two, 1.5, I'm pretty sure, and that is not gonna be enough. Oh, there we go. He got two. Oh, that's gonna be a penetration and no glowing one just yet. It's gonna be a very big necessary item for an audit, and I think he will not be able to decide the damages here because Senju is already under the lightning transcend as well as a divine glaive. He is able to burst down a peekaboo or even silver if he gets caught. And Funny Valentine, he don't really have this patience just because of Corey Cutie available in every places.
That is what is proving to be the problem, I believe. But technically enough, DS can hold the game if they just don't die. They have the wave clear and they can technically stay in the game for at least like 4 to 6 more minutes if they manage to keep themselves alive. But Rudius with the setups is actually doing pretty well, and that is proving to be a major issue. That early engage right at the buffs is what created all the problems for the side of Dakusena, and I think that's where EVT started snowballing right away.
Yep, they are snowballing and everything is looking good for the side of Elusivity now. They are very careful on to take the lure. And this lure can be a possible end because they have every damage item necessary. But just though trying to reset out onto the lure, delaying it as much as possible because he do know that giving away this lure will be a big
Oh,
problem. But
oh no,
hey!
Kori
Oh
still survives.
wow!
Holy, that was such a close situation to be in, but the damage from Crisis is gonna be a little too much for Adambush to handle. Misses out on the Throne of Ruin.
Okay.
Doesn't really hit anyone, but technically enough, Shenzu has to be the one to be scouted. His positioning, Jazz gets the vision, but Shenzu is gonna fly away with the wings by wings, and Peekaboo Predator needs to find a way to try and get his ultimate back up before the next Lord fight, which is going to be breaking out in less than 30 seconds because at least everybody know that GS do not have the resources, and this is going to be the optimal time to try and take the Lord.
Yeah, the very optimistic of a time that can come true here, and I think Cotton Bosom just knows. But same old, look at that!
I think that's the problem with having Esmeralda in your opponent as an Odette. And technically enough, Peekaboo hasn't been performing into this game. He needs to find a way to get his form back up, and now DS are at a major disadvantage. If they want to defend this, they need Peekaboo back, and the Lord is going to be spawning in another 11 seconds, and that is not looking good for the side of DS at all. One inhibitor down, the most important one. Two available to the side, and if DS manages to pull the Lord to one side, only then will they be able to sustain a little bit for longer.
Yeah, it's gonna be very hard now. They do have the Grog, that is the only saving grace that they have right now. Not much of a good clearance, but still the Grog can do something if he wanted to. But right now, onto the bottom, to the top lane side, this is gonna be the sacrifice, right? They will be able to sacrifice onto the inhibitor here, but what more can they do?
That is going to be the question. Of course, Hiram Bush is there for the clear up, but they do lose the inhibitor on both the lanes, do they? Yeah, they lose the inhibitor on both the lanes. So now the minion pressure is going to be absolutely crazy. And if Rudius manages to go in for a setup, look at Shenzu. He's just not moving from his place because he knows that he has the range to try and go for and look for a setup. Silver tries to go in, but has to run back with the puncture because Shenzu, of course, has the rapid boots and he will be able to run as fast as he possibly wanted to.
And the fact that he also have the wings by wings and the flicker too, there's no way this dude will be dying anytime soon. And the position is very impeccable too. And there's no way they will be able to reach in one time as well. Because of course most of the time when you see an Odette, right, when he doesn't really have that early game potential, he's very useless. And we can see 161 courtesy to Corey Cutie. Wow, that matched. Because of the Esmeralda, the seal is definitely gonna be not in favor for him. And Silver though, he's only level 15, but he doesn't really have the farm. It is just the level 15 through the passive of the game, and we can see that it's hurting them now because they don't really have the damage item that's necessary. Okay, hurry.
Definitely gonna be taking in some amount of damage, but he still has the flicker to possibly run away. But Hirambush doesn't have the dodge himself, going to get targeted on quite a lot. But that's gonna be an amazing setup coming in. He tries to run, but he does not get it. Shenzu, the one, has to flicker out again. Funny Valentine needs to back off. Silver taking in some damage from Rudius, but he is still in the fight. Needs to run away. Dodges the blade surge coming in from Julius, but now Jazz is the one gonna be absolutely bursted down. Crisis here, definitely taking in some damage, has the immortality as well as the Winter Trunkin. Peekaboo, too much damage for him to handle, and the glowing wand passive definitely finds him there. Funny Valentine tried to deal as much damage as possible, but the base is gonna be wide open for them to try counter, but no, he tried to flicker away, but it's not gonna be enough. The base
Okay.
is gonna be wide open. Oh, well, but Silver finds Julius, though, so Lord is up, but now EVT are definitely creating pressure. Hadabush is gonna be back into the fight, but can they defend this is the question. One wave down mid, and the side of EVT need to back off as far as they possibly can, but Crisis loses his immortality. Silver is still into the fight. Crisis gets locked down. Silver dashes to the
Oh,
back
wait,
line.
what?
Does he get the kill? Is the question? No, but it's going to be Shenzu who gets the kill instead onto Silver, and only Crisis is going to be the one to fall. At old base though, Rudius definitely marking it. Minions are still in. Rudius dashes away with the raging
Okay.
sandstorm. Absolute brawl going on between these two teams and a fight for the base. I simply don't know what they are doing at this point.
I mean, we know that the game will drag up to the 20-minute mark. Seeing the two names here, Dakusena and Elusivity, they won this kind of early competition as well as a late game too. And we can see how much it is going to be costing them now, because Elusivity for them, they did not need to force out and end when they can't possibly end, because everyone for the side of Dakusena were already out to their, dead timer too. They could have just taken the Lord safely and soundly, and now they might eventually have to contest. Jazz will be resetting it again, and this is gonna be dragging out the game a long, long while. It's just gonna be an evolve flood. Okay, this is gonna be the first evolve flood they're gonna be taken. No inhibitor left for the side of Dakusena, but look at Corey Cutie. He's not gonna be dying because no threat whatsoever. And I'm thinking maybe the glowing one should be already in the hands of that.
Oh, yep, definitely. But as far as I can see, Peekaboo tries to deal some damage, but Shenzo will have the better hand of the damage. And of course, Julius is going to secure the Lord. Crisis gets Jazz into the backside. Funny Valentine trying to deal some damage, but he doesn't have the wind of nature to survive. And he is going to get taken down by Julius. Harambush being the lone survivor. Midst of five people, trying his best to do whatever he possibly can to delay the game. But hey, that's going to be the
Crisis.
base being wide, wide open for Silver to clear away against five people. And EVT, of course, celebrating their wins, taking down Silver in the midst of all of it, as well as the base now completely in their favor.
Crisis, man. Yeah, the dude never disappoints with recalls, does he? Especially against Dakusina. It kind of became a moral for their side too. But now we can see how much of a problem it is for the Esmeralda first pick. I mean, it's confidential enough. I mean, it's confident enough for you to pick out the Odette when there is an Esmeralda. And 7 deaths down the drain, Peekaboo. I don't think this is the best game for an Odette right there. But hey, he was unable to build out the certain amount of items that he deemed necessary, he required to, and that kind of hit them into the back, because when you see an Esmeralda, the first thing that you had on mind is to build out the glowing one first, but he did not really have that. And Senju, at that point of the time, he already gotten 2 items onto his hands. The lightning transcend is already no source of a damage that he can come to, especially when you are on the first side. The artillery hits so hard, and you can get two sorted just by that ultimate. And I think that created a lot of senses too. But you know what? I think Corey Cutie was the man of this match. He's doing everything that he can, and he did not even die.
That's exactly what they didn't have the, bursty potential that they wanted to go in for. The game plan, we get it. But that early aggression that came in towards the red buff once Silver used up his retribution at the blue, I think that's where the whole trajectory of the game changed. And of course,
Oh.
they did not get to play the ambush game that they wanted to play and lost it out there. So technically enough, DS needs to re-strategize if they want to go in for a reverse sweep, or at least the decider game into game three. And EVT, of course, they play to their strengths, and I think that is exactly what they will be doing all over again.
How is this fair? You take 41% damage and 0 deaths? That's basically nasty already. This hero is completely disgusting, man. This is also the reason why we have seen it being 100% a pick choice for the gold for the XP laners, and a good deny for Heartland Boost as well, because he's definitely amazing onto this hero as well. But Corey Cutie was like, yeah, we're not giving you that. I'm gonna be playing this hero for myself. And he dealt out the 27% amount of damage as well. And I think he has been alone into the team fight most of the time. He has been trying to get on a 2v1 situation 3v1 situations, and he don't really care because he will not be taken down by any of the damage dealers for the side of Dakusina. So let's see the second game, the elusivity. They're gonna be onto the second pick here, so they can comfort draft. But for Dakusina, what could they ban here? Kimi taken away again by from Senju.
So that's going to be a staple for them. They might even take out on the Lancelot and quite possibly. What could they take out? They could take away the Grok and try to pick the Kalia for themselves, or they could take away the. I mean, it's a very 50-50 situation right now. And this video, of course, will ban out on the Jushin, and of
Mm.
course, the YSS going to be coming up next. Maybe even the Esmeralda as their third ban, or they could take out the carry. So let's see what DS have in mind here, along with Elusivity, because Elusivity are on match point, and of course, they will be carrying forward the momentum from game one. But DS finally reads into the draft and gets rid of that Lancelot. They do not want any kind of issues in their jungle anymore. Also denying Julius of a signature pick. EBT meanwhile take down the Freya, which I
Ah,
think is okay, but then again counterable in a way for DS, and the
mm.
Yisunshin would have been a better choice.
The Yisenshin, because the Kimi is already gone, the Yisenshin would be the second best choice, right? Oh, there we go. The
Okay,
Yisenshin will
okay.
be banned away. Nice one. I
Yep.
think for now they are still removing other heroes that can be a possible flex pay for anyone here. So Peekaboo signature will be banned away. No, never mind. It's gonna be Dakusina who ban out the Kadita. So they wanted the Yisenshin, but it didn't work out. So the Grok will be the first pick here. But onto the side of elusivity, do they still want to go for the Esmeralda first pick, or is it gonna be a different
Obviously.
hero this time?
I think
Esmeralda
it's a
Hilda or
very obvious Esmeralda Hilda or Esmeralda Khalid. I mean, there is no doubt about it, and I don't know why they are not picking up the Kalia, but okay, I think they have something different in mind altogether.
mm, what is a good one here? Hilda is also available, but against the Grog, you're gonna be, nerfed down to your potential. It can also work out if they play out the Sora too together with the Valentina, but too much of an overcook, I think. If
Yeah,
EVT doesn't usually go for that combination, it's more of a okay, Esmeralda Zeta. Oh, this
okay,
looks like the same draft like RNTX did, but I
exactly.
hope I hope they have a physical hero onto the last draft.
That's what, right? I mean, of
Yeah.
course, Crisis could just go in for the CC here. And you
Mm,
know why they locked in this Asian? Just to
let's see.
deny Funny Valentine of the carry pick. That is
Oh,
the
okay.
major game plan that EBT have here. And honestly, it could just work out in their favor. And DS here, they need to think this. What do they want against Esmeralda? They could definitely lock in onto the Lunox here, and finally, it comes in. So the Claude and the Lunox will be the picks for DS here, and
Yeah.
Elusivity can safely try and lock it onto the carry this time around, because technically there isn't much of counters to carry once she is so fed.
I don't know why I'm so liking out the Lunox here. Okay, Hilda, like predicted, will be having it here. But like I said, against the Grog, the Hilda's potential kind of gets nerfed down to like 70%. But if Rudius is very comfortable on that, he will be able to play it very well too. But this time around, for the sign of elusivity, they have to ban out the jungles, right? For Silver, what can he pause? Does he play the utility?
Oh, he does. He definitely loves playing the Fredrin and the Guinevere into his pool. So
Mm.
technically enough, we would be able to see it ourselves. Maybe we could even see a Bastia. We don't know. If the carry is
Oh
banned
yeah.
out, I think the Fredrin or the Bastia would be two so very good choices into this draft. And of course, it is going to be the Alice, which gets taken away, quite possibly the Uranus as the next ban. Technically speaking, they should ban away the CC and pick up something like the Lapu, not the Lapu against the Esme.
Mm.
But
Oh, there we
let's
go.
see. Yeah, the Guinevere ban was expected. So do DS ban out the CC and pick up the Uranus for themselves is going to be the question.
Yeah, there's not much of a marksman's or oh wait, they can totally play the Granger and the dance of Crisis, but Crisis is mainly a a fighter gold laner now, so
Yeah.
Harriet is also there. But hey, no more Harriet, please, thank you. But Carrie banned already, right? So yeah, I'm
Yes.
traumatized. So they can oh, there we go. They banned the CC,
Yep.
definitely a good one at that. So the first game CC was nasty coming through from the side of Crisis. So now it's gonna be into the hands of Elusivity if they wanna pick out their gold laner here or not, because they still need to pick out the jungle too. And against the Cloud and the Lunox,
Oh,
oh, there we go. It's gonna be the Hayabusa, not into the hands of Silver, but into the hands of Zulius.
definitely a good choice there. And here, I think Silver might want to go in for the Fredrin or the Baxia. I mean, the
Mm-mm.
Baxia could be actually bonkers in this draft, no?
Yeah, it can be because he will
Yeah.
be like, there
Okay.
we go. Oh, imagine. It's still a okay. So Sora
Okay.
XP. One thing, Sarah, Hainan boost onto Sora, I don't like actually because
I also
he's
don't
more
like.
of a
Don't worry, I don't like it either.
so he's more of an active, level player or a
Yep.
Esmeralda at least kind of guy, not a Sora kind of guy. Especially,
Exactly.
the thing is, I think Elusivity knows these two because they don't ban out the Lapu, they pick out the Esmeralda instead. So now it's gonna be the decider, right? Whether it's gonna be a Granger or a
Guess
completely
what?
different hero. They need a threat here for the Fredrin. Or
Mm-hmm.
maybe, I hate to say it, but Harriet's. Oh, there we go, Harriet. This is
Yeah.
good now because they have a
No
physical
brainer. That's
jungler.
definitely
No
a no
brainer.
brainer. And EVT's draft, it's
uh,
definitely into the hands of the Harriet and the Hayabusa to carry out here. Of course, Shenzu does have the Zacian, but we saw what a Zacian can do and cannot do in the RNTX
yeah.
game. But let's
True.
see. This time around, the DS needs to play for the pickups. They've got the Fredrin, they've got the Lunox and the Claude, they've got amazing Shred and Sustain at the same time. So all
Mm.
DS needs to do is regroup and execute whatever they have right now. And EVT, they kind of need to do the same, but they are more of a brawly comp. So we'll see who does it better once the game loads in. And if this time around, Silver
Mm.
manages to get choked into the early game like in the previous one, then it would be a very big disadvantage for the side of DS. But welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, let's head in. Let's get to witness the game number 2 for Elusivity Esports and Dakusina. Again, Cory QT onto the Esmeralda. This time around, it's a bit of a similar draft coming through from RNTX, but they have a physical jungler, so that is the only a good thing I see about Elusivity here. So Dakusena, I think they need to win out onto this game. They have a solid lineup too because they have a Freddy into the jungle and a good damage dealer into the mid side as well as the gold lane here. The Harriet, even though it is a good hero to lane in, the Claude does really well because of the new things into the fighter emblems that he can bring out onto him as well. But Hainan Boost though, I think he's
That's
very
what
low.
he is low indeed. He's taken in quite a lot of damage. Has to flicker out of that situation. Early resource wasted, but should be back by the turtle time, which is the only ray of hope. And technically,
Mm,
he needs to avoid dying because he is the main setup. And oh, look at Rudy as though definitely realizes the threat.
okay.
He is definitely trying to look for the engage under that
Oh,
turret.
jeez.
Oh my god. I can't see because my stream is lagging, but hey, that's gonna be a first blood for the side of Elusivity Esports.
The way Elusivity adjusts to the teams is very commendable here, I would say, because in this scenario, they know that when Dakusena is letting go of their XP laner, if he is able to win out onto this XP, they they go haywire, right? Especially Silver, he gets really comfortable and he will be able to farm out quite a lot there. So the main focus is not onto the goal side. Their main focus is onto the XP side. Get Corey QT active onto the lane, shut down Highland Boost, win out the turtle, and then try to handle out the goal lane into the later part of the game.
Mid
Especially
lane.
now that they have the Hayabusa, but I think Silver is onto the top lane though.
Yep, that's gonna be a Purify coming in from Silver. Oh, but hey, Crisis! You're too low, and yeah, that's gonna be the Praiser's Wrath getting that kill. Julius in a bit of a danger here. Peekaboo
Oh,
gets stunned, gets the turtle. That's gonna be a third ultimate coming in from Iron Boost, though. Definitely baits out the Purify from Corey QT. 120-second cooldown. But now, the stuns are gonna be coming in, and Jazz is still not level 4 while Rudius has it. Will be creating the pressure into the jungle, of course.
Corey Cutie is so him onto the Esmeralda, and this time around, him getting onto the Esmeralda again is definitely going to be in favor for the side of elusivity, and that they are able to secure on the turtle too. And the fact that Hainan Boost is behind onto the experience level just because of the first that few one kill that they were able to get onto the early stages of the game is definitely going to be creating a lot of momentum for elusivity now, and we can see it truly clearly into the rotation coming through. Look at Hilda.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to be an easy little pick off coming in for Jazz there. I mean, that's the power of having the Lunox into your team. You just need one stun to try and go in
Mm,
for complete burst. And the Hilda early is definitely weak as compared to the burst which Lunox provides.
yep.
So, technically, fair fight for these teams.
Mm,
Equal goals right now, 100 in favor of Team EBT. But the side of Team VS need to figure out a way to get their gold laner farmed up. The EXP is a dead lane. They can't kill the Esmeralda so early. But what they
yep.
need is for Funny Valentine to get not lose his minions, but onto the mid side. We will be seeing the Haya using up his shadows. And Rudy is also using up his flicker at the same time. So again, the flicker baited out before the turtle. Jazz has to flicker out at the same time. So technically both the roamers do not have the flicker for the next turtle.
And now I think that's gonna be a brilliant being burned away, but without the shadow kill. So I think it's gonna be in favor for the side of the Hayabusa here. This time around, Julia is able to march down and get out the damages done. But the turtle is gonna be onto the top lane side here. The setup is definitely gonna be created by the XP laners here, but they are not still around the corner. But they will be able to return down. Look at the wall.
Nice one. That's going to be a good use of the Hilda not having the flicker. And of course, Silver has a lot more taunts this game around. A Surge Ultimate comes in by Hadamush on the backside. Flicker will be used up onto Julius, and Julius will be forced to back off without having the blue buff. So this should be a turtle secure coming in from the hands of Dakusena.
Wow, this is a big clapback here. I definitely didn't expect them to have this kind of equalizer here. Dakusena looking so good into the second game this time around because they finally are able to shut down onto the Esmeralda again. Julius onto the bottom lane just trying to clear it out. I don't think he will be, going all in onto this hero Highland Boost. Even though he's alone, he cannot really kill it out just because of the presence of the minions here again. But top lane, I think there might be something here.
Yep, something indeed. Corey QT does get taken down very low along with Peekaboo, but Peekaboo needs to, stop showing himself into the map because he's a Lunox and he needs to play it out as safe and as ambushy as he possibly can.
Mm, you know, I feel like, when they were able to shut down Highland Boots and get the turtle, and then they get the second turtle again, they could have been so much better for the side of elusivity. But it's ironically Dakusena, they are the one actually clapping back again because of the misposition coming through from Rudes most of the time. And the fact that the Grok is, Jazz has been very, very good in responding onto the response that he did against Rudes is definitely commendable because that is the only reason why Peekaboo stays alive, right? Because other than that, it could have been a dead Peekaboo here most of the time against a Hilda. Even though you have the brilliance, it's gonna be getting popped by the Hayabusa, by the Hilda, and then the entrance of Karikyuti can come through again and again. So this time around, I think Dakusen are looking more lively than they did into the first game.
That's exactly what, but they need to keep up though because Julius is constantly in ahead of Silverhawk in terms of farm. Corey QT as well, definitely taking in some amount of damage. Rudy is trying to find Peekaboo into the backside every single time. As well, onto top, Honey Valentine is taking in some pressure. Now the turtle is going to be up. Julius is ahead in terms of gold, and they are pressuring the gold lane instead. Not the best of signs for DS as they try to trade away the turtle. They need to find it, which they don't. That's going to be the problem for the side of DS now. This might just be a game changer for the side of EBT because right now the mid lane is going to take in a lot of pressure. Corey Cutie is still very, very farmed up. Peekaboo, does he have the brilliance? He doesn't yet. He uses up the flicker, but he is going to get taken down anyway. Silver tries to go in for a little bit of a chase, but Funny Valentine doesn't have the farm yet. And now Crisis definitely finds Funny there and should be able to find a kill, but that's going to be a flicker. But no, Crisis gets anyway. And now Jazz and Silver left by themselves to fight it out at the blue buff, and it has to be a retribution just to secure a buff.
That was a good man, a good engage coming through. Crisis, man, you gotta stop doing this. I mean, you know what? Don't stop doing that. But this, the way, the elusivity, we're going in and out and just trying to get. Oh, wait, never mind. Blunder?
No, 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 Julius. That
Okay.
is going to
Yeah.
be a kill being secured by the side of Dakusena finally. But that constant pressure onto the goal lane, though, how is a
Mm.
Claude even supposed to stay alive in that situation? Again, the map control is in the hands of EVT. But unfortunately, DS, despite having that little bit of a kill lead into the early game, they are
Mm.
not being able to keep up with the zoning that is coming ahead from Korea as well as Rudius.
Knowing elusivity, right? They just want to fight and fight and fight, and it's always been a well calculated fight most of the time if you see it. And the Kusina are unable to respond to that because they don't really have that amount of sustain that they require into the early stages, and not the damage either. Because we all know, right? The Claude needs a bit more time to farm up in comparison to a Harriet. Harriet 2 items is gonna be more heartful than a Claude with 2 items, and we can see constantly here. But the top lane is what they want to pressure on. 5-man top lane. Okay, now finally they got the turret onto the top lane side. Corey QT onto the duty for the bottom lane here. The lore is already up, but the level difference onto the jungle might be a bad idea for Dakusena to start onto the Lord.
Exactly. So I think they need to wait it out for the Sora to get his flicker, if so he can possibly go in for a setup. Silver is just
Mhm.
trying to maintain his stacks at this point, but the Asian
Oh
Fury of the
wow!
Phoenix and Peekaboo definitely goes out. Oh, but the Sora they definitely gets the
Oh.
setup in there, and that's going to be a double kill for DS coming in 2-4-0 into that fight. Peekaboo manages to stay alive. Corey getting bursted down, absolutely smashed right there. Silver is going to be taken out very low. Price is also taking quite some amount of damage, but he might
Okay.
just be able to be taken down. Peekaboo is going to be the
Ooh.
one to find it. DS now finally looking a
Okay.
little bit stronger. Chendu has to flicker out. Item push. Does he go in for it? Is the question. He gets it. He gets it all right. And now the Lord should be in favor of the side of Team Dakusena, despite all their flickers being expended into that fight.
How did that happen? It looks so good with a 5-man stand on the Fury of the Phoenix. That funny Valentine. He's so funny, man.
Someone
But mid
stop.
these goliners, I swear. Okay, now I mean, he have the rights to recall here because the way that they were able to
Not
turn the
yet,
tide around.
bro.
No, wait, it look good here. You're on your toes. I remember that, but he's gonna be
Okay.
the one to stand the damage here. And Crisis Taken Down is gonna be the best case scenario for this side of the Kusina. They have the goal lead that they require right now. They're equalizing onto everything that they know. Julius, though, not a good idea.
Yep, that's definitely not a good idea indeed. Fury of the
Whoa,
Phoenix,
whoa, whoa,
the
whoa.
amount of save that happened from Shenzhou, Mother of God, but that was an amazing save coming in with that
Mhm.
ultimate being used up. And I think that they do not really get much turrets out of this Lord, except for maybe the mid tier one if they manage to go in. Yeah, they do. As well as
Yeah,
the bottom lane tier 2, but the Hilda is present there though. And Crisis has picked up his Holy Crystal, so that's going to look much better for a Harriet if he can try and get the burst. Technically enough, he can. All he needs to do is dodge the CC that is going to be coming in from the side of Sora as well as Jazz. But somehow that top lane tier 2 falls. But above everything, Julius is still at level 15 and Silver is at a 13. So DS
yeah.
needs to find a way to hit those level spikes and get the goal lead a little bit more into their favor if they want to win this.
They need to do that, man, because Silver, even though he's 0 deaths down, he's not that tanky as he is supposed to be under the third win. And I feel like Julius is a little too aggressive onto the Hayabusa as well, because he's gonna be needing all those shadow kills to try to go for the biggest most of the time, and he hasn't been getting caught, but it looked like, he almost gets caught most of the time. That shouldn't really be happening here. Now the map is looking so fine for the side of Dakusena, just because of a little bit of a throw that's been coming through from the side of elusivity here. The law is gonna be what they wanna focus on. Farm has been gained back slowly but surely by the side of Dakusena. With 3 gas goal down, now they are neutralizing, equalizing onto the goal lead, the elusivity build up for themselves. One set is gonna be all it takes. Rudius trying to go into flicker.
Oh no, no, Jazz! Absolute beautiful setup coming in from him. Flicker and ulti, 3-man tech charge. Julius will be the one falling, and with the Lord coming up in 12 seconds, it is a very good sign for the side of DS. They do need to manage the waves still now, though, because Corey and Chenzu are definitely going to be clearing it out as much as possible, and Sora will be the one to recall. But now, the Lord fight is going to be the defining fight. Rudius has the Blade of Heptases, will definitely be trying to mark down Funny Valentine as well as Peekaboo. Yep, that's going to be the markdown onto Peekaboo, alright. Silver comes in for the backup. Rudius flickers out of that situation. Jazz is going to be caught out low. Funny Valentine gets the Lord, so DS can safely back off for now.
Yeah, they got the lore now. They have the thing that they required here. All they need to do is try to sing out to the lanes crisis. They got to be on duty with the lanes here, so they are gonna be able to clear it out. And Julius 1 to 3 onto the Hayabusa, not the best one here, man. He's getting caught into the position that he shouldn't be in, and that kind of closes out the game most of the time. And we can see that it's gonna be impossible for them to clear it out if they have only the inhibitors left. And Dakusena, they have a good initiation here because of Jazz and the Flicker. When the Flicker is in, and I'm pretty sure the Flicker will be back when they go for the good set here. But the Tector is gonna be the most, required resources. They are gonna be waiting for the loss slowly but surely. Mid lane turret still standing. They will be able to take it down. On best case scenario, they will be able to take even one inhibitor, which is definitely gonna be good for their side. Elusivity. They shouldn't go for the fight again. They should try to go for the defenses here at this point.
So Hayabusa doesn't have the ultimate. That's gonna be a surge as well as a tech chart coming in. Courier, the Phoenix comes in as well. Damage being dealt onto the backside. Peekaboo has to brilliance out his way. Funny Valentine is gonna be taken on quite low. Flickers out of that situation. Elusivity, somehow that set was in favor of DS, but EVT turned it around with the fury of the Phoenix coming into clutch at that point of time. Oh, Rudius, Funny Valentine! No, he gets shot down from the damage from the Hayabusa as well as Rudius. But Rudius are definitely marking down Peekaboo. Who gets the kill? A killing spree for him finally. But Corey Cutie gonna be going in for the chase. Decides to chase them down as far as possible, and Bush needs to run as much as he possibly can though. Peekaboo and Jazz are both very low, and that's gonna be a complete invade at the blue buff. DS cannot stay on the map right now. They need to give away this tier 2.
Yeah, they need Funny Valentine everywhere across the places, and when he dies down, the tide changes so much. Look at that!
Oh no, that's gonna be a double man setup, but he doesn't get the final hit. Oh no, but Julius!
What? Julius? You can't supposedly do that, man. Getting taken down time and again. Not the best case scenario. 2 members down, and now it's gonna be DS who's marching in onto the side for against the Elusivity Esports, even though it looked really, really good for EVT, and now it's gonna be better for Dakusena here. They wanna focus a bit onto the inhibitor here. They completely ignore out the outer turret onto the mid side. They haven't been able to take it, right? Because of the lord clearance coming through from the side of Elusivity. But now the lord is gonna be up Sarah, and it looked like Dakusena might be able to take this one again.
It might be, but Julius is still back online though, and the lane pressure will definitely be present up top. EVT still have more of the turrets into this game, and DS somehow needs to find a way to zone away that Hayabusa. Harith is dealing quite some amount of damage, and the Lord will be secured this time. Corey will be the one getting targeted down quite a lot, gets taunted, gets knocked up, gets Sorad, but backside demolished by all of those people, Rudius and everybody jumping in. Peekaboo flickers out of the situation. Rudius still trying to go with Peekaboo. Julius gets a double. That's a throw coming in from DS. Absolutely a throw. EVT is gonna be charging in as much as possible down mid. Backlaners got wiped out. The Lord is in, but the minions are gonna be charging down mid. Can they defend this is going to be the question. 15 seconds on the clock for them to try and defend this. Bush still has the ultimate. If he dives in, he can still get it. Gets the Sora burst. Gets them stunned. But the fury of the Phoenix stuns him on the spot. But can Bunny Valentine be back before is the question. He is back. The Lord is marching up top though, and might just be a life's worth of saving for the side of DS.
Yeah, for Heightened Boost, he needed to do that because if he did not, it could have been a possible land. Because for the side of
Exactly.
elusivity, they have a good target onto the bases here, but the fact that he was able to save it out and they are giving a lot of time for their for his team for Dakusena, and now this can be the second chance for them. They will be able to set up for the team as well, and I feel like. For Peekaboo, he hasn't been free on using out the dark form here. He's unable to get out those damages. He's unable to go for the sets here because even though he wants to go full on what Jazz is going to be setting out, he's always been onto the focus. Even though he puffed out the dark form most of the time, it doesn't completely deem necessary because he's always going to be needing to use out the brilliance form again, even without dishing out the damage, and that might become a very very bad for Dakusina here because and if that happen again, their only source of damage has to be very funny Valentine, and only just one, it's not gonna be enough for them.
That's exactly the whole point of the thing. DS, they are trying to go in for the setups, but Rudius and Hayabusa onto the backline, they are
Mm.
constantly targeting down Funny Valentine and Peekaboo. They know their targets so well into this map, and it is somehow difficult to scout down Hayabusa in a team fight. That's gonna be a concealed play with Debbie, and I can't really see the stream properly, but the Fury of the Phoenix
Oh.
comes in. Corey is definitely getting bursted down quite a lot here. Billion's gonna be coming in, but Corey
Oh.
manages to survive it, and again to the backside.
Oh.
That is going to be a major, major disruption coming in from the side of EVT as they manage to try and take down Peekaboo, but Rudius, so close for both of these teams here. Corey is still low, Crisis is still fighting, Sora is low. Can he survive? This is the question. I don't think he can. Yeah, he can't.
Yeah, he can't. Now it's gonna be a one kill all over again. Hanabus is gonna be the only casualty that's happening under the fight that has been happening under the top, under the bottom lane side. So this Lord might eventually be in favor for the side of elusivity because in this tournament so far, all we see is the XP laner being the zone, being the useful targeting, being the useful tool for those Lord takes and Turtle takes, and we can see now it's happening again. Look at Jess!
Oh no, he goes in for the setup, but Funny Valentine gets taken down. Julius gets shut down. Silver is still alive in the fight. Peekaboo gets taken down. Silver, the only
Wow.
one left alive. Now he has to run back to base because the minions are going to be charging in Iron Bush. Again, it's Silver and Iron Bush trying to defend this. But two members of EVT are down as well. So maybe, just maybe, they will be able to defend this one this time around. Crisis still has the ultimate, will definitely be trying to use it up. And the damage is being dealt, but they are losing out onto the inhibitors, which is not a good sign. We need to defend the top lane. Hello?
Yeah. That's definitely not a very good scenario for the side of the casino here. So the Nexus is only the thing standing, and now it's gonna be, we talked about 20 plus minutes, and we'll be getting the 20 plus minutes, and now it's gonna be the Evolved Lord. It should be into the hands of elusivity again. And man, Dakusena without the contest, I think this could be a possible answer. Looks like for Silva, he at least want to try it, but elusivity though. Oh, finally they back away. They don't want to burst this Lord. They just want to set up onto the lanes faster. Look at this. It's gonna be a slow push onto the top side set up by Corey Cutie. So this is gonna be a green light for them to start out onto this Lord now.
Exactly so, and it's the fact that Funny Valentine isn't able to find the spades despite Jazz trying to go in for the setups every single time. Rudy is though definitely going to be targeting down Funny Valentine on the backside. Corey Cutie is there, going to be present. This Lord, Silver needs to go in. They get the shutdown onto Julius.
Oh.
Silver just needs to retreat, but the backside will be taken down. Crisis gets a double as well as taking down Sora into that fight. Again, Peekaboo and Silver need to back off to their bases, and the push is going to come in from the side of EVT. Every single time DS tried to steal away the Lord, EVT tries to go in for those kills, and they somehow or the other manage to find it. Rudius? What? Flicker in? But okay. They can still defend this though. I mean, they do have the resources that we carried. I can't see anything.
This is definitely going to be a good side. Oh, Fury of the Phoenix coming through now. The recall's coming into side of Elusivity, and this is going to be a clean sweep coming through from the side of AVT after giving us a 20 plus minute performance onto this best of 3 series.
Exactly. So 2 games, 20 plus minutes. Second game, it seemed like DS had the control, but that late game burst and the two
Mm,
times taking down the Claude, not the
yep.
best of situations to be in for Dakusen. And of course, this game around, I think the MVP is going to be the Esmeralda all over again, or I think
Mhm.
it's going to be the Harriet. It's either of those
Oh,
two.
oh, wait. It's either Crisis or Korikuri, but I put my bets on Crisis. But Korikuri did everything that he can into the using the Esmeralda. I think it's one of his favorite hero at this point of a time right now because of the way he's able to utilize it so properly and setting up for the team as well. And most of the time, you can see him alone, right? He wasn't the one setting up per se, but he's the one doing everything into the back sides. He's just giving his face into the sides of Dakusena and not letting them anywhere near. And look at that, almost the same into the first game. He got 39% damage taken and 20% damage dealt, almost close to the previous game that we had so far. But this time he's gonna be 2 deaths down, so almost a fair choice of a trade. But you know what, Corey into the Esmeralda, we are not gonna be seeing it anytime soon. It's gonna be banned now.
That's exactly what I mean. It's an Esmeralda, and you aren't able to burst it down despite
Mm-hmm.
having so much of damage onto your Claude and Lunas, only because of the fact that
Yeah.
the Rudius, Cory, and Hayabusa were constantly onto Peekaboo and Claude. And they can't
Yeah.
do anything when three people are jumping on you. Claude has one BMI, one flicker, and Hayabusa has like infinite dashes. Cory has infinite chase. Rudius has infinite chase. So what can you really do in that situation?
Nothing. Take it on your face, and that's it. Most of the time you would see Senju on a hero that carries, right? And this time around, he is the one who is utility, and I think it worked really well for him also. And we can see that this is gonna be a biggest choice of a game that they have right now. Elusivity, another no, okay. We were expecting a third game, but this time we got a 2 game only. But 20 plus minute, very good fight set up by the side of Dakusena. But they still have the lower brackets, right? So Sarah, they still have a chance. So yeah, we can wait for them again.
Chances are, but the lower bracket has the monster of the Indian server, which is going to be Godlike Esports. So let's
Oh,
see. Let's see what happens tomorrow's games. We'll be able to face it out. And right now, so far as we can see, Dakusena need to find out a way to counter this backline marking. But other than that, they just threw in the last two fights. That's all that happened. They could have gotten it. They could have
mm-hmm,
ended with the Lord, but they managed to
mm-hmm.
die all over again. And I think that's just very disadvantageous for these people. And EVT, despite the disadvantage into the early game, they managed to come back, which is pretty commendable of them. So we'll see how this one goes because so far let's just say the upper brackets, it's going to be, I don't know about the first 2 games, but it's going to be RNTX versus EVT up next. So Mythic Showdown
Okay.
Season 2 Revenge, is it?
No, Arentix lost though.
Oh no, it's Zutsu. I
No, Toby won. Well, how can you?
just kill me already. That's what happens
Okay.
when you don't yours. It's fine, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with the lower
Yes.
bracket games, the top 8. So whatever it is, this was me, Sarah, who likes to forget important things, and alongside Debbie. So we'll be back tomorrow. Do stay tuned to our channel, and we'll see you soon.
Good night.